I am Yos, the second best, and I will surpass every limit. In a world where demons tear through villages, immortals reign with unchecked arrogance, and monsters treat human lives like playthings, I am nothing special. At least, not at first glance. I wasn't born with overwhelming talent. I didn't have the resources of the elite. I didn't even belong to this world. I was a transmigrant, a stranger in a land that thrived on power and cruelty. But I have something they don't, the second best system. It's a cheat, yes, but not the kind that hands me victory on a silver platter. It doesn't make me the strongest, the fastest, or the smartest. It makes me second best. And in a world obsessed with being number one, second best is more than enough. You are a genius of 1,000 years? Okay, I'm a genius of 900 years. You are the most talented runner in the world? That's okay, I'm fine with taking second place. Because here's the truth, talent alone means nothing. It's what you do with it that matters. The so-called geniuses? They rest on their laurels, content with their gifts. But me? I work. I grind. I push myself to the brink, day after day, until second place becomes a stepping stone to something greater. I took the scholar exam not just to prove myself, but to take my first step toward dominating this world. My family's survival depends on it. My ambition demands it. And now, as I stand over an immortal, a being who thinks they're untouchable, I can't help but smile. I heard that immortals can't die, I say, my voice calm but laced with menace. Let's test that rumor. The immortal's eyes widen in fear. They've never faced someone like me. Someone who wasn't born with divine talent but earned every ounce of strength through sheer will and determination. I am Yos, the second best, the striver, the breaker of limits. I may not be the strongest, the fastest, or the smartest yet. But I will be. And when I am, the world will tremble. So let the demons come. Let the immortals sneer. Let the monsters rage. I'll be here, working, fighting, and climbing. Because second best is just the beginning. And the apex? It's mine to claim. 13 years have passed since I came into this world as a child. Back in the 21st century, I used to read a lot of novels, and at first, I was full of hope for the future. I thought my modern knowledge would be enough to create a better life for my father and me. But as the years went by, I realized something crucial: I couldn't use any of that knowledge without the technology to back it up. As an average person back on Earth, I didn't have a clue how to build any of the machines that made modern society thrive. Even so, I refused to give up. I didn't want to live a life of mere survival, farming just enough to get by. That realization only strengthened my resolve. I would become a scholar. Dad, just hang on for a few more days, and I'll get you all the medicine you need to recover. Clenching my fists, I made up my mind to find my friend and study. Second best system, name, Yos, age, 21 years, talents, none, talent mark, 1. Just as I was about to leave, a strange transparent panel suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. It didn't make a sound, yet it stayed fixed in the center of my vision no matter where I looked. The moment I saw the game-like panel, an electric shock ran down my spine, and hope surged through my heart. My eyes widened, and I nearly cried from happiness. Yes! It finally arrived. My cheat for my difficulties. I almost jumped for joy but quickly remembered that my father was still asleep. I need to calm down and see what this cheat can actually do. Taking a deep breath, I carefully examined the panel. The second best system allowed me to copy other people's talents, but there was a catch: whatever I copied would always be a degraded version. According to the system, talent was ranked in 10 grades. The higher the number, the better. Grade 1, 20% bonus in learning a particular subject. Grade 2, 40% bonus. Grade 3, 60% bonus. Grade 4, 80% bonus. Grade 5, 100% bonus. Grade 6, 150% bonus. Grade 7, 200% bonus. Grade 8, 300% bonus. Grade 9, 500% bonus. Grade 10, 1000% bonus. That meant if I found someone with a grade 4 talent in literature, I could copy it and receive a grade 3 talent in return. This cheat isn't very useful right now, but as long as I find people with high talent grades, I can climb to the top in every category. My ambition solidified, and a fire ignited in my heart. I already knew exactly who I was going to use it on. With the scholar exam approaching in a few days, I decided to visit the smartest person I knew. When I arrived at my target's mud hut, I saw a young man watering a large garden. "Evie, how are you doing?" Evie looked up, smiled, and walked over. He was the smartest person I knew, and we often studied for the scholar exam together. However, our study sessions usually turned into him answering my questions one after another. "I'm doing fine. Are you here to study together?" he asked with his usual warm smile. "Yeah," I nodded, agreeing to the session. Since Evie's hut didn't have any lights, we grabbed my notes from my place and started reviewing the material. I wasn't just here to study, I needed to stay near him long enough to copy his talent. "Send out the talent mark," I commanded in my mind. Sending out talent mark on target, name, Evie Rock, age, 20, talents, literature comprehension, grade 4, gardening, grade 2, I inhaled sharply. So that's why Evie had always been ahead of me in literature. He wasn't just naturally smart, he was learning nearly twice as fast. It made perfect sense. We started studying at the same time, yet his understanding of literature was always far deeper. Now that I had proof my cheat was real and that Evie's talent was worth copying, I made my decision. Copying literature comprehension, grade 3, talent mark, 0, 23 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds hours remaining. The moment I copied the talent, a small explosion went off in my mind. Concepts from texts and stories suddenly became clearer, and past discussions with Evie now made perfect sense. This is incredible. I wonder what Evie is experiencing right now. With my new talent, I found myself keeping up with him. In just an hour, I had gained more literary understanding than I ever had in our longest study sessions. As the sun began to set, I decided to call it a day. "It's getting late, I'm heading out," I said. "See you at the scholar exam." Evie smiled as he waved goodbye. After experiencing what it was like to be truly talented, I couldn't wait to find more people with useful abilities. However, I had to be careful. My talent mark took 24 hours to recharge, so I had to choose my targets wisely. A few days passed, and I found myself standing outside a large wooden building with freshly painted green walls. This was the official testing facility for the scholar exam, the place where hundreds of aspiring scholars would prove their worth. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder. Turning around, I saw Evie standing behind me, holding some study notes. "Feeling confident?" he asked, his usual confident smile in place. "As long as the harder subjects don't show up, I think I have a good shot," I replied casually, shrugging my shoulders. But in truth, my mind was elsewhere. Instead of worrying about the exam, I was far more interested in finding another talented person to copy. With my improved literature comprehension and solid grasp of the other subjects, I wasn't too worried about passing. The real challenge was finding my next target. The 15-minute breaks in between were just enough to grab a snack and drink some water, but not quite enough to figure out how to cheat on the next sections, which were randomly selected. "Look, the test examiners have arrived." I shifted my attention to the 3 middle-aged men dressed in scholar robes, exuding an air of superiority. But my focus was drawn to the 4th man trailing behind them. Unlike the others, he didn't look like a scholar. His strong muscles, sharp gaze, and the sword sheathed at his belt made it clear he was a warrior. A martial artist? A shiver ran down my spine as I recalled the rumors my father once told me. This world was filled with monsters, demons, and immortals. I'd always wanted to know if immortals were real, but I'd never encountered a martial artist, let alone an immortal. The idea of using my talent mark on the martial artist crossed my mind, but I quickly dismissed it. I wanted to save my only talent mark for when I faced a real challenge in the exam, something that would help me copy someone with more talent and increase my chances of becoming a scholar. I needed to become a scholar to save my father from his sickness. The exam will begin in 10 minutes. Make sure to take care of your natural needs beforehand. There will be no exceptions to leaving during this period, one of the examiners announced, drawing my attention. They went over the rules, repeatedly emphasizing that cheating wouldn't be tolerated. Then, the first section of the exam was handed out, and we began. The first section was math, the one I felt most confident in. Having taken math courses in college, I found it easier to grasp this world's math system. 2 hours passed in what felt like no time at all, and I finished the last question. Even though I was confident, I double-checked everything to avoid making any mistakes. Another half hour passed as I went over my answers and fixed the few errors I had made. Then I waited for the first break to start. We weren't allowed to turn in our papers early, so we had to wait for the examiners to collect them all at once. Time's up. Pens down. I looked around and saw that a third of the people were sweating, but seemed satisfied with their work. Another third looked like they were on the verge of despair. The last third, including me, seemed calm and collected. A 15-minute break starts now. I stood up and left the exam room, craving a breath of fresh air to calm my nerves. As soon as I stepped outside, a wave of heat hit me. Damn, it's hot. I'm going back inside. I shielded my eyes from the sun and headed back in. But just as I was about to re-enter, I noticed the martial artist from earlier standing outside in the blazing heat. Even from a distance, it was clear that he was in a foul mood, having been forced to endure the heat for hours. Without thinking much, I walked over to him and offered him some water. "Sir, I couldn't help but notice you've been standing out here for a while, and I wanted to offer you some water," I said, giving him my best smile while holding up my water pouch. He looked at me with suspicion, but seeing no malice in my expression, he accepted the offer. "Thanks, kid. What do you want? Are you a martial artist?" I asked, my curiosity getting the better of me. "Yeah," he replied. "Have you ever encountered any monsters or demons?" He took a long gulp of water before meeting my gaze and saying, "No, you're more likely to die at the hands of another martial artist than a demon." He took another swig and, noticing the disappointment on my face, added, "But that doesn't mean they aren't real. I haven't encountered any, but I've heard stories. As you get stronger, you're more likely to run into them." Excited by the new information, I asked the question that had been on my mind for a while. How does one become a martial artist? "Kid, the path to becoming a martial artist is rough and filled with death. I'd recommend sticking to becoming a scholar. It's safer, and you'll probably have a better life." "I see," I said, understanding the warning but not fully accepting it. The idea of relying on others, especially when my father's life was at stake, didn't sit well with me. Now that I had the ability to copy talents, I knew I had the potential to reach great heights. Maybe it was because the fire in my eyes didn't die down, or maybe the martial artist simply wanted to continue the conversation, but he handed me back my water pouch and told me to come find him during the next break. "If you're still interested in learning about martial arts, come find me next break." When the next break came, I rushed over to him and handed him my water pouch again. After waiting for him to drink, I fired off more questions about martial arts. By the end of the break, I had a much deeper understanding of the martial arts world. I learned that martial artists had a power system divided into 3 main levels: martial artists, blood masters, and martial grandmasters. Martial artists have 5 levels and are considered the foundation of becoming a strong martial artist. Blood masters had 4 levels and martial grandmasters had 6 levels. Yos was told that martial grandmasters were people who have reached the limits of what was possible for mortals. They could even compete with some of the weaker immortals and demons. Immortals? Yos gulped as he was interested in immortals. Can they truly not be killed? The martial artist shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't know. Just like demons, immortals are mysterious. Only people that have the potential to become immortals can take a peek into their mysteries. Yos wasn't yet satisfied with asking the martial artist questions, but he reluctantly had to return and take the next portion of the exam. When the next section was completed, Yos immediately ran to ask questions. In the dead of the afternoon heat, Yos was having a snack with the martial artist as he learned more. He learned that there were sects that martial artists dreamed of joining. However, unless one was strong and had a good reputation or had high potential, it was next to impossible to join these sections. That was when the martial artist reached into his pouch, took out an ordinary-looking book, and handed it to Yos. "Here, kid, I can see that you aren't going to give up on becoming a martial artist. And since you have been doing me a favor, I give you this martial arts book. Twin Fist Martial Arts. Thank you, sir. Yos felt deep gratitude towards the stranger for giving him a martial arts book. He learned every martial arts book was precious and it was difficult for ordinary people to acquire one. The martial artist accepted Yo's gratitude with a nod and said, "This book is called Twin Fists. It is one of the most basic martial arts books and is available to be bought as long as you have money. It teaches you how to punch and fight. It can help start you on your martial arts journey but doesn't hold up past becoming a second-tier martial artist." Talking a bit more, Yos felt his drive to become a martial artist soar as he now had a great chance to start his journey in the martial arts world. However, during the last section of the exam, Yos ran into a problem. This section was about comprehending paintings. Though Yos was prepared for almost anything, he found this section particularly difficult. He was struggling with whether he should use his only talent mark to grab the talent of someone doing better than him. Or he could take the risk and use it on the martial artist. I need to make a choice now. His indecision was harming his chances of passing the exam as he couldn't think about the test without his mind wandering. Feeling the book in his pouch, Yos made a decision and didn't use his talent mark to help get him over this hurdle. While it was mostly based on his intuition, Yos felt that trying to find someone with talent related to art was riskier. There were so many people he could choose from, but if he chose wrong he would not only not get any benefits but would also lose the chance of getting some martial art talent. This would be even worse now that he had a way to practice martial arts. If he found out that he was terrible at learning martial arts and lost the chance to give himself some talent, Yos would truly be depressed. Come on, I have practice for this day. With my results from the past sections I have a good chance to still pass. After making his decision, Yos tossed all unnecessary thoughts away and focused on doing his best to get through the exam. Time's up. Pens down. With the final section of the exam completed, Yos heard a collective sigh of relief and despair. I hope that I never have to do this again, Yos mumbled to himself before leaving Evie and visiting the unnamed martial artist one last time. This time Yos didn't make it outside when he saw the martial artist walking inside. After giving Yos a nod, he continued walking past him as if nothing had happened. Knowing that their charade of exchanging information for some water and snacks was over. Yos simply made a note to himself that if they ever met in the future he would buy him a meal. Name, Grave Jungle, age, 47, talents, martial arts comprehension, grade 3, as expected he has some talent related to martial arts. Even though it's lower than I thought, it's still good to have a grade 2 talent. Yos thought to himself as he copied the talent. Name, Yos, age, 21 years, talents, literature comprehension, grade 3, martial arts comprehension, grade 2, talent mark, 0, 24 hours remaining. Yos felt a shiver run down his back as he felt that he had a bit more control over his body compared to before. With the scholar exam finished and not having another opportunity to ask a martial artist more questions, Yos went home to attend to his sick father and practice his new martial art book. When Yos arrived home he saw that his father's fever had reduced slightly. After feeding him some vegetable porridge, Yos went outside. 21 years, talents, literature comprehension, grade 3, martial arts comprehension, grade 2, techniques, twin fists, rank 0, 5%, talent mark, 0, 22 hours remaining. A new section opened up for my techniques. Yos felt invigorated that his cheat was even able to make his progress visible. To him, this was feeling more and more like a video game. With his mood boosted, Yos continued to practice twin fists until the sun started to set. Name, Yos, age, 21 years, talents, literature comprehension, grade 3, martial arts comprehension, grade 2, techniques, twin fists, rank 0, 25%, talent mark, 0, 20 hours remaining. With this speed, I should be able to reach level 1 in a few days. Even though Yos was exhausted, he couldn't help but smile as he felt his life was turning around for the better. The next day, Yos was back at the building where he took his scholar exam. Outside of the building were several billboards that had a list of names of those who failed and who passed the examination. Looking through the list, Yos found that Evie had passed and even got 39th in the highest placed scores. When Yos found his name he sighed in relief to see that he had passed and even got the 60th highest score. Dad, I will be able to buy you medicine. Clenching his fists, Yos felt that he was finally able to start repaying the kindness that his father had shown him. The reason he wanted to become a scholar was that he would get paid a hefty amount just for passing the exam. It was enough money for Yos to go to the closest town to buy some medicine for his father before he had to go to Jade City. The reason for the down payment that every scholar received was so they could travel to the closest city to them without needing to have the examiners escort all the new scholars. "Yos, when are you thinking of heading to Jade City?" Evie asked. "I'm going to head to Flower Town tonight to buy my dad some medicine and then travel to Jade City." "How about you?" "I'm heading off tonight. I heard that some thugs visit the houses of new scholars to extort them out of their money. So be careful," Evie warned Yos. "Thanks for the warning, Evie. I'll leave for Jade City as soon as possible." After congratulating each other for passing the exam, they bid each other goodbye and promised to get a drink once they saw each other again. The journey to Flower Town wasn't very exciting as it only was half a day's walk from his home. Other than practicing twin fists when he ate, Yos was busy trying to get to the town as soon as possible. "I'm finally here." Having been taken by his father a few years back, Yos had some semblance of where to get medicine, so he immediately purchased some fever medicine and general medicine. "Unfortunately, I won't be able to make it back tonight." Looking at the orange sky, Yos knew he wasn't able to make it home before night came, so he stayed at an inn for the night. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Stopping at 10 koi fists, Yos smiled as he said that he reached level 1 of the twin fists technique. Name, Yos, age, 21 years, talents, literature comprehension, grade 3, martial arts comprehension, grade 2, techniques, twin fists, rank 1, 1%, talent mark, 1, he was able to reach level 1 faster than he expected and he could already feel that he could easily unleash overwhelming force. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After throwing another 10 koi fists combo without feeling like he was going to die, Yos could understand why even people on Earth still practiced martial arts. The feeling of being able to tap into the power in his body was amazing. Yos woke up early in the morning so he could arrive back home by the afternoon. Seeing his mud hut in the distance, Yos breathed a sigh of relief before his pupils contracted. When Yos got closer, he began to see odd signs around his home. 3 well-fed horses were grazing near his home. What made him worried was that his front door was broken. "Dad!" Fear struck Yos' heart as he couldn't help but worry about his sick father. Just as life was coming around, thugs just had to show up and ruin everything. "Yos? Don't come! Run away! Ugh!" Hearing his father's tired voice screaming at him to run made Yos' heart burn with anger. He couldn't run away after knowing his father was endangered. He didn't believe he could run away before the thugs caught up to him with their horses. "Dad, hold on, I'm coming." Yos threw all caution to the wind and stormed inside his hut. What Yos saw set his heart ablaze. 39. To negotiate with thugs. Everything that made this mud hut his home was destroyed beyond repair. And 3 burly men that wore ugly grins on their faces were standing over his father. One of the thugs had a scar that went across his face as he touched the sword on his hip. "Hand over everything you have and you and your old man can leave with your lives," the thug with the sword said, seeing the anger in Yos' eyes. "Fine, let my dad leave the hut first and I'll hand you everything that I got for becoming a scholar. I will not even take a single step or resist as long as you let him go." Yos suppressed his anger and calmly said, "What makes you think that we need to listen to your demands?" The scared thug stopped his hideous grin as he replied to Yos. "I can either hand you everything in one package or you and your lackeys will have to find every last coin in the field." The scared thug fell silent before agreeing to let Yos' father go beforehand. "Son, be careful." As his father was walking outside, Yos saw the look of concern for his son in his eyes, and the flames of his rage grew brighter. "You old man's outside now, hand over everything you have." Feeling impatient at how long it was taking Yos to take out his valuables, one of the thugs urged him. After taking a deep breath, Yos untied his pouch and walked over to one of the thugs. "Hold on, give me the pouch." The scarred man called out, seeing that the pouch was filled to the brim and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Even better, Yos thought to himself before walking towards the scarred thug. As he handed the pouch to the scarred thug, the anger in his heart burned and Yo's started his counterattack. Whoosh, a swift bare fist slammed into the scarred thug's face before he and his lackeys could react. Not giving him a chance to retaliate, Yo's quickly threw 5 koi fists before he heard a sickening crunch come from the scarred thug's head. Ah, you're a martial artist. The 2 remaining thugs became frightened and ran out of the hut. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Still, in a state of wanting blood, Yo's attacked one of the slower thugs and caved his head in until he heard a crunch and the body went limp. By the time Yo's regained his composure, he ran out the door to find that his father was safe and the last thug had run away with his tail between his legs. Dad, are you okay? Concerned that the thugs treated his father poorly, Yo's checked to see if there was any bruising before sighing a breath of relief. Son, you are strong. Yo's father said with surprise. Yo's puffed his chest out in pride as he felt that he had made the best choice of his life to practice martial arts. This is something that I learned from a martial artist when I was taking the scholar exam. Speaking of becoming a scholar, Dad, I got you some medicine. Remembering the whole reason he wanted to become a scholar, Yo's ran back into the hut and grabbed his pouch. After hesitating for a minute, Yo's also grabbed the thug's pouches and the scarred man's sword. Here Dad, take this medicine, this should help you with your fever. Once you take it we will travel to Jade City. Seeing that the son he always had taken care of, now taking care of him, Yo's father shed a silent tear before he took the medicine to not be any more of a burden. Seeing that his father was not commenting about staying at their mud hut, Yo's couldn't help but feel a weight fall off of his shoulders. Taking one last look at the mud hut he had called home for the last 13 years, Yo's bid it farewell. Several days later, Yo's and his father made it to Jade City and were both moved by the beauty of the city. There were lines of people lining up to enter the city, so they entered the line. By the time they reached the gate, it was starting to get dark. Dad, we should be able to find a place to stay tonight so that you can get some proper rest. Seeing his father's haggard appearance made Yo's heart ache, but he felt happy to see that the medicine was effective as his father's sickness had gone away. What is your purpose for coming to Jade City? Getting out of his head, Yo's noticed that they had reached the gate and 2 board guards were waiting for his answer. I'm a scholar coming to the city to offer up my services, Yo said while showing a wooden badge with a blue leaf on it to the guards. Seeing the badge that represented new scholars, the 2 guards put on smiles on their faces and warmly made recommendations for places Yo should visit. Thank you for your recommendations. I will make sure to follow your advice. Pretending to be warmed by the fake kindness, Yo said that if they saw each other again they should go to dinner. When Yo's entered Jade City, he felt that he had returned to a city back on Earth. The buildings were several stories high and there seemed to be an endless amount of people walking the streets. Here, this inn looks good. After settling down, Yo soaked in the long-awaited warm bath. Name, Yo's, age, 21 years, talents, literature comprehension, grade 3, martial arts comprehension, grade 2, techniques, twin fists, rank 1, 10%, talent mark, 1, Yo saw that his progress had slowed down after reaching the first rank of twin fists. And according to the book, there are 3 ranks in the technique. Rank 1 is considered entry-level and means that the user can throw out a chain of 10 comfortably. Rank 2 means that the user can throw a combo size of 40. And rank 3 twin fists maximum is a combo of 70 punches. Right now, Yo's felt he could throw 12 koi punches without any issue. I have a long way to go before I even reach the limit of this basic technique. I should try to find someone with better talent to speed up the process. 20th open position to show which ones he qualified for. As he looked through the list, Yo's could see why they were considered to be less favorable than they needed to have more work done in these positions yet also paid less than the positions at the top of the list. Yo's eye suddenly caught one particular position and immediately made his choice. This one, I want to be an advisor of the martial courtyard. The female secretary that was waiting for him to make his choice was startled by his sudden burst of energy. When she heard that he wanted to become a martial courtyard advisor she couldn't help but persuade him to reconsider. Are you sure? This position is one of the worst ones. Not only is the pay much less compared to the others, but due to you being an advisor to martial artists, who seem to make it their goal not to ask for advice, your prospects of moving to a better position are slim. Yos looked at the martial courtyard advisor position's monthly salary of 100 silver and thought he could make do with the yearly salary of ordinary people. Yes, I'm sure, I have a passion for martial arts, so I'm hoping to learn a thing or two while I'm there. Seeing that Yos wasn't listening to her kind-hearted advice, the female secretary gave up trying to help this man and register him for the position. You are expected to visit the martial courtyard tomorrow to meet with the other advisors. After that, you will only be expected to visit the court if you are summoned for advising. Thank you. When Yos arrived back at the inn, his heart was beating from excitement. He couldn't believe he was so lucky to get a position that put him so close to martial artists. From meeting his first martial artist a few days ago to now being an advisor to hundreds. It was a leap that Yos would have never thought could happen in real life. Yos was so excited for tomorrow that he could only fall asleep after he exhausted himself from practicing twin fists. The next morning, Yos arrived at the martial courtyard early to see if he could meet any martial artists before he needed to meet with the other advisors. Ha! 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 Yos suddenly heard a deep roar coming from within the martial courtyard and couldn't help but feel sick from the strength of the roars, giving him a headache. What is that noise? Yos rubbed his head to ease the pain and went inside to find out. The closer he got to the main training ground of the courtyard, the louder the roars became. It grew to the point that Yos felt the ground shaking. When he met the source of the sounds, Yos was amazed to see that it wasn't a roar from some kind of monster but more than 100 martial artists training. Incredible! I wonder when I can get as strong as these guys. Yos could get a good feeling that any of these martial artists could easily kill him with a single punch. Amazing what the body could do if properly trained. Suddenly startled by a voice coming from behind him, Yos turned around to see a wall of flesh behind him. Yes, the human body is an incredible thing. I just wonder what the limit is. Is there nothing above a martial grandmaster, or is it because they become something else after they cross the barrier? The strong sturdy body of the middle-aged man behind him tipped Yos off that this man was most likely a martial artist of the courtyard, so he tried to keep the conversation going to show his respect. The wall of flesh scratched his beard and showed a look of intrigue to Yos' question before laughing. Ha ha ha, martial grandmasters are the known limit. Above martial grandmasters are immortals and demons. They are the only ones who can break apart the biological limit of the body. I see. Yos fell silent after receiving the man's reply before asking him another question. Can I ask you a question, sir? Sure, why not? The man that looked like a wall of muscles nodded his head. What are they practicing? I am practicing a martial art technique called twin fists, but I don't think that even if I reach the limit of the technique my body can get as strong as theirs. 10 years. The middle-aged man with flawless skin introduced himself. I am Grun, also the senior advisor of the martial courtyard. I have been here for 8 years. The man that spoken was covered in thick clothing, so Yos wasn't able to see his appearance. I am Josh Lee, an advisor for the martial courtyard, and I have been here for 3 years. A young man with stubble who looked no more older than 20 went next. Leo Graham, advisor, 2 years. An older gentleman was the last to speak and kept his word short. Yos felt weird that their introduction were like they were in prison. But he obliged and introduced himself. I am Yos Thunder, I am the recent addition to the advising team, and I hope that we can all get along. I like your spirit. Eric nodded his head in approval as he felt satisfied with Yos' attitude. His spirit won't last so long. Grun said with the same vigor as an old man seeing a youth about to face his unavoidable wall. Don't be like that. Look, Josh is still doing fine. Eric took a look at Josh's unkempt stubble, messy hair, and the dark circles around his eyes before continuing. Never mind. But Yos is different. I heard he is a martial arts enthusiast. Isn't that right, Yos? Yos was stunned by the fact that rumors that he liked martial arts was already spread, but he didn't deny it since there was no reason to hide his interest. Yes, that was the main reason I chose to be an advisor for the martial courtyard. I was hoping to catch a glimpse at martial artists practicing their martial arts. And I have to say, so far it has not been disappointing. That's good that you weren't forced here. Gruen commented, seemingly shifting his opinion to match Eric's. Now that we have finished our introductions, I will tell you what we do around here. Simply put, we are here to smile and act as puppets for the martial courtyard. I'm sorry, but I seem to have misheard you. Can you say that again? Yos couldn't believe what he heard. Act as puppets. What did that mean? Wasn't he here to act as an advisor? You didn't mishear anything. We are scholars and we are at the martial courtyard, the center of where all martial artists who work for the city guards are trained. Even though we are placed here by the city government, internally we are just symbolic placeholders for the government to show the martial artists who is their boss. As for actually giving advice, we don't do that. Because the martial artists of the martial courtyard view us as incompetent. We all are here either because we didn't do well on the exam or were forced here. So in a way, they are right to think we can't give them any useful advice. Eric finished his speech with a deadpan face as he looked at the shocked face on Yos. Digesting the news he just received, Yos quickly accepted it. He was never here to give advice anyways. If he could get paid and be able to collect talent and martial art body cultivation methods, that would be enough. Seeing Yos quickly get over it, Eric and the other were impressed with his mental fortitude. After getting the main news out of the way, the rest of the meeting seemed to be tainted as Eric ended the meeting soon after. Even though the meeting ended in bad taste, Yos was able to ask on how he could get a body cultivation method from Eric. A body cultivation method? I don't know exactly what that is, but you should be able to find one in the library. Normally, to be able to read something related to martial arts, you would need to have made some contributions, but as we are advisor, we can take a look at the basic ones. When Yos arrived at the library, he saw an old man that wore loose clothing sitting on the floor. You are only allowed to read books on the first floor, the old man said. Thank you for telling me. Can I ask you where the body cultivation method books are in the library? The old man raised his eyebrows and looked at Yo's skinny body up and down. You're interested in martial arts? Yes, that's one of the reasons I chose to come here. Alright then, they are in the back left. However, those are only the descriptions. If you want to check one out, you need to bring it to me and I'll give you a copy of the book. Thanks again. 2,000 pounds of force. A single punch could kill a man. Wave palm cultivation focuses on the user controlling their body to distribute force and return it to the enemy. Big golem cultivation, the user becomes a tank of pure muscle. The force generated by a single attack is devastating and can easily crush bones. Yo's eyes shimmered as he read the description of the big golem cultivation method. It sounded right up his alley. He wanted to become an unstoppable force that tore to shreds anything and everything that blocked his way. There was also another body cultivation method that he wanted, iron skin. From the description, once he reached the maximum level, his skin could tank swords. Grabbing these two methods, Yos left to give them to the old man. You are grabbing two cultivation methods. I recommend that you don't. Why? It takes decades for a person to reach the limits of the body cultivation method. By then they would have become a tier 1 martial artist. To try and practice another body cultivation method without dying of old age requires a lot of talent. The talent of which would be more useful in using to break through becoming a blood master. I see, then I will follow your advice and just check out the big golem cultivation method then. Receiving the full copy of Big Golem Cultivation, Yos then went to the training grounds to try and find someone talented. Since he was new here and would be coming often, Yos picked a random martial artist to copy their talent. Name, Andrew has, age, 27, talents, martial arts comprehension, grade 2, giving speeches, grade 2, body cultivation, grade 6, he is grade 6 talent in body cultivation. That means he is cultivating 150% faster than anyone else. Yos rubbed his eyes to confirm what he was seeing before copying it. Name, Yos, age, 21 years, talents, literature comprehension, grade 3, martial arts comprehension, grade 2, body cultivation, grade 5, techniques, twin fists, rank 1, 30%, talent mark, 0, 24 hours remaining. Yos couldn't wait to begin practicing the big golem cultivation method and read it on his way home. The big golem cultivation method matched its description. It was a type of method that increased the strength and weight of the user. It was divided into 5 levels corresponding to the levels of a martial artist. The first level said that the user would weigh nearly 200 pounds and can hit like a truck. The second he would weigh over 300 pounds. In the third level, Yos would have developed his inner vigor and used it to make himself heavier. The more inner vigor he had, the heavier he got. By the time he cultivated this cultivation method to the peak, he could weigh as much as 1,000 pounds. If Yos charged at someone with that kind of weight, they would be turned into a bloody mush. The first step that he needed to follow was to eat a lot of food while following the training regime in the book. It said that the more talent some had, the greater the food-to-muscle conversion would be. With nothing needing his attention, Yos dedicated most of his time to training the twin fists and big golem cultivation method. Other than going to the martial courtyard to see if he could copy some good talents and going to the store to buy food, most of Yos' time was spent at home practicing. 3 months passed by in a flash, and Yos had trained his body to the point that one would assume he wasn't a scholar. Name, Yos, age, 21 years, talents, literature comprehension, grade 3, martial arts comprehension, grade 3, body cultivation, grade 5, fist arts, grade 6, movements, grade 3, techniques, twin fists, rank 3, 1%, big golem, level 1, 10%, talent mark, 1, whoosh, throwing our fists that seemed to disappear from the naked eye. Yos could hear the power that came from his weight with every punch. He was built like a small truck. He had to buy bigger clothes as the old ones no longer fit him. With 3 months passing by, Yos had reached the third level of twin fists at an astonishing pace. This was thanks in part to the talents he found at the martial courtyard. He was able to find 2 more gems, a grade 6 fist art talent and a grade 3 talent in movement. These 2 talents worked together with his broad martial arts comprehension talent that made Yos rapidly progress. He was even able to reach the first level of the big golem cultivation method, meaning he could be considered a third-rate martial artist. After finishing his morning workout, Yos went back to the martial courtyard as he was summoned. Eric, Grun, Josh, Leo, it's nice to see you guys again. Seeing his co-workers again after 3, Yos gave them a simple head nod. While the 4 of them looked at each other as if they were confirming if the hulking man in front of them was Yos. Eric coughed to clear the awkward silence and told Yos the reason why they had been called. There is going to be an inspection today, so we will be following the martial courtyard directors and giving them some superficial advice. Seeing that it was a simple matter, Yos and the other advisors walked to the main yard where the inspector was chatting with the court's director. After greeting each other, was made to follow in the back away from the inspector and director. If it was anyone else, they would have gotten upset by this arrangement as it destroyed his chance to earn brownie points with the government and increase his prospects as a scholar. However, Yos didn't care about his future as a scholar as he planned to follow the path of a martial artist. Working as a scholar was simply a way to pay the bills and fund his martial arts. Eric and the others noticed Yos' calm attitude and couldn't help but raise their opinions of him. It was difficult for scholars to give up an opportunity to improve their careers, especially to get out of this dead-end position. 3-meter-wide pine tree with his bare hands. It led to the usually quiet forest being filled with sounds as if a natural disaster was wreaking havoc. Whoosh, boom. Finally, with a final punch, the tree that had survived for decades toppled. The hulking 2-headed human quickly lost his extra head and arms to reveal that it was Yos. After half a year of training, he had grown a couple of inches and had reached close to 6 feet tall. Name, Yos, age, 21 years, talents, literature comprehension, grade 3, martial arts comprehension, grade 3, body cultivation, grade 5, fist arts, grade 6, movements, grade 3, techniques, twin fists, rank 3, 99%, big golem, level 1, 99%, talent mark, 1, come on, I'm so close. Yos frowned as he felt he had reached a bottleneck. He had been at 99% for both twin fists and the big golem cultivation method for a week now. But his real frustration came from twin fists. He could form a chain of 69 koi fists, but every time he tried to throw out another punch he felt extreme fatigue and numbness spread across his arm. As for his cultivation with the big golem cultivation method, Yos was confident that he could break through tonight. He had even brought a hefty amount of food with him to the forest so he could practice all night. By tonight I should reach level 2 of my cultivation method and should be at the peak of being considered a third-rate martial artist. I just need to digest all this food and convert it to the last pound of muscle. 300 pounds. Yo's ate till his stomach was on the verge of bursting and cultivated the exercise needed to speed up digestion. Using the big golem cultivation method allowed Yo's to quickly gain weight and even shed his fat. When Yo's flexed his muscles, he gained an aura that he was a wall of muscle. Yo's followed a pattern of eating, exercising, and practicing twin fists all through the night. When Yo's opened his eyes as he digested his last pounds of food and converted it to muscle. Name, Yo's, age, 21 years, talents, literature comprehension, grade 3, martial arts comprehension, grade 3, body cultivation, grade 5, fist arts, grade 6, movements, grade 3, techniques, twin fists, rank 3, 99%, big golem, level 2, 0%, talent mark, 1. Yo smiled as he felt the energy and power flowing through his body. He felt that he could destroy anything that stood in his way. Let's keep the good vibes going. I will reach the peak of twin fists tonight. Whoosh 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 whoosh, each of Yo's punches seemed to contain the power of a lion. Yo's was surprised at how much more power was contained in his punches from just gaining 1 more pound of muscle. Yo's was sure that if he now fought against himself before his breakthrough, he would have crushed him. A single pound makes a world of a difference. Yo's felt his confidence in his choice to travel the martial arts path strength soar. As Yo's sent a wind-breaking punch, he felt that the air didn't hold him back as much. It was a slight amount, but after 69 punches the energy he saved was enough to send 1 more. Boom! Unlike the gush of wind that followed his other punches, Yo's final punch broke through the speed of sound and created a loud sonic boom that shook the forest residents. Yo's lowered his trembling arm and smiled as he knew he had done it. He had reached the absolute peak of twin fists. His first martial arts technique. Name, Yo's, age, 21 years, talents, literature comprehension, grade 3, martial arts comprehension, grade 3, body cultivation, grade 5, fist arts, grade 6, movements, grade 3, techniques, twin fists, rank 3, 100%, big golem, level 2, 0%, talent mark, 1. Yo's soaked in his achievement before packing up and going home. There was no point in him staying in the forest any longer. He couldn't train his cultivation method since he had used all his food and his twin fists had reached perfection. When Yo's arrived back at the inn he and his father were staying at for the past 9 months, he returned to the sound of creaking wood that was on the brink of breaking. I'm too heavy. Since Yo's and his father lived on the 2nd floor, the inn owner refused to let Yo's go to his room. He was very likely to break through the floorboards and fall into the room below. Yo's rented another room on the bottom floor since he didn't want to be bothered with trying to find another inn at the moment and pushed to do it the next day. The next day, as Yo's was at the martial courtyard watching the martial artists practice, he was summoned by the martial courtyard assistant director. The assistant director George has summoned me? Yo's was surprised but still followed the order since according to the record he was the martial courtyard's advisor. He had to place everything he was doing aside and go to the summoning. When Yo's arrived at the meeting room that he had gone to whenever they were preparing for the fake investigations, he saw that beside Assistant Director George, who was as much a martial art enthusiast as Yo's, was a teen man wearing clothes so expensive that he didn't want to think how long he would have to save to afford it. The teenage man seemed to be upset as he was firing some spicy language at Assistant Director George. This kid must be important. Yo's thought as he remembered that Assistant Director George had a fiery temperament. During one of the investigations, one of the martial artists who was acting as living decorations was so bad that even the investigators who didn't care to ask questions began to start taking more notes. So Assistant Director George immediately walked up to the martial artist and broke one of his arms in front of the investigator, making up the excuse that he was slacking on his training and needed to be punished. To make Assistant Director George not retaliate and be forced to smile while nodding his head meant that he didn't dare upset the youth in front of him. With an important person in the presence of the assistant director and his unusual summoning, Yo's put them together and thought that this summon had to do with this teenager. Yo's, you're finally here. Assistant Director George sighed with relief. Jackie, this man is Yo's, one of the courtyard scholars. Any questions that you have about the city or the courtyard you can ask him. Yo's understood that he was being made a scapegoat to take this troublesome individual off the hands of the courtyard and couldn't help but curse his luck. Finally, why did this scholar have the gall to make me wait so long? Jackie frowned as he didn't see the so-called scholar. Where is he? Is he hiding behind this martial artist? Cough, I am Scholar Yos at your service. Recognizing that the young boy had mistaken him for a martial artist and not a scholar, Yos coughed and gave an introduction. You're a scholar? Jackie's eyes flew open as a surprise was visible on his face. He looked at Yos and then at Assistant Director George and couldn't tell which one of them fit the category of being a martial artist more between two. It wasn't surprising that Yos wasn't recognized as a scholar. Scholars are usually either fat or skinny since they view martial arts in a poor light. In their point of view, martial arts was just a fancy way of using force to get what they want. Yes, I can understand why George and Father said that I could travel without bodyguards. Jackie turned around and looked at Assistant Director George with a look of betrayal. How am I going to be able to escape to be on my own? Jackie thought with frustration. Yos, accompany the director's son around the city and answer any question he asks. Make sure you don't lose sight of him. Assistant Director George left as soon as he finished giving an order. He's the director's son, that solves the reason why Assistant Director George is so charitable. 300-pound man charging at full speed, instead of stopping like the tattooed man wanted him to do, Yos sped up. The tattooed dragon gang member gritted his teeth and stood his ground. He didn't believe he couldn't stop a scholar, even if that scholar was bigger than him. Bang! Crashing into the tattooed man felt the same as crashing into a teddy bear for Yos, and he sent the tattooed man flying. Entering the hotel, Yos saw Jackie sitting with 10 tattooed men who he assumed were also dragon gang members. Watching one of their members being sent flying like a toy, all the dragon gang members took out their weapons, which ranged from pipes to hammers. Jackie, I have been given the duty to educate you for the day. So I have to stay by your side. You dare to enter the dragon gang's territory. You must have a death wish. Get him. Seeing that they weren't going to let him just stay by Jackie's side, Yos sighed before he felt an excitement for battle flow throughout his body. After fighting the thugs, Yos had felt the urge to battle. For the last 9 months, he had no one that could fight. Now that Yos faced a battle, he didn't suppress his urge for blood. Come! Yos charged at the closest gang member and threw out a bare fist. The sensation of breaking bone and watching the gang member fall to the ground made Yos' bloodlust explode. What are you waiting for? Attack him all at once. Yos didn't know who or where the voice ordering the gang members came from, but he didn't mind since he was going to beat up everyone first and then find them. Yos suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his back and he saw that he had been hit by a steel pipe. Knowing that he needed to face the fact that he wasn't invincible and needed to take these guys out quickly, Yos unleashed a fiery koi fists. Whoosh 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 whoosh. For everyone, one of Yos' punches would come in contact with a gang member's face or rib. Once they were down, Yos kept the chain of attacks going and went to the next member. The entire battle lasted only a minute before all the gang members were either unconscious or their bones were too broken for them to stand up. Though Yos won the battle, he had bruises all over his body. The adrenaline flowing through his body made it so Yos didn't feel any pain. However, Yos felt his hatred for Jackie and this babysitting job increasing. Jackie, where the F***ck is he? By the time Yos regained his composure, he realized that Jackie was gone. Yos checked every nook and cranny of the shop before finding a wooden board covering up a hole that led into a tunnel. He must have escaped through here. Knowing that his job of working at the martial courtyard was at stake, Yos jumped into the tunnel and saw 2 sets of shoe prints imprinted on the dust-covered floor. One of them matched the shoes that Jackie was wearing, so Yos ran as fast as he could to catch up to them. Jackie shouldn't have gotten far. Since the fight inside the shop didn't last more than a few minutes, Yos was confident that he could catch up to someone who hadn't practiced martial arts before. Even though Yos gained more than 200 pounds through his body cultivation method, majority of it was pure muscle. So not only did Yos' strength get a massive boost, but so did his speed. He was far faster than he was before practicing martial arts and could sprint up to 25 miles per hour if he wanted to. Since his chance to practice martial arts were at stake, Yos didn't hold back and ran as fast as he could, zooming through the tunnel and leaving a dust cloud behind him. One flying, he is a strong martial artist. We have only created our gang for half a year and haven't been able to recruit a single martial artist into our fold. We can't beat him and can only stall for time to escape. Rico explained to Jackie. Jackie sighed in frustration as he didn't want to run away like this. What is the point of having a gang if he had to run away at the sight of a scholar? Maybe Dad was right and that I should have practiced martial arts. Jackie thought with regret. Okay, I understand, but can you put me down? If we are going to escape, then one should run on my own. Rico contemplated for a second before putting Jackie down. Thud 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 thud. Rico and Jackie turned around to the sound of rapidly approaching footsteps and saw a cloud of dust flying in their direction. How can he run so fast with all that weight? Jackie and Rico felt that they were facing a monster they couldn't escape from. Jackie! Don't even think about escaping. Jackie's legs began trembling as he could hear the anger in Yo's voice and worried about what he would do to him once he got captured. Jackie, run! Rico bolted into his fastest sprint possible as he reminded Jackie to run. If Jackie was afraid of what Yo's would do to him once he got captured, then Rico was shitting his pants as he had a feeling that if Yo's caught up he would kill him. Regaining his senses, after hearing Rico's voice, Jackie turned around and started running. However, it was too late for Jackie as Yo's caught up to him. Reaching out his hand to pick up Jackie like a rag doll, Yo's continued to chase Rico as he couldn't let this man go unpunished. As for you, prepare to have your bones broken. Rico ran faster than he thought he could achieve after hearing Yo's statement, but it only stalled his fate for an extra 30 seconds before Yo's rammed his 300 pounds of pure muscle into Rico's short body. Bang! Crack! The crunch of broken bones came from every inch of Rico's body, and an unbelievable amount of pain flashed through his mind before he passed out. After getting his revenge, Yo's regained his calm and picked up Rico's unconscious body along with the frightened Jackie back to the martial courtyard. Can you call Assistant Director George for me? Oh, and call someone to take this man to the recovery room, please. Adding the last sentence due to not wanting the hassle of carrying Rico with him everywhere, Yo's felt satisfied with his progress with his battle power. It wasn't too long ago that he needed to get lucky enough to launch a sneak attack to defeat multiple people. But now, after 9 months, he was not only able to defeat 10 people at the same time but even have enough stamina to capture 2 escapees. The young lady who was working as the courtyard's receptionist couldn't help but become pale seeing Rico's bloody body and exposed bones. Why, yes, I'll inform the assistant director that you need him. And I'll call for medical assistance. Yo's only had to wait for a few minutes before Assistant Director George came alongside 2 medical staff members. What happened? Assistant Director George frowned when he saw Rico and Jackie's pale faces. As per your orders, sir, I followed Jackie around to give him some insights into sights he wanted to see around the city. However, Jackie thought he was clever and wanted to go to Shade Alley to use a small gang to escape. Yo's continued to explain the story of him having to fight against multiple gang members and chase Jackie down a secret tunnel without missing any details in the story. After finishing, Yo's looked in the direction of Rico's body and said, I didn't know what to do with him, so I brought him along in case you or the director wanted to place your own punishments. That's quite all right. Assistant Director George quickly shook his head in rejection of the idea of punishing Rico. It wasn't because Assistant Director George had suddenly gained a heart, but simply because he feared that Rico wouldn't be able to survive any kind of punishment they did on him after what Yo's did. That man is probably crippled for life. Assistant Director George thought that he needed to think twice about angering Yo's in the future. Since this trip was a bust, I will take Jackie off your hands. As for the troubles, I know that you are interested in martial arts. I'll ask the director if I can give you some contribution points to get a martial arts technique from the 2nd floor. Thank you, Assistant Director. Maybe I can watch Jackie's next trip again, ha. Yo's laughed as he felt that this troublesome youth was his lucky star. Just as I reach the peak of twin fists, I can get a higher quality martial arts technique. How lucky. Yo's thought to himself. No, absolutely not. I will not have this crazy scholar as my bodyguard. Jackie froze and began screaming that he wouldn't accept being around Yo's, much less have him watch over him again. In just a single afternoon, this monster destroyed the gang I have been working on for the last half a year. He even personally crippled my right-hand man. If anything, I need to tell Father to teach me martial arts to teach this monster a lesson. Assistant Director George began laughing with exhilaration and his eyes teared up. He couldn't believe that the decades of effort that the director and he had put in to try and fail to convince Jackie to practice martial arts was achieved by a scholar in an afternoon. 100 contribution points for his babysitting services. Excited to spend it, Yos rushed to the library and went directly to the second floor where the martial arts techniques were located. Simply reading the descriptions of the martial arts techniques made Yos realize how truly basic his twin fists technique was. It mainly relied on Yo's physical strength, speed, endurance, and technique to use twin fists. The stronger Yo's become from big golem cultivation, the stronger his bear, bull, and koi fists combo became. However, there was a clear limit to how large of a combo twin fists allowed. As Yo's reached the peak of twin fists, he couldn't continue with the koi fists combo after his 70th punch. Even if Yo's had enough stamina to continue after, the technique didn't have any uniqueness afterward, which would lead to the combo restarting from zero. If Yo's wanted to make the combo surpass the 70 limits, he either needed another version of twin fists or he had to improve it himself. Yo's thought about trying to improve twin fists initially, since it was the technique he was most familiar with, and the techniques he had access to on the first floor were also basic techniques like twin fists. All the martial arts techniques were either simple or had a limit of effectiveness for second-rate martial artists, or a combination of both. Since the techniques were on the same level as twin fists, Yo's thought of trying to use his 5th grade fists talent and 3rd grade martial art comprehension to improve twin fists and break through its limit. That idea was temporarily suspended when Yo's arrived on the second floor and read the descriptions of the martial arts techniques. Demon Ape Martial Set. This martial art technique covers the use of all the user's limbs like an ape or monkey. As the user progresses with the techniques, they will experience growth in their strength and defensive abilities. Solar Illusion Set. This complete martial arts technique set has 3 fists techniques, 1 leg technique, and force distribution techniques. Once users master all techniques in the set, they will be able to form lifelike after images with just pure speed. Drunk Martial Arts Set. This set has the user instill basic instinctual martial arts into their body. Once the user becomes intoxicated, their martial arts skills will rapidly improve. The more intoxicated the user, the more deadly their martial arts becomes. Yo's gulped as he read the descriptions. He could tell how powerful these martial arts sets were just from the descriptions. However, Yo's was in for a tsunami of disappointment when he read their contribution costs. Demon Ape Martial Set, 1000 points. Solar Illusion Set, 1500 points. Drunk Martial Arts Set, 900 points. Fudge, is the director trying to give me blue balls? Why the heck did he let me come to the second floor and not give me enough points to buy even the cheapest martial arts set? Yo's grumbled to himself as he could only turn his head back to the single techniques. After looking around for an hour, Yo's felt his joy from coming to the second floor fade away as he saw that he could only afford 3 techniques. Blood Fist. This fist technique has 1 technique. Once the user unleashes this punch, they will punch with enough strength to break their limits. 50 contribution points. Mindless Legs. This leg technique focuses on the user's movements. It has 3 techniques and each allows the user not to think about moving. Once practiced to perfection, the user's feet will act as if they had a mind of their own. 50 contribution points. Iron Muscles. This defense technique focuses on developing the user's defensive capabilities. Only users who cultivated iron skin and reached the point of developing inner vigor. 50 contribution points. Yo's looked at their prices and saw that he could afford to buy 2 of the 3. While Yo's was interested in getting iron muscles in case he ever did go back and start cultivating the iron skin body cultivation, he eventually rejected the idea. At the moment, Yo's was comfortable with his current body cultivation method. He predicted that he would be able to break through into level 3 by next year and cultivate his inner vigor. Once Yo's cultivated Big Golem to its peak, he might come back and cultivate iron skin, but at the moment he had his hands full with just 1 body cultivation method. As for the last 2 martial arts techniques, Blood Fist and Mindless Legs, both sound to have mystical effects. Especially Blood Fist. Yo's could only imagine what it meant to break through his limits. Yo's also hoped that he could somehow use Blood Fist to improve Twin Fists. It was a big ask, but with his talent and drive to push himself to the limit, Yo's believed he could do it. Once Yo's made his choice, he immediately grabbed copies of the 2 books and went to the forest to test them out. First up is Blood Fist. What does it mean by breaking the limit? As Yos read the blood fist technique, his face began to pale as he figured out why the description mentioned a limit. Blood fist is supposed to be treated as a last resort. I have to be completely exhausted or in a near-death state to use its true power. Yos realized why the director gave him 100 contribution points and not a single point more. The reason is that he wanted to force Yos to select the blood fist indirectly. The director of the courtyard didn't expect Yos to use the blood fist in actual combat but as a way to train. If Yos ever ran into a bottleneck during training, he could use the blood fist as a way to forcefully break through. The reason for this weird technique is described on the first page. The blood fist technique was originally part of the Bloodbreaker body cultivation manuals. 1. The Bloodbreaker martial art is a set of body cultivation methods that were prepared for blood masters. Each manual only contained one technique, and only by breaking through their limits could the users reach the next level of blood master. It was a ruthless body cultivation method, and only the truly determined and talentless would choose this method. It stopped all hope of steady improvement over time. According to the logic of its creator, the users of this body cultivation either shatter their limits and reach new peak performance or stay stuck at the same level for the rest of their life. That is the Bloodbreaker body cultivation manuals, and what Yos had in his hands was the blood fist. It was a more tame version, as it could be used as a last resort fighting technique or if one became stuck during training. The blood fist wasn't a body cultivation method and was just a technique so users of the blood fist don't get hardlocked to their level. It was more of a convenient method to challenge your limits. The director obviously didn't know how talented Yos was in martial arts and assumed that since Yos chose to be a scholar and only practiced martial arts as a hobby, he wasn't very talented. So the director didn't want to give away good martial arts techniques to someone who wouldn't be able to reach their potential. He also thought that Yos would soon be reaching his limit and wanted to give him a chance to break through. As for mindless legs, it was a cheap way to thank him for the troubles his son caused him. Okay, this is a decent technique and I am at the limit of twin fists. Maybe I can break through twin fists limit by using blood fist. After memorizing blood fist, Yos read mindless legs to make sure that he didn't get scammed by the director twice. Yos breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that mindless legs was a normal martial arts technique. Mindless legs was divided into 3 techniques: soft steps, sticky steps, and silent steps. Soft steps allowed Yos to jump higher as if he weighed half his weight. Sticky steps meant that Yos could stick to surfaces like a gecko. And silent steps meant that Yos' footsteps would become as silent as elephants. These 3 techniques were compatible with each other and meant to be used in unison. Once Yos practiced mindless legs to perfection, he would be able to use these techniques without thinking. Yos read further to see that the book had a practice method that divided the technique into 4 stages. The first stage was practicing soft steps until it was an unconscious habit. The second stage was practicing sticky steps until the technique was an unconscious habit. The third stage was similar to the previous 2 stages, where Yos needed to practice silent steps until he made it an unconscious habit. The last stage was combining all 3 techniques until they no longer conflicted with each and boosted their performance with one another. After also memorizing mindless legs, Yos decided to spend his time trying to break through twin fists with blood fists while also practicing his mindless legs and big golem. Thud 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 thud. If someone caught Yos practicing mindless legs, they would have laughed at seeing his muscular build walking like a toddler taking his first steps. Though Yos knew he looked goofy, he still treated it like any other martial arts. Anyway, there wasn't anyone watching him, so he could only be embarrassed for himself. Once Yos felt completely exhausted, he attempted to unleash the blood fist technique paired with twin fists. As Yos started to punch, he felt his heart begin to race. His veins grew and grew until some of them popped as Yos' entire body put all of its remaining energy to throw one last attack, his 71st koi fist. However, before Yos made it halfway, he lost sensation in his arm and legs, falling to the ground unable to complete it. Yos laid on the ground unable to move a muscle. He could only rest until his body collected enough energy. Again. Thud. Once again Yos was able to make it halfway to throwing his 71st koi fists combo fueled with the blood fist before dropping to the ground. Again. Thud. Again. Thud. Again. Thud. Yos laid on the ground like a dead fish and couldn't even form a smile as all his muscles throughout his body were sore. However, Yos felt that he made a little further into his 71st Koi Fists combo fueled by Blood Fist than his previous times. Yos wanted to continue, but he found that he had completely tapped his body and he could barely stand still enough to throw his Koi Fists combo, so Yos called it and planned to try again tomorrow. The next day Yos spared his usual time to visit the martial courtyard and watched the martial artists training. He wasn't here to appreciate their martial arts, he was here scouting for potential martial artists with useful talents. At the moment he was looking for someone who looked like they had talent related to their legs or the movements. Eventually, Yos scouted one such target. It was a young martial artist who was fighting against his opponents by using his agility to escape from their attacks. Sending a mental command towards the young man, Yos read his profile and clicked his tongue at how great his eyesight had become after nearly a year of practicing and searching for talents. Name, Lecho Macho, age, 19, talents, stealth, grade 4, mindless legs, grade 9, body cultivation, grade 3, martial arts comprehension, grade 5, what a talented kid, as long as nothing happens to him he is going to be one hell of a martial artist. His name is Lecho Macho, I should come to find him tomorrow to copy all his talents. But first I need his mindless legs talent. Yos was salivating from all the high-grade talents of Lecho Macho, but he cited his inability to take more than one talent at a time. 2. Name, Yos, age, 21 years, talents, literature comprehension, grade 3, martial arts comprehension, grade 3, body cultivation, grade 5, fist arts, grade 6, movements, grade 3, mindless legs, grade 8, techniques, twin fists, rank 3, 100%, big golem, level 2, 1%, mindless legs, stage 1, 10%, blood fist, entry level, 50%, talent mark, 0, 24 hours remaining, a 300% increase in learning mindless legs directly. Yos licked his lips as he made his way to his regular practice field. Thud. It wasn't long into Yos' training before he fell to the ground from exhaustion. The after effects of using the blood fist technique are extreme, but could feel that twin fists was improving. After each recovery, Yos would make slight adjustments to twin fist due to the feeling he got from blood fists. The further he got to completing the 71st punch, the more he knew his adjustments were in the right direction. Yos also felt that his pace with learning mindless legs was explosive. It was his highest talent grade and was a talent directly for the technique itself. It might be less versatile than his movement talent, but it allowed him to learn at a much faster pace than even his 6th grade fist arts talent. Once Yos felt that he regained enough energy, he got up and restarted his training to break through the 71st limit. A week quickly passed and Yos was on the brink of completing his 71st punch. His skin was blood red as visible steam from his sweat evaporated and covered his body. Yos' eyes were bloodshot as he gave it his all to complete this one punch. Suddenly Yos coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Something he was familiar with after a week. After resting for a few minutes, Yos stood up and looked at his progress. Name, Yos, age, 21 years, talents, literature comprehension, grade 3, martial arts comprehension, grade 4, body cultivation, grade 5, fist arts, grade 6, movements, grade 3, mindless legs, grade 8, stealth, grade 3, techniques, twin fists, rank 3, 100%, big golem, level 2, 7%, mindless legs, stage 2, 40%, blood fist, perfection level, 99%, talent mark, 1, Yos' blood fist technique was at the point of reaching its peak effectiveness. So far, Yos had gone through the 4 stages of the blood fist. At the entry level, he was able to draw out 25% of his body's potential every time he used blood fist. Once Yos reached the intermediate level, he was able to draw out 50% of his body's potential. At the high level, Yos could draw up to 75%. And now at the perfection level, Yos was close to drawing out 100% of his body's potential with each use of the blood fist technique. His mindless legs technique was making rapid improvements and reached the 2nd stage in less than a week. Yos was astonished when he discovered he had made it to the 1st stage in less than a few days, but when he broke through again he was speechless. He didn't feel that his progress with the mindless legs technique should have been making such fast progress with just the 300% increase from his mindless legs talent. That was when Yos began to account for the fact that his other talents were also having effects on his progress in practice with the techniques. Yos also had to thank the 80% bonus from his martial arts comprehension talent and his 60% bonus from talent in his movements. There was also the potential for his stealth talent to also affect his speed in progressing in the 3rd stage of mindless legs. Once Yo's took all those to account and was conservative with the bonuses they offered by simply adding them. Yo's himself would be learning 5.4 times or 540% faster than he would have learned the technique. That meant that Yo's was learning mindless legs faster than Lecho Macho himself, who had a grade 9 talent. That was, however, if Yo's ignored how his cheat worked and simply added the percentages together. His second best system cheat applied his talent in a multiplicative manner. That meant that Yo's was learning mindless legs 8.64 times faster than normal. If it would have taken Yo's 8 years to master mindless legs with these talents with them, he would master mindless legs in less than 6 months. It was only then that Yo's began to understand the best way to use his cheat to the best potential. Having high-grade talents was nice and always good to have, however there was a limit to how fast Yo's could learn based on one talent alone. According to the fundamentals of Yo's cheat, the second best system, the highest grade talent is grade 10 with a 10x bonus. However, based on the degrading principle, every time Yo's copied a talent he would never have a grade 10 talent. Yo's would be capped at a grade 9 talent with a max of 500% bonus even when he encounters a grade 10 talent. The only possible way for Yo's to get a grade 10 talent is by some miracle he discovers a grade 11 talent. A grade that is out of his cheat's range. With his discovery of the nature of his talents to add to each other, Yo's could compete with the higher grade talents by simply having more talents that complement each other. Yo's could even surpass the limit of a 1000% bonus to his cultivation. All this time I was avoiding adding talents that were too low grade or didn't seem useful to my current martial arts techniques, and I was wasting this perfect opportunity. I swear that from this day forth I will copy every talent that I see. Regardless of the grade and the current usefulness of the talent, I will copy it. With renewed spirit, Yo's activated his near-perfect blood fist technique and unleashed a flurry of koi fists. Whoosh 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 whoosh, boom. Thud. 3 deep into the night, the full moonlight was shining above a forest, revealing the source of strong gusts of wind. Yo's skin was as red as a lobster's shell due to his blood nearly reaching a boiling point. Due to the constant exercise, Yo's shirt had been torn to shreds, revealing his body packed full of muscles. With each punch Yo sent the next one faster and stronger. The trees in front of Yo's had lost all their leaves even though it was the middle of summer. With each punch, Yo's grew closer to the 71st punch, and with each punch, he felt that his body was about to explode. Suddenly, Yo's felt his mind suddenly grow sharper and clearer, and he began to slow down. Blood fist, perfection level, 100%, Batum. 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 A clear audible drum sound rang from Yo's chest and radiated into the quiet forest. Yo's felt that he was on the edge of death and he was drawing every last drop of potential in his body to survive. Boom! 70 Yo's made a mental note at his 70th koi fist and started to throw his 71st punch. Yo's watched as his arm went from bright red to a deep shade of red as a large amount of his blood pumped into his arm. Pop! Boom! Suddenly Yo's heard a crisp popping coming from his body, followed by a shockingly powerful sonic boom. Yo's did it when he had broken through the twin fists limit and threw his 71st punch. However, at this moment he threw that useless thought away and pushed further. Yo's knew that in this state he had to push himself to the extreme and was going to go to the extreme. He was going to forcefully combine twin fists with blood fist to create a new martial arts technique. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Yo's threw out 10 blood-red koi punches as he felt that he had pushed himself a little bit more. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Another 10 followed and Yo's felt that he was gathering more of his potential and unleashing it through his punches. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Another 10 followed as Yo's stopped using blood fist and only threw out punches fueled by drawing out his potential. The more Yo's punched, the stronger, faster, and harder his following punches became. The higher Yo's reached in his punch combo, the bloodier his entire body became. In a flash, Yo's surpassed his previous combo limit and reached his 99th punch. Yo's felt that his body was on fire as his skin regained his dark red hue. Without a single extra thought, Yo's threw out his 100th punch and heard a familiar popping coming from his body, followed by a wave of clarity. After throwing out his 100th punch, Yo's stopped because he knew that he had done it. He had come through 3 limits one after another in a single moment. Name, Yos, age, 21 years, talents, literature comprehension, grade 3, martial arts comprehension, grade 4, body cultivation, grade 5, fist arts, grade 6, movements, grade 3, mindless legs, grade 8, stealth, grade 3, techniques, twin fists, rank 4, 1%, big golem, level 2, 14%, mindless legs, stage 2, 40%, blood fist, perfection level, 100%, twin blood fists, perfection level, 100%, talent mark. 1. Pulling up his status window to check his progress, Yo smiled as he saw not only did he break through twin fists and reach rank 4, but he also created a new martial arts technique by combining both the good points of his two fist arts. Another way to kill people and train at the same time, wonderful. Yo smiled as he felt his body hit the ground before everything went dark. By the time Yo's regained consciousness, he found that he was no longer in the forest and instead in a wooden cottage. The wood cottage was filled with the scent of medicine and had numerous bowls of smelly paste. Where am I? Yos attempted to stand up but found that his body was itchy all over and found that he was covered in a smelly black paste. What is this? Yos picked up a dollop of the smelly paste on his body and he immediately began to itch. The itch went deeper into Yos' flesh, touched his bones, and then the itch went into his bones. Yos would have gone insane from the constant itch inside his bones, but he found that as long as he didn't move a finger the itch sensation would disappear. Did I encounter a witch that wants to eat my flesh? Due to him not being able to move a muscle, Yos felt as if he was a fish on a plate waiting to be eaten. His mind began to wonder about the stories his father had told of witches eating human flesh to continue their immortality. Witches were another existence that drew fear from their mysterious nature. They were neither demons, monsters, or immortal. Witches were mortals that have grown to like the taste of flesh from their kind and use it as the source of their powers. The most common story of witches was the immortal witch. The story had existed for who knows how long and had many variations. The most common and most well-known was that the immortal witch was a village girl who fell in love with an immortal that had passed by her village. The immortal, however, rejected the girl's feelings due to her not being an immortal herself. From the immortal's point of view, the village girl's beauty would fade away in a blink of an eye and she would become dust in another blink. The immortal's rejection broke the village girl's heart and she ran into the forest to throw herself off a cliff. That was when she encountered a demon who heard the girl's sorrows. The demon then convinced the girl that he had a method that could make her live forever with never-fading beauty. The village girl didn't trust the demon's lies, but her delusional love for the immortal made her ask for the demon's solution. The demon then told the girl that she could live forever if she ate her fellow villagers. The demon then fed the girl a mysterious marble flesh that made her feel powerful. The village girl, convinced by the demon, went down to her village and ate them all in her madness. By the time the village girl regained herself, she was covered in the blood of her family and fellow villagers. The village girl was filled with regret and loss from her actions. In the village girl's eyes, the only loved one she had left was the love of her life, the immortal. The village girl confessed to the immortal that she was now immortal and they could belong together forever. The immortal then said that she had sinned by killing the innocent and listening to the lies of demons. The immortal then told her that he needed to kill her so her soul could be damned for eternal damnation. The village girl who had eaten her village went mad and ate the immortal before finding the demon and cursing it. After the village girl finished her curse, the demon told her that he told her the truth and gave her a method to live forever. As long as she ate the flesh of humans she could live till the end of the earth. The village girl, heartbroken and betrayed, ate the demon before going on to another village to eat their flesh. In her madness, the village girl developed a sickness that made her want to stay beautiful for the rest of the time. 2 years, talents, medicine goat, grade 5, spiritual sensing, grade 2, goat, grade 10, spiritual speech, grade 5, I see a talented goat. Yos was surprised to see that the strange goat was just a goat. From Leah Goat's talents, it seems to me that the reason for his uniqueness came from his talent in spiritual sensing. However, I am interested in Leah Goat's other talents, so I should keep him by myself until then. Yo's eyes glowed as he stared at Leah with an equal amount of rapture as Leah to Yo's. First I'll copy spiritual sensing and see what it does. Name, Yos, age, 21 years, talents, literature comprehension, grade 3, martial arts comprehension, grade 4, Body Cultivation, Grade 5, Fist Arts, Grade 6, Movements, Grade 3, Mindless Legs, Grade 8, Stealth, Grade 3, Spiritual Sensing, Grade 1, Techniques, Twin Fists, Rank 4, 1%, Big Golem, Level 2, 14%, Mindless Legs, Stage 2, 44%, Blood Fist, Perfection Level, 100%, Twin Blood Fists, Perfection Level, 100%, Talent Mark, 0, 24 hours remaining, as Yo's copied Leah Goat's talent in Spiritual Sensing. He felt his mind relax, allowing him to see more colors than he could before. Yo's also smelled a faint pleasant smell coming from the smelly bowls of paste. The change that Yo's felt was as intense as his other talents, but Spiritual Sensing had expanded his senses and he liked the feeling. After experiencing the charm of having talents related to spirituality, Yo's was even more determined to grab Leah Goat's remaining talents. I see that you must be quite talented in medicine. If you are interested in furthering your talent, you can come with me. Thank you for your interest, human, but I view this forest as my home. And since you are healed, I will not stop you from leaving. Leah Goat's eyes twinkled as he spoke, making him look more magical. Sigh, I didn't want it to come to this. Yo sighed and shook his head in helplessness. Come to what? Leah looked at Yo's with surprise before taking a few steps away from him. I view your talent in medicine too highly to give up this opportunity to learn from the best. Since you are forcing me to leave, I can only leave with you in hand. Yo sighed again before bolting at Leah. Before Leah could react, he was seized by Yo's and lifted by Yo's like a baby. Have mercy, I just wanted to help. I will give you all the medicine I have created, just let me go. Leah began to freak out and struggle out of Yo's grasp. Leah could have never imagined the human that he had helped out of pure kindness could have had such a tainted soul. To treat his benefactor with evil intent, Leah felt that he had been betrayed and his worldview of viewing everything with a good light had been shattered. It's okay, don't struggle. I just want to learn from you for a few days or so before I let you go. Leah looked at Yo's face, which looked like he was being forced to do something he didn't want to do. Leah Goat had never been treated like this before. All the other humans he had helped with kindness in his heart all spoke of gratitude. They even swore that they would never tell another soul of his existence for fear of attracting unwanted attention. That's how you repay kindness with goodness. Not kidnapping your benefactor and blaming them for their kidnapping. Seeing that Yo's wasn't listening to reason, Leah struggled harder but found that he couldn't escape Yo's hold. His attempt at escaping was on the same level as a baby trying to get out of their parents' hands. The difference in their strength was so wide that Leah had no chance to escape once he was caught. He could only watch in helplessness as Yo's carried him out of the wooden cabin he called home and towards the city. 500 Yo's didn't have to wait long before meeting with the director's son, Jackie, once more. After a year had passed, Jackie had undergone a transformation. He was no longer the skinny kid that looked like he would cry from a paper cut. Jackie had worked hard to build up a physical body that put most martial artists to shame. Simply standing in his presence allowed bystanders to feel the heat radiating from his body. Face stern and ready to battle to the death, Jackie met the monster of his nightmares and the one he dreamed of defeating. Standing at 6 feet tall and packed with so much muscle that he looked like a wall of muscles, Yo's gave off the impression of being heavy, yet at the same time he never made a sound as he walked, as if he walked on marshmallows. Yo's, I came to challenge you to a battle. Regardless of the results of the match, I'll give you 500 as compensation. Jackie knew that he had to give something to make Yo's interested and immediately offered up money. Sounds good, do you want to fight here or elsewhere? Yo's accepted the duel since Jackie offered to pay him 5 months of his salary. That was enough so he didn't have to sell his house. Here is fine. Okay. Yo's nodded his head as he wondered how strong Jackie had become in a year. I heard that you had been training to beat me. I wonder how strong you got after a year. Yo's felt his heart race as he wanted to use this to see if his training to push his techniques to the limit and beyond had been useful in shortening the gap between them and the higher quality martial art techniques he saw on the second floor of the courtyard's library. I'll give you an introduction then. I am practicing the Blazing Furnace martial arts set. It contains the Blazing Furnace body cultivation manuals and several martial arts techniques to complement it. After a year of hard work and constant training, I reached the burning skin stage, which makes me a peak third-rate martial artist. That's incredibly fast, you must be talented, Yos said with sincerity. Yos always appreciated the natural talents that people had. And to reach the peak of a third-rate martial artist in slightly more than a year was impressive. It marked that Jackie had reached the same stage as Yos in the Big Golem Body Cultivation Manual, and they should both be third-rate martial artists and be each other's equals. Of course, that was simply based on body cultivation alone. To calculate how strong Yos and Jackie's combat abilities were, they needed to fight. This was especially true for Yos. Ever since he had started his martial arts path, he had an advantage in skill over all his opponents. This was his first match against someone of the same rank as him. Yos couldn't help but feel his heart race at the excitement. Grun, start a countdown. Jackie ordered Grun to start the process of the battle. 3, 2, 1, go. The moment Grun said go, Jackie sprinted towards Yos, closing the small gap between them instantly. Take this, burning fist. Jackie punched at Yos' gut with a fiery passion. The mere act of his punch sent a gust of hot wind on Yos' stomach. Just as Jackie's punch was going to land, Yos' knees bent slightly before he jumped over Jackie with ease. Jackie wasn't one to be underestimated as he stopped his punch and sent a kick while Yos was in midair. Knowing he couldn't dodge the attack, Yos crossed his arms, preparing to block the attack. Bang! The moment that Yos and Jackie's leg came in contact, Yos felt his skin burning and the smell of burning meat filled the air. Luckily, Jackie's weight had absorbed most of the force and Yos was able to land with his legs. Yos looked down at his arms and saw that a hole had been burned through his clothes and that his skin had been charred black and had third-degree burns all over his arms. Incredible! The pain coming from Yos' arms made his blood boil. He had never been this hurt ever since he practiced martial arts. The taste of the blazing furnace martial arts set that Jackie used was incredible to make the human body hot enough to cause severe burns. And Jackie was merely on the burying skin stage, so he hadn't cultivated his inner vigor set. So the heat radiating from Jackie was bound to get much more deadly. Knowing that he couldn't remain defensive or he would lose, Yos threw his blood bare fist at Jackie. Yos' entire arm turned dark red and his veins popped. His entire potential was thrown into that one attack. Boom! Jackie couldn't react in time and took a defensive posture to block Yos' punch and disturb the force. The moment Yos' fist came in contact with Jackie's hands, his skin began to sizzle and burn. However, Yos could barely feel it due to the pain generated by blood bare in squeezing out 100% of his potential into one attack. Bang! Jackie was sent flying several dozens of feet from Yos' punch and heard an audible crunch come from his hands. Saving him rolling on the ground, Jackie stood and couldn't feel his hands. Taking a look, he saw that even using the force distribution techniques part of the blazing furnace martial arts set couldn't stop all the force in Yos' terrifying punch, ending up having the bones in his hand broken. Whoosh! Suddenly Jackie felt a gust of wind blowing and he looked up to see Yos' overbearing body over him throwing several blood koi fists. After losing his hands, Jackie gritted his teeth and forcefully increased the temperature of his skin. He could only rely upon his offensive defense to stop Yos. However, Yos was not interested in stopping at all. All pain in his body had been reduced to an afterthought as he squeezed out his potential to increase the force in his koi fists combo. Bang! 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 3 solid hits of blood koi fists, with each having 1% more of Yos' potential behind them compared to the previous, sent Jackie reeling as he was once again sent flying again. Thud! The sound of Jackie's body landing on the ground unable to stand up, signaled the end of the battle. Good fight! 22 years, talents, literature comprehension, grade 3, martial arts comprehension, grade 5, body cultivation, grade 5, fist arts, grade 6, movements, grade 4, mindless legs, grade 8, stealth, grade 3, spiritual sensing, grade 1, medicine goat, grade 4, goat, grade 9, spiritual speech, grade 4, finger arts, grade 4, perception, grade 7, muscle development, grade 5, flexibility, grade 6, research, grade 3, image analysis, grade 4, blazing furnace martial art, grade 7, techniques, twin fists, rank 4, 80%, big golem, level 2, 99%, mindless legs, stage 5, 90%, blood fist, perfection level, 100%, twin blood fists, perfection level, 100%, mindless blood legs, perfection level, 100%, talent mark, 0, 24 hours remaining. Yos couldn't help but think about how many talents he had collected over the years and felt that they were starting to get overwhelming to read. Even though he had a good track of them, they were going to get some that wouldn't have a use for a long time. The blazing furnace martial art talent he had copied from Jackie just now was an example. Unless Yos was somehow able to get the blazing furnace martial arts set, he would never be able to use this talent to its fullest extent. Yos hoped it would have some effect on some other aspects, like making his ability to adapt to heat training better or something similar, but at the moment Yos didn't have an idea. At the moment Yos was close to breaking through to level 3 and being able to develop his inner vigor. Yos didn't exactly know what to expect and what would happen when he did. He had a feeling that in a few days he was going to break through. The battle with Jackie, who was also a peak third-rate martial artist, further hardened Yos' thought that it was better for him to break the limits of his techniques and create a new one by combining them than it was for him to waste his time learning another basic martial art technique. The power that Jackie displayed with the blazing furnace martial arts set was crazy. How could the human body get so hot but not burn itself from the inside out? Yos was confident that if he didn't choose to break the limit of twin fists and would have lost terribly, and if he didn't create twin blood fists he wouldn't have one so quickly. Yos was so in love with twin blood fists that when he reached the limits of mindless legs he did the same thing he did with twin fists. He spends days before using blood fist to destroy mindless legs limits, but also incorporates mindless legs with blood fist, resulting in mindless blood legs. Unlike twin blood fists, mindless blood legs didn't have an off switch like the original mindless legs technique. It was constantly active and Yos was always practicing it. However, unlike twin blood fists, mindless blood legs wasn't at full capacity when used. When Yos uses it unconsciously, it only forces 10% of his body's potential into his legs and improves them and mindless legs itself. That allowed Yos to keep it active as long as he was walking on his 2 feet. The only unsatisfactory after effect was that Yos' food consumption had doubled ever since he created the technique, but that wasn't an issue for a scholar like Yos. Though Yos had to consider how he was going to deal with this issue when he was traveling to New Swampscott City, and for most of the venture will be in the middle of nowhere. However, that was all for another day, and Yos was satisfied with the outcome of the battle. With the battle concluded, Yos collected his 500 silver and left with a smile on his face. Even though his arms were heavily burned, Yos had a way to take care of that. As for Jackie, Yos was told he would make a full recovery within a month. If it was anyone else who had fought Yos and taken those hits, they would have died and been turned into bloody paste from his Bloodbear Fist alone. To take Bloodbear Fist and only have the bones in his hands broken showed how powerful Jackie's blazing furnace martial arts set was. After collecting the money, Yos rented a carriage and a driver before heading to the forest. Yos was planning on stalling the trip for the next few days to break through to level 3 of Big Golem. He felt that it would be much safer if he became a second-rate martial artist with inner vigor than stall it. It was the next day. Yos had a feast of meat as he exercised to convert it into muscle. After Yos reached a weight of over 400 pounds, he had been feeling like his bones were getting crushed by his own weight. This pain that came from his bones instead made him smile as he knew that he was at the brink of breaking through. The Big Golem cultivation manual mentioned that once he felt like his bones were turning into powder, he needed to practice another set of exercises to forcefully put his body into overdrive. In this overdrive state, Yos needs to constantly consume food with a dense amount of nutritional value and calories while also putting weights on his body. That led to this strange situation where Yos had bought a ton of meat and found a bunch of large rocks to put on top of him. Eating the last piece of meat and slamming an 800-pound rock on top of him, Yos felt his body tingling as he felt that something was coming out of him. He felt like his life force was being drained from him and felt increasingly tired. Yos even saw that he was shrinking. He was losing muscle mass in a blink of an eye. Baitum. As Yos lost his muscle mass increasingly faster, Yos felt that he was also getting heavier and stronger. Like every step he would crush the ground beneath him. Finally, after losing a fourth of his muscle mass, Yos sensed something flowing inside of him. It was strange as it felt as light as a feather at one moment and the next it was heavier than 100 pounds of steel. When Yos closed his eyes to concentrate on this weird feeling, he felt a strong connection with it. When Yos wanted to feel heavy, that strange feeling went from being lighter than air to being the heaviest thing on the planet. When Yos wanted to be light, he felt that the strange flowing thing in his body lost its dominating heaviness with a single thought. Yos snapped his eyes wide open as he knew what that strange flow inside his body was. Inner vigor. I finally broke through and developed the inner vigor of the Big Golem Body Cultivation Manual. 300 pounds to 500 pounds in a single thought. Though Yos lost 100 pounds of muscle to cultivate his inner vigor, in the end he benefited massively from it. Not only did Yos not lose any strength, endurance, or speed from his breath though, but he had gotten stronger, had better endurance, and even his speed increased due to his losing 100 pounds to slow him down. And when Yos needs his weight to crush his opponents into submission, he could jump into the sky and think about becoming heavier and fall like a falling meteor. It was an overall benefit and had no side effects to think of. The only thing Yos needs to do is to continue practicing the Big Golem Body Cultivation Manual and eat a lot. Instead of converting it to muscle, he was now going to convert it inner vigor. At the beginning stages of level 3, I can weigh 500 pounds with my inner vigor. When I reach the peak, I can approximately add another 200 pounds. Adding approximately to a total of 700 pounds of muscle that has the speed of when I'm 300 pounds. Yos thought, satisfied with the effects. Name, Yos, age, 22, talents categories, comprehension talents, physical talents, martial arts talents, other talents, techniques, twin fists, rank 4, 80%, Big Golem, level 3, 1%, mindless legs, stage 5, 90%, blood fist, perfection level, 100%, twin blood fists, perfection level, 100%, mindless blood legs, perfection level, 100%, talent mark, 1, nice. My cheat now is putting my talents into different categories. Now I don't have to look at a blurb of words every time I open it up. Yos was pleasantly surprised that his cheat had adapted to his needs again. The first time this happened was when Yos had practiced his first martial arts technique, twin fists, and his cheat had created the techniques section. Now after 2 years his cheat had once again adapted to his needs and made itself more presentable. Now instead of Yos needing to look through all his talents every time he wanted to look at a talent he had copied, he now just needed to open the section it was in. Since it has adapted to my needs twice now, that means that it's going to happen again in the later future. It's possible that when I have more techniques it will also put them into categories. After celebrating his breakthrough, Yos went home to finish his preparations to leave Jade City. The next few days, Yos was busy searching all over Jade City for a large carriage, wagon, and a guide to take them to New Swampscott City. Standing at the open gates of Jade City, Yos, along with his father and Leah Goat, who he had convinced to join in the adventure for the greater good, looked back at Jade City with fondness. After spending almost 2 years of his life here, he had developed a bit of attachment to the city. Jade City was where Yos had officially started his journey of becoming a true martial artist. For whatever came about in the future, Yos would always view Jade City with a special fondness. After soaking it in, Yos absorbed his feelings and asked if his father was ready to leave. "I'm ready to go whenever you are. Are we ready to head out?" After getting his father's confirmation, Yos checked to see if the guide he hired was finished making preparations for the trip. "All good to go. If we head out now we can make it to a small town and stay there for the night instead of sleeping outside," the 40-year-old guide commented to Yos. "That sounds good, then let's head out. Dad, you should go in the carriage and I'll stay out to take care of the goat." Yos' father looked at the red-eyed goat that his son had brought along. He remembered that Yos brought a similar-looking goat a year ago. Seeing him bring along a goat for this trip, he had nothing to complain about since he thought that Yos was planning on eating it. "Alright," Yos' father simply nodded his head and entered the carriage with his body. At the moment he got tired simply from walking. "Are you sure about that, young man? There is plenty of room in the carriage to fit both of you and you might not be able to keep up with the carriage slowing us down," the 40-year-old guides gave his advice. "It's fine, let's try it out this way first. If I'm unable to keep up I'll attempt to enter the carriage. Just confirming that this carriage can support around 400 pounds, right?" The 40-year-old man looked stunned at Yos' question and replied with a simple confirmation. "That's good, we will go with this plan then. Okay, let's set off." About 6 hours later, as the sun was about to set and darkness would engulf Yos' carriage, Yos saw a town a mile away from them. At their current pace, they would arrive in 10 minutes and be able to rest up in an inn. However, as they grew closer, Yos, Leah, and the guide sensed that something was wrong with the town. All the buildings and street lamps weren't on and there were no sounds of chatter or playing children. The town was completely silent and looked identical to a ghost town. Emerald Town. A large sign in front of the town's entrance showed that this was indeed the town that they had planned to be their resting spot for the night. Stop! Yos suddenly stopped walking and commanded the guide to stop the carriage. Yos took a couple of sniffs in the air before exchanging glances with Leah, and both came to the same conclusion. I have a bad feeling about this town. Let's turn back to distance ourselves and come take a look at what has happened to Emerald Town with the daylight. I agree. The guide quickly agreed with Yo's suggestion, as he too felt that something was wrong with the town. 3 days, talents, life attraction, grade 2, life attraction? Yos looked puzzled before ignoring it and copied the talent anyways. Yos couldn't afford to be distracted by this mutated zombie, as it was much stronger compared to the other zombies. Just the fact that it had managed to form armor out of death told of how dangerous it is. The mutated zombie reorientated itself and sprinted towards Yos at the same speed as before, and just like previously it sent out a flurry of attacks that forced Yos to place his entire attention to avoid. Same as before, Yos was unable to avoid one of the fierce attacks and his chest was grazed, tearing a long cut across his clothes and skin. This time Yos didn't feel the same wave of fatigue coming from the wounded area and was able to even counterattack by sending a Blood Bowl uppercut straight to the mutated zombie's jaw. 39. Am not leaving until I collect all the undead's talents. The Blood Bowl's force and lethality was no less on par than Bloodbear and sent the mutated zombie flying dozens of feet into the air. The mutated zombie's defensive capabilities were on a different level compared to the ordinary zombies, as a normal bullfist would have popped their heads. Yet the mutated zombies only suffered with having half its face crushed before standing up and charging at Yos as if it was nothing but a scratch. Not wanting to keep having to hold back, Yos tossed Leah to the ground several feet away from anything and charged at the mutated zombie. The mutated zombie once again launched a flurry of attacks, wanting to tear Yos apart. But now that Yos had gotten rid of the deadweight holding him back, he was able to dodge all the mutated zombie's attacks and threw another Blood Bowl fist at the mutated zombie's head. This time Yos was able to hear the satisfying pop of a head exploding as bits of flesh, bones, and brain matter splattered everywhere. With its head destroyed, the mutated zombie's body became stiff before falling to the ground with a thud. The death fog armor that protected the mutated zombie quickly disengaged, revealing the body underneath. The mutated zombie's body was a headless, four-armed wrinkled man wearing a bathrobe. Yos stepped closer to the mutated zombie's corpse and looked at the dry stump where its head used to be. The mutated zombie's flesh was dark red and looked like it had absorbed its own blood. It's really dead. Yos couldn't help but wonder what the hell happened to Emerald Town. Nothing abnormal had been discovered from the town, and news from the town was still getting sent until not too recently. For that to be the case and not to draw any attention from anyone from Jade City meant that what happened to Emerald Town was recent. This mutated zombie's age also confirmed Yos' suspicions. It meant that what caused this incident that eliminated a whole town must have happened at least 3 days ago. It also had to have happened fast enough that no one in the town was able to send a warning. Something that Yos wanted to know was why this zombie has mutated and not the other zombies. What was special about this man that caused him to grow another set of arms and produce an enormous amount of the stench of death to not only become fog of death but to become death armor? Leah, who had been tossed aside by Yos earlier, walked up to the mutated zombie's corpse still trembling. Let's go and inform the authorities. They will take care of this. Yos' eyes glowed as he took Leah's concerns to heart. As long as they returned, they could gather the authorities to investigate and cleanse the whole town. This might slow down their trip by a few days or maybe a few weeks, but it was safer and faster than trying to find another route which could have the same thing happening. However, for that to happen could mean that this town would be locked away from the public and Yos would not have access to the town. He would lose the opportunity to get the unique talents that these zombies could have. He already got one life attraction, which made him feel as if his skin had gotten tighter, as if trying to keep his life force inside his body. However, he already had used his talent mark for the day and needed to wait 24 hours for it to refresh. This gave Yos a conundrum. He could leave the town and return to Jade City, or stay and try to collect more talents, but at the good possibility that what had caused this incident to still be around. Yos thought in silence for a moment before getting a plan together. He looked at the trembling goat next to him and felt that it should work. Yos took out a slip of paper he carried in his pocket and wrote a few words down before tying it to Leah's neck. Okay, let's go. Even though Leah was confused about why Yos tied a piece of paper to his neck, he was glad to be able to leave this demonic town. Yos and Leah were able to arrive back at the town's entrance without attracting any more zombies. Just as they were about to cross, Yos stopped a step away from leaving the entrance to Leah's confusion. Leah, I'm going to stay here and protect the rear as you run back to the carriage and give my father the letter I wrapped around your neck. What? No. What if there is an undead wandering outside of the town and attacks me when I'm alone? Leah said, frightened by the prospect of leaving by himself. Leah had been wanting to leave for a while, but he didn't want to lose the protection that he had in this dangerous situation. Anything could happen, but as long as Yos is with him he didn't have to worry about being killed. Don't worry about it. We arrived without seeing a single undead, so the trip back shouldn't be a problem. Plus that's the reason I'm staying behind. If one of those mutated undead follows us with a horde of undead, it would be extremely difficult to keep you alive while fighting them. Yos waved away Leah's concerns as he was confident he could make it. Now go before more undead show up. Though Leah was still scared out of his mind, he still knew that Yos' logic was sound, and if a horde of undead did chase after them along with one of those powerful undead, then he would be in more danger than escaping himself. Once Leah had run far enough, Yos walked back into town and walked around with caution. He wasn't sure if the zombies chased after the sound, since Leah was quite loud when he screamed, or if they could sense life force energy. Even though Yos had a talent called life attraction, he didn't seem to gain an extra sense to find living things. So he can only assume that they tracked them down by their noise. Due to Yos' training and mindless legs, he was able to reduce his footsteps to a minimum till the point they were virtually silent. That gave Yos some confidence that he would be able to traverse the town without too much trouble. As long as he was careful, Yos thought he would be able to stay relatively unharmed throughout this adventure. One talent receiving only a 20% boost. He felt like he could find one that had a greater rank talent and improve the one he already had. Yos figured that he might not even need to fight another mutated zombie, as he could use his quiet footsteps to approach them from behind, copy and leave without making a fuss. Yos also knew he had a few attempts at finding the talents of the undead. It would take at least a day or two for the soldiers and guards of Jade City to react and prepare for an attack at Emerald Town, meaning that Yos had from now to then to copy the talents of the undead. He eventually found another mutated zombie at the town center. It was smaller and more lean compared to the first mutated zombie that Yos had encountered. But this zombie had another head resting on his shoulders. The death armor that covered its entire body made it so that it was difficult for Yos to tell which direction it was facing. However, Yos figured it out and walked closer to the mutated zombies from behind to try and get a better look at how death armor looked up close. When Yos silently stepped out of his hiding spot behind the mutated zombie, Yos found himself in the air as his legs automatically jumped as high as they could. Looking down, Yos saw that below him was the two-headed mutated zombie and with its hand stuck inside a wall. Yos' pupils contracted as he didn't know how the mutated zombie could have sensed him. His steps were extremely quiet and he had made sure to avoid its line of vision. Still, his caution was all for naught as the two-head mutated zombie discovered him the moment he stepped out. Not only that, it seemed that this mutated zombie was even faster than the last one, even moving so fast that Yos didn't even see it move. It was as if it had teleported. If it wasn't for Yos' legs moving on their own before he even knew the danger he was in, Yos' heart would have been plucked out of his chest. Damn! Yos gritted his teeth in anger as he pushed his inner vigor to activate. Within a split second, Yos went from a weight of around 300 pounds of meat dozens of feet into the air to a 500 pounds of meat dozens of feet into the air. Yos was planning on crushing the two-headed mutated zombie from the force that came from him falling straight on top of the two-headed mutated zombie. The two-headed mutated zombie stared at Yos, who was falling like a several hundred-pound meteor with no sense of danger, and waved its free hand at Yos. Bang! Cracks! The two-headed mutated zombie, when faced with Yos' weight, demonstrated that its defense was lacking as its bones cracked like glass before shattering. Within a second, the mutated zombie's body was crushed, dying almost instantly. Yos stood up from the crushed mutated zombie's corpse and looked at the large gash across his shoulder. The shoulder that should have been profusely bleeding was losing blood at a slower rate than Yos had expected. Yos felt as if he still had life in him and was not as tired as he usually was from these vigorous movements. It wasn't much, but he only felt as if his stamina had improved about 20%. I see life attraction has many effects that are about life preservation measure for the body. Like me bleeding slower and losing energy to the outside. Yos felt that this talent had been slowly making itself known. So far it had been doing so work with keeping him going. There was also a high chance that this talent is what is preventing the strange fatigue that came from the zombies' attacks. He only experienced it once and knew that it was a deadly ability for the zombies' opponents. After cleaning himself a bit and making sure that the noise from this battle hadn't attracted more zombies before Yos looked at the rapidly disappearing death armor. The smell coming from the death armor almost made Yos puck from the overwhelming stench. Still he endured the stench to get a close look at the armor. However, Yos settled that he wasn't able to glean anything useful from it. After the death armor dissipated, Yos looked at the mutated zombie's corpse and figured out the reason he was discovered. The reason was so simple yet absurd that Yos wanted to laugh. The two-headed mutated zombie's two heads were facing away from each other. So while Yos avoided the view of the head aligned with the body, he entered the sight of the other head. 3 mutated zombie. After observing the two-headed mutated zombie, Yos left to find a place to stay the next. Even though Yos wanted to keep searching for mutated zombies, it was too dangerous at night. Visibility would be at its lowest and Yos would be battling against fatigue. He didn't want to risk making a mistake because he was tired. As long as he could find a building or space that was away from any zombies, he would take the chance to rest. Yos was able to find a place that he could stay the night. It was the town's grain storage, so there weren't many zombies around. After clearing the area, Yos found a place to sleep and slept the rest of the night. The next day Yos walked further into town before he found another mutated zombie. This zombie was very tall, bulky, and had 6 arms. The death armor on this zombie was even crazier, as it didn't simply cover the zombie, but at his fists was a long spike formed from his death armor. This time Yos didn't risk getting closer to the mutated zombie and threw out his talent mark from a distance. Stage 2 mutated zombie, age, 4 days, talents, life attraction, grade 4, spike fists, grade 3, this zombie has reached a second mutation. Yos' eyebrows frowned as he looked at the stage 2 mutated zombie. That means that there could be a third stage or a fourth stage or even higher mutated zombies further into town. Over the last 2 days, Yos had been intentionally moving further into town as he discovered that the stench of death became stronger the further he went. He was hoping that he could find the source of this disaster, and from seeing this stage 2 mutated zombie confirmed his hypothesis that there were stronger mutated zombies further into town and that the source of the disaster might still be around. Yos decided that he was going to go as deep into the town tonight and see if he saw any higher staged zombies. As for now, Yos copied the grade 4 life attraction talent instead of the spike fists to upgrade his own life attraction talent to grade 3. Yos felt his skin tighten around him and felt his body's temperature fall slightly when he took the upgraded talent. A few hours later Yos discovered another stage 2 mutated zombie. The death armor around this zombie formed into whips instead of hands. While Yos couldn't confirm his guess that this zombie was at the second stage, he was confident that he guessed right, since this zombie's death armor also formed a weapon. After watching the mutated zombie, Yos then left to find another place to stay. He didn't know if it was just due to it getting closer to winter since the sky was growing more dark as the days passed, or if the visible stench of death was making Yos mistake that it was getting darker because the stench was making everything darker. Whichever was the case, Yos spent some time finding a safe place to stay the night. The next day Yos went out to find the source of the disaster. It was the third day and Yos has a feeling the soldiers of Jade City were going to arrive either today or tomorrow. Since that was the case, Yos wanted to find a great talent for his troubles. The deeper and further Yos went into the town, the stronger the stench of death became and the darker and more ominous everything became. After passing the town center and the stench of death was still growing more potent the further he went, Yos knew that it must have come from the opposite side of the town. That was why the stench of death was so less potent when Yos and Leah first arrived in town and didn't encounter any stage 2 mutated zombies. As Yos walked on, he saw numerous stage 2 zombies and avoided them the best he could since he didn't want their talents. He was looking for a bigger and better prize. Soon Yos found that he was at the town's other entrance that led to the town's cemetery. This was where the stench of death was its strongest. This entrance was in clear contrast to the rest of the town, as it looked like it had a black barrier surrounding it. Taking a deep breath and preparing himself to not puke when he got inside, Yoz stepped over the barrier and saw a giant four-armed mutated zombie on its knees with its back turned towards him from a distance. This mutated zombie was on a whole other level compared to the tall zombie met yesterday. This mutated zombie was at least 9 feet tall and dwarfed any person Yoz had met in his life. Yoz tossed out his talent mark to check out what stage this zombie had reached to get to this size. Stage 3 mutated zombie, age, 5 days, talents, life attraction, grade 5. Yoz was surprised to see that for a zombie that had reached the 3rd stage its talent wasn't as high as he expected it to be. Still, Yoz copied the talent to upgrade his own life attraction talent to grade 4. After which Yoz bid his goodbye. Since he already used his talent mark, there was no reason for Yoz to risk his life to find the source of the disaster. He made up his mind that if the Jade City military arrived today, he was going to leave town as soon as possible to not get trapped here with the rest of the zombies. However, if the military doesn't arrive in 24 hours and he gets his talent mark back, he would come back and find the source of this disaster, or at least something that seemed to have a good talent. Hopefully, I will see you tomorrow. Yoz thought to himself as he looked at the giant zombie with awe. He couldn't imagine how strong this mutated zombie was and almost wanted to fight it to see if he could defeat it. 24 hours to pass. The sky grew red as the sun set and the moon started to rise. Once night had come, Yoz went to sleep and wondered if the military would have arrived by the time he woke up. When Yoz woke up in the morning, he climbed up to the top of a building and looked around to see if he could see the figures of people rushing to the town. Even after an hour had passed, Yoz didn't see a single shadow in the horizon and figured that the military must have been delayed longer than he thought. With that as the case and his talent mark refreshing in a couple of hours, Yoz walked back to the cemetery, where the giant mutated zombie was, at a slow pace. He didn't want to rush to the cemetery before he had his talent mark on the ready in case he met something remarkable. 3, 2, 1, it's refreshing. Yoz thought as he saw that his talent mark refreshed just as he made it to the entrance to the cemetery. Crossing the black barrier of death, Yoz saw the kneeling giant mutated zombie facing away from him in the same place as yesterday, not moving even a single inch. Yoz slowly walked up to the mutated zombie and noticed that the zombie was staring at the ground. He figured that as long as he walked around the mutated zombie without getting too close, he could avoid awakening it. As he walked around, Yoz saw that the mutated zombie was kneeling in front of a gravestone with the name and information of the dead scratched out from what looked like human nails. Yoz also found it interesting that the mutated zombie had its hands curled up in its chest as if it was protecting something. Yoz continued walking through the cemetery before turning around and facing the kneeling giant mutated zombie. The source of death is coming from the thing in the mutated zombie's hands. Yoz squinted his eyes as he wondered if he should risk waking up this zombie to see the source of Emerald Town's destruction. Eventually eyes shimmered as he made his decision. He was going to see the source of the disaster, and if possible grab its talent before running away from the giant mutated zombie if he couldn't beat it. Yoz took a deep breath and activated his inner vigor. He also fully activated his mindless blood legs to their max potential. After preparing himself, Yoz charged at the giant mutated zombie and slammed into it before it could react. Bang! Yoz slammed against the giant mutated zombie and pushed it with so much force that he tore whatever the giant mutated zombie was holding away from it. Wah! Yoz suddenly heard the sound of a crying baby appear following a massive black pillar ripping through the sky. A wave of memories slammed into Yoz's head as he saw the beginning of Emerald Town's destruction. There was a pregnant woman with long black hair and gentle brown eyes stroking her stomach with tender love. The next second, Yoz watched as that same woman was no longer pregnant but standing over a gravestone. That gravestone belonged to the woman's stillborn child. Another memory flashed through Yoz's eyes, and it was a sunny day and the bright sunlight was slamming against the woman who was digging out her child's coffin with her bare hands. The woman broke through her child's coffin and clutched her child's corpse against her chest as she whispered words of love to it. Another memory flashed through Yoz's eyes, and he now saw nothing, just an endless darkness. Seeing this darkness that contained nothing made Yoz's blood freeze in fright. Suddenly within this darkness he heard a strange sound. The sound was muffled and it was impossible to tell what the sound was saying or what it meant, but the feeling of love still passed through. Yos returned back to the memory of the mother holding her baby's body, but he noticed that a black fog rose from the baby's body as he felt a strange stubbornness coming from the baby. It was odd, he felt as if he knew what the baby's corpse wanted to do. The baby wanted to come back to life to meet his mother again. It was going to do everything it could to cross the impenetrable barrier that separated life and death. The baby's love for its mother led to the baby producing the fog of death as a mere byproduct of it attempting to come back to life. This fog grew rapidly and thicker until the memories shattered and Yos returned to see the endless black pillar of death, the bottomless well of death, signaling a mother and child's attempt to reconnect. Yos shivered as he felt something for the mother and the child, but he calmed himself and tossed his talent mark towards the baby's body. Yos had high expectations for the baby's talents. What kind of talent did one have to literally be able to break the world's fundamental laws simply because they wanted to? Death-rejecting baby, age, none, talents, none. Yos blinked as he didn't understand what he was looking at. Why was his cheat saying that the death-rejecting baby, who destroyed an entire town, did not have any talent? This baby was able to challenge the fundamental law of life and death because of the power of love between a mother and her child. Yos was astonished by what he saw and almost had his head crushed by the giant mutated zombie. Quickly dodging the mutated zombie's attack, Yos jumped several times to get some distance from this monster. The giant mutated zombie didn't pursue Yos like he had come to expect from the zombies. Instead, the giant mutated zombie picked up the baby that oozed an endless source of death with two of its arms and held the baby tightly before turning to face Yos with anger. 100 blood koi fists, reaching the maximum of 100% usage of his potential. The act of using mindless blood legs at full capacity and twin blood fists caused Yo's body to become a dark red hue as his sweat evaporated nearly instantly. Each of his punches caused sonic booms that rocked the mother zombie. Boom! 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 It wasn't enough to defeat the mother zombie. Yos was only able to suppress and push back the mother zombie for now, but if he slipped up, the mother would launch a ferocious counterattack. Suddenly, as Yos was gaining an upper hand, he heard a slight rumble coming from the distance and he couldn't help but look to see a massive heat wave rushing for the Emerald Town. The military has arrived. Yos almost wanted to breathe out a sigh of relief from seeing the military. The air that was in turmoil from the ridiculous amount of heat that each soldier released unconsciously and their large concentration created a natural disaster that would have set world record temperatures. The army itself was creating a massive mirage just simply from their mere presences. Okay, I can disengage with you now. Knowing that the military was coming soon, Yos didn't want to keep fighting with the mother zombie any longer lest it became more of a problem. However, in his attempt to disengage with the mother zombie, Yos created a hole in his defense which the mother zombie took advantage of by launching a terrifying uppercut straight to Yos' chest. Boom! The terrifying force of the punch sent Yos flying in the air, only stopping after crashing through several buildings. Back at Jade City, Blazing Army, Leah and Yos' father were being accompanied by several generals that wore red iron armor and each had a sharpness in their gazes that can cut diamonds. One of the generals looked at the young man covered in bandages and smelled of medicine. That young man was Jackie, and after hearing that Yos, his greatest goal to beat being trapped inside Emerald Town overrun with the undead. He couldn't lie down and used his father's connections with the army to go along with them. That general used to be a guard trained in the martial courtyard before transferring to the military. Even though the general had a much higher status to the director of the martial courtyard, he appreciated his time there and accepted the director's request as a way to pay off the debt he had with the martial courtyard. At this moment, the Blazing Army generals and Jackie were looking at the slip of paper that Yos had given to Leah. Back then, when Leah ran back to the carriage, he had alerted the carriage driver. Seeing the goat that Yos dragged along everywhere running back in a panic of fear without Yos signaled that something was deeply wrong with Emerald Town. The carriage driver wanted to immediately rush back to Jade City and didn't care to take Leah along since he didn't want to take the chance that Leah brought along whatever caused Emerald Town's abnormalities. But Yos' father stopped the carriage driver since he noticed a piece of paper tied around Leah's neck. He went over to take the piece of paper and read it before putting the paper down with a pale face. On the paper, Yos wrote what he discovered when he arrived at the town and the undeads he faced. He also told his father to go back to town and head straight to the city center building and report that Emerald Town was completely destroyed and overrun by undead. They needed to send in the military to contain the town as he feared that whatever caused this was spreading and heading towards Jade City. Lastly, Yos told his father not to worry about him since he was safe and sound. He chose to stay in the town to prevent attracting the undead's attention and getting this letter passed on. After receiving the letter, they rushed back to Jade City and reported everything that Yos wrote down. The city immediately sent out an order to lock down the entire city and to block anyone from entering or leaving. The city government didn't fully trust Yo's claim that what caused the destruction of Emerald Town was able to spread. They still accepted it without much resistance. One of the reasons for the city's acceptance of Yo's claim about the spread of this destructive force is due to the fact that Yos was previously one of the city's scholars. No matter how low his position was, his words had some trustworthiness. It was also simply due to fear and caution that they immediately took harsh actions to prevent any possible spread. The city also readied up their most elite army, the Blazing Army, to surround and destroy every undead inside Emerald Town. It had taken several days for the army's preparation to be completed and to arrive at Emerald Town, but now that they arrived they were preparing to surround the town before storming in with the wrath of a god. 3 head inside the town and check out the situation before reporting back in half an hour. The trained soldiers immediately followed their general's orders and headed out to surround Emerald Town. It wasn't long since the generals gave out their orders before an ear-bleeding scream echoed out of the town. This scream made the generals go on alert and they immediately changed their plans and shouted, "Stop! Change course for Emerald Town! Exterminate every undead!" The devilish scream made the generals' hearts heavy as they could tell that whatever creature had made that noise was strong. It was also filled with an intense emotion of anger and loss which made the generals think that their plan had been caught on by the monster and was planning on fleeing. "We can't allow that thing to escape or the city will be endangered." The generals climbed onto their flame horses and charged straight into town along with the soldiers. The vibrations caused by hundreds of horse hooves slamming into the earth created a mini earthquake. The Blazing Army soldiers entered the town and faced the hundreds of zombies that had left their building and were in plain sight. Something that puzzles the soldiers that many of the zombies were running away from them. However, that wasn't much of a concern for them as their sole mission right now was the extermination of the undeads. The first layer of soldiers pulled out their iron sword that had turned red from immense heat coming from the soldiers' hands and slashed at the zombies on top of their horses. "Die!" The voices of dozens of soldiers echoed through the town streets as they slashed at the zombies' necks, cutting through them as if they were cutting butter with a 1,000-degree knife. The soldiers' shouts that rumbled through the town seemed to have awakened the zombies that fresh prey had arrived at their doorsteps, causing hundreds of zombies to stop running and turn around for the soldiers. The battle between the soldiers and the zombies could only be described as a massacre as the zombies fell in droves and their corpses crushed by the horses as they launched a crusade. The smell of burned flesh filled the air as the soldiers wreaked havoc. However, suddenly one of the zombies bit one of Solidar's horse and the horse that had been birthed and trained to have crazy endurance dropped to the ground almost immediately as if it lost all its energy. The sudden loss of his horse threw the soldier's balance off and caused him to fall into a crowd of zombies. Several zombies bite into the soldier's armor and take out large chunks with their teeth, exposing the soldier's skin. The soldier that had lost his horse and armor didn't panic as every soldier in the Blazing Army had reached the peak of third-rate martial artists and was able to defend himself against the odds. Even without his horse and armor, the soldier cut through the crowd of zombies and almost made it back to the line of protection behind his fellow soldiers. However, the soldier suddenly stopped as he coughed up blood. He looked down to see that an arm had pierced through his chest and grabbed his heart. The soldier knew he was going to die and had a burst of potential to swing his burning sword to the zombie that had killed him. This zombie was a young woman in her 20s wearing ordinary clothes, and her deathly pale skin, murky eyes, and second mouth placed at her neck showed that she was part of the undead that had mutated. The soldier's last attack that he had released with everything he had chopped off of the zombie's arm and sank into her shoulder, but she didn't flinch with the sword in her body burning her flesh from the inside. The soldier's death had provoked the anger of the army's soldiers as they all focused on killing that female zombie. For them to lose an elite soldier was a terrible loss for them and hurt their prestigious status. Under their focused attacks, the female zombie that had managed to mutate was quickly dismembered and her body crushed. 2 mutated zombies entered the fray. General Gold untethered his burning spear from his back and launched his spear directly at a stage 2 six-armed zombie that seemed to have the power to create holes in his soldiers' chests as if they were getting pierced by a spike. 3 soldiers had fallen to this zombie's hands and the combined power of the others couldn't take it down. The burning spear that would have pierced through a mutated zombie, making it halfway before getting lodged into the six-armed zombie's chest. The mutated zombie grabbed the burning spear at the expense of burning its flesh and muscles off. However, before the six-armed mutated zombie could pull out the spear, General Gold leaped off his horse and jumped to the mutated zombie. Seeing the general flying towards him, the six-armed mutated zombie ignored the burning spear and sent out powerful punches towards the general. Suddenly General Gold's armor bent as if it had gotten hit by something. It didn't stop as his armor bent as if it had gotten by a sword or spike more than 30 times before General Gold reached the six-armed mutated zombie. With a single thought, General Gold's body became covered by blood-red flames. The flames threatened to melt the mutated zombie's flesh, and a martial artist would have left the flames' range, but the mutated zombie ignored the dangers and attacked General Gold. Before the six-armed mutated zombie's fists could collide with the general's armor, its entire body's flesh and muscles burned off its body, leaving behind only a sized-arm charred skeleton. Grabbing his spear, General Gold leaped back to his horse as if what he had just performed was a simple afternoon walk. As the blazing army made it to the Emerald Town center, they heard a strange scream before it was cut off abruptly. The unusual screaming seemed to have attracted the zombies, but the loud battle in front of them overloaded their instincts and they all ignored the strange scream and kept attacking the blazing army. The generals, however, became more concerned and jumped off their horses to head directly to the place the scream came from by themselves. They leaped from building to building and grew closer to the scream before seeing that numerous buildings had been destroyed and flattened. It was as if an intense battle had occurred and dozens of crushed zombies littered the leveled buildings. When they arrived at the location where the strange scream should have occurred, they saw a giant headless corpse holding a dead baby. What happened here? Going back half an hour ago, the mother zombie had sent Yos flying through several buildings before stopping in the rubble. F***CK. Yos tried to get up and felt intense pain coming from his chest, and he could tell that some of his ribs were broken. However, that was the thing that concerned Yos the least, as he was incredibly angered. He had never been this hurt before and began to feel hatred towards the mother zombie. Not only that, there was black fog sticking to his chest. Yos could feel that the black fog was trying to absorb his life force energy, and his life attraction talent was working at its max capacity to stop the death fog. At this moment, not only was Yos still in danger as the mother zombie was quickly approaching him, but Yos felt that his body was going to explode. The combination of using twin blood fists and mindless blood legs at their strongest has been taking a heavy toll on Yos' body, and the extreme excessive energy generated was now having trouble leaving his body due to his life attraction talent keeping every bit of his energy contained in his body. Yos needed to stop using his blood techniques, but the looming threat of the mother zombie didn't allow Yos the luxury. He had concluded that it was next to impossible for him to disengage with the mother zombie before he cracked his ribs. Now either Yos won this battle of life or death, or he was going to die from mother zombie's hands or his body exploding. Yos could only push himself to stand up and gritted his teeth and stood up, hearing audible noises coming from his chest. The death fog tried to enter his body, but it was still being blocked. The unfortunate thing was that the death fog wasn't disappearing and remained clinging to his body like a parasite. The mother zombie was only a few steps away from reaching Yos, and Yos stomped his foot and charged at the mother zombie with the weight of 500 pounds. Yos' speed stunned the mother zombie, and she either couldn't move away from his charge in time or she didn't understand the thought of dodging. Either way, Yos and the mother zombie collided, and the force that Yos generated forced the mother zombie to take several steps back that left deep footprints in the ground. Reaching a stalemate, Yos couldn't push the mother zombie any further or push her off her feet. While the mother zombie focused on lifting her baby out of danger, preventing her from using her 2 extra arms to send an attack at Yos' back, and used her remaining arms as a way to counteract Yos' charge and hold him in place. However, Yos made the terrifying discovery that the mother zombie death armor was clinging to his skin and forcefully entered his body. His grade 4 life attraction talent forced his body into overdrive to prevent the death armor from turning Yos into a dry husk of meat and bones. Yos' eyes suddenly widened as he felt his body beginning to swell. The energy that couldn't escape was going to make him explode. 100 pounds. Then the maximum strength that person could achieve when their body allows it is 1000 pounds. On a regular basis that person can wield only a tenth of their potential. Blood fist is a technique that makes that regular person use that potential, that additional ninth, to use everything that person has to break that person's limits. To do this, blood fist emulates the person being in a life and death crisis to force the body to use that remaining potential. That is why blood fist becomes more effective when Yos was exhausted or if he was injured, because it allowed blood fist to draw that potential out. At this moment Yos was using 100% of his potential in each of his punches. Each one requires a large amount of energy and places an untold amount of stress on his body. This is the main reason why every creature has a natural mechanism that restricts their abilities, since it is much easier to get injured or even die when they use their full power. To perform these acts of using the body to their fullest potential requires a lot of energy and places large amounts of stress on the body. This was why the blood fist creator took this part from the blood breaker body cultivation set instead of different portions, as this portion was the least likely to kill the person before they used it. Even then the creator of blood fist needed to modify the technique to reduce the chances of death. For a martial artist to use a blood master's martial arts frequently lead to death. To be more useful, blood fist could only be modified. This ended up with blood fist being classified as a martial arts technique that was for the talentless, people who were completely stuck, and as a last resort attack. If it was anyone else using blood fist in mindless blood legs with such reckless abandon like Yos, their bodies would have collapsed a long time ago. However, Yos was able to do this because of the same talent that had placed him in so much danger. His life attraction talent was not only stopping the mother zombie's death armor from sucking his energy dry, but also drastically reduced the amount of energy waste and even returned some of his energy back. In a normal situation, this talent would be giving Yos a boost in his stamina and make it easier to survive fatal injuries. However, in this case, the large energy that Yos' body used for his twin blood fists, mindless blood legs, and blood fist techniques came back into his body, and now he had too much excess energy in his body, now threatening to make him explode. How do I get blood fist to use more energy? 100%. How do I surpass my body's maximum limit? Yos pondered before his eyes shined. Blood fist was originally part of the Bloodbreaker body cultivation set, a martial art made for blood masters. It still has the core principles of Bloodbreaker, even though I can't return blood fist back to what it was when it was part of the Bloodbreaker set, but I can get rid of the safety limiters, leaving only the core method. Yos immediately enacted his dangerous plan to once again use the blood fist to break his limits. This time he was planning on breaking the limit of blood fist itself. As Yos stopped using the safety measures in blood fist, he started feeling his blood actually boil. His skin, muscles, and his entire body grew bigger and bigger the more safety measures he got rid of. Yos only stopped when he felt that he couldn't get rid of any more, or else he really would die. Once Yos was done modifying blood fist, he let out a punch at the mother zombie's stomach and felt how vastly different it was from the regular blood fist. Yos' arm grew twice as big as it became red hot and his skin began to tear. Yos' body followed suit as he got bigger. Yos felt that he was drawing energy and potential from an unknown place, and the pressure in his body started cracking his bones, which in turn sped up the production of his inner vigor. Before Yos even completed a single punch, he had used all his excessive energy in an instant. The power that would come from this punch would be in a whole different league than anything he had done before. Yos started to feel uncertain on whether he could even complete his blood fist. However, Yos could only clench his teeth harder as he couldn't stop or he would die from the backlash. Boom! The moment Yos touched the mother zombie's stomach, he knew he successfully completed his modified version of the blood fist, and the power that came with it didn't disappoint him. The mother zombie's stomach crumbled as the force from Yos' blood fist sent her flying. Her body created a massive hole once she hit the ground. Yos knew that wasn't enough to keep mother zombie down, so he dragged his exhausted body towards her and began a long chain of blood koi fists. The first 10 blood koi fists contained 10% of Yos' potential. By the 50th blood koi fists, each punch included 50% of his body's potential. The 100th blood koi fist contained the backing of Yos' entire potential. Boom! The next blood koi fist made contact with mother zombie death armor, breaking through it to finally successfully damage the mother zombie for the first time. Yos' 110th blood koi fist contained a power of 110% of Yos' potential and damaged the mother zombie's bones, Boom! The 150th punch pushed Mother Zombie deeper into the ground as her body started to crumble to Yo's attacks. Even the extra set of arms that the Mother Zombie had been trying to protect the death-rejecting baby with couldn't protect her baby from the deathly shock waves. Boom! The 180th blood koi fists seemed to have awakened something in the Mother Zombie as every bone in her body became broken and she could only passively take Yo's attacks. The Mother Zombie didn't seem to feel pain, but when her arms couldn't protect her baby from the after effects of the Yo's attacks, she let out a screech of pure anger. AAA, the 200th punch. Yo's felt like his arms had become like jelly and he wasn't controlling them anymore and just acted out of instinct. His fist slammed into the Mother Zombie head just as she started to let out a screech once more. The force of this single punch contained 200% of Yo's potential, and the moment of contact cut off the Mother Zombie's screech by crushing the head. After this last attack, Yo's felt completely exhausted as he fell limp, unable to move. He could only wait to see if the death-rejecting baby did something to avenge his zombie mother. But it seemed that now that his mother had died as a zombie, the death-rejecting baby didn't have any ties with the world of the living and gave up on coming back to life. The endless death pillar and the bottomless well of death slowly disappeared alongside the Mother Zombie's death armor. Seeing that the death armor attached to him and the death fog that was trying to enter his body were also disappearing, Yo sighed in relief. After regaining some of his energy, Yo stood up and looked at the mother and her child. Weirdly, Yo felt all the excitement from his victory go away as he felt for the zombie mother's and death-rejecting baby's cause. They simply wanted to be together again, but unfortunately their desire came with the cost of ending many people's lives. I'll fix up your bodies so you can be buried together. After sighing, Yo picked up the death-rejecting baby and placed him in her mother's arms. Yo wanted to bury their bodies but suddenly heard the sounds of the blazing army coming closer and decided that he wasn't in the mood to meet the military just yet and left. Before leaving, Yo left a note in the dirt to bury the mother's and baby's bodies together for the military when they arrived. A few minutes after Yo left, the generals of the blazing army arrived to see the Mother Zombie's body and the death-rejecting baby in her arms. "Is this the undead that made that terrifying screech?" General Gold asked with surprise and confusion written on his face. "Possibly, but who or what had killed this undead before we arrived?" Another general commented before stopping from noticing a few words carved into the ground. "Come take a look at this." "General Wood, what did you find?" The other generals turned their attention to the writing on the ground that General Wood pointed out. The generals of the blazing army looked at each other in puzzlement, speechless at what they saw. 22 talents categories: comprehension talents, physical talents, martial arts talents, other talents, techniques, twin fists, rank 4, 86%, big golem, level 3, 90%, mindless legs, stage 5, 99%, blood fist, perfection level, 200%, twin blood fists, perfection level, 200%, mindless blood legs, perfection level, 200%, talent mark, 0, 24 hours remaining, an all-around increase. Yo nodded his head before his eyes widened in shock. Big Golem is at 90%. I just entered level 3 a few days ago. Yo was completely surprised by his large jump. However, if there was anyone else that had endured the level of pressure that Yo's body had gone through and for such a long period, they would have died. So such a large increase in his big golem body cultivation manual that flourished when under pressure was reasonable. That wasn't the only thing that surprised Yo, as he had some expectations that his blood fist and twin blood fists had reached new levels, but he didn't expect that mindless blood legs would also get the same benefits. Okay, that's all good, but let me go over an overview of myself. After improving so fast, Yo wanted to get a better sense of his body as he walked back. First up is twin fists. When I reached the peak of rank 3, I was able to throw up to 70 koi fist in a combo. After I reached rank 4, every 10% I could increase my combo by 15 punches. A 5x increase from stage 3. Once I reach the peak of rank 4, I can throw 220 koi fists. Second, mindless legs. At 5th stage, my performance with mindless legs had drastically improved from the 4RD stage where I combined the previous stages together. Not only that, it seems that at this stage my legs are much better at detecting danger and reacting before I do. The 5th stage also increased the performance of soft steps, sticky steps, and silent steps. I can jump as if I only weighed 25% of my weight. With sticky steps it's incredibly hard to get me off balance, and I'm able to climb 70-degree inclines as if I'm walking on flat ground. As for silent steps, it has improved how stealthy I am. Moving on towards my body cultivation method, Big Golem. At this stage I can most likely break through in a month or two. My max weight is around 680 pounds, extremely close to 700. As long as I put on some more muscle, I can weigh 700 quite easily at the moment if I just eat more to get muscle instead of inner vigor. Why limit myself? I can do both to reach a weight higher than 700. Yo shook his head as he imagined how great his body would look in the future. Now it's time for the blood techniques. Yo's felt strange with these blood techniques as they were martial art techniques he created with the combination of his two techniques. They are my strongest attacks and are really useful. But they are incredibly taxing to use as of right now. I have to heal first before I try to use their full power or I'll never heal. Yo's sighed. Yo's, you're alive. Getting snapped out of his reflection, Yo's heard his father's familiar voice of concern and saw him surrounded by three men covered in red armor. The aura that these three unleashed gave Yo's a feeling of danger as they seemed to be the embodiment of the fire. One of the three men drew Yo's attention as he remembered that wall of flesh that he saw on his first day. It was the middle-aged man that had introduced him to the concept of body cultivation methods and inner vigor. After that middle-aged man left without leaving his name, Yo's never saw him again. Who would have thought that man he met in passing so many years ago by chance had been a general of Jade City's most elite army? Dad! Even with all the pain that Yo's felt throughout his body, he couldn't help but feel better seeing his father. Son, what happened to you? Did those undeads hurt you this badly? We need to get you medical help. Drew's heart felt like it was going to explode from fright seeing his son drenched in blood, brains, and covered in wounds. Oh, this is nothing but a scratch. I'll heal as we head for New Swampscott City. Yo's chuckled and felt a bit of pride as he showed off his muscles. He couldn't let his father know that he was in pain or he would cancel the trip. Stop playing tough, I know when you're badly injured I'm old, not stupid. Seeing that his father wasn't believing a word of his lies, Yo's turned towards the generals who he had been ignoring till now to change the subject. Hello generals, my name is Yo's Thunder, son of Drew Thunder, and was previously an advisor of the Martial Courtyard. It's nice to be in your presence. Yo's tried his best to put on a scholarly aura that he hadn't practiced much lately. General Gold, Wood, and Water looked at each other and then the 6-foot man in front of them that was oozing out a heavy pressure from his body. The pressure was so strong that it was borderline reaching the beginning of the strength of a first-rate martial artist. 5,000 people was destroyed in less than a few days without anyone finding out until several days later by one of the city's scholars casually passing by. When they got their hands on the piece of paper that Yo's wrote they had already concluded in their minds that he was dead. Yo's excuse of holding up the backline and being safe was all a front to not worry his father's mind. At least that was what the generals and other high officials had thought. It was too hard for them to grasp the idea that a scholar, who shouldn't have any combat ability, could survive a town full of undead. So at the very beginning of this mission all the generals had not given finding Yo's half-eaten corpse as a top priority. Now seeing that the scholar that was supposed to be dead standing in front of them alive and well. And giving these generals a feeling of being suppressed as if they were feeling the presence of a fellow first-rate martial artist. It was especially weird for General Wood as he felt that he had seen Yo's before but couldn't figure out for the life of him. He had visited the martial courtyard before and knew that they had advisors, but just like the martial artists of the courtyard he paid even less attention to them. Not to mention that Yo's appearance had changed drastically from 2 years ago. Cough, tell us what happened in there and how did you make it out alive? General Gold took the lead to break the silence. That's simple, I believe you must have gotten my letter so I'll spare you the earlier details. The town is overrun by undead zombies that don't feel pain and seem to drain an individual's energy from the slightest touch. Some of them have mutated to become even stronger. The strongest zombie was one that had grown to a giant and she carried a baby with her. As for how I escaped, I could only sneak through the town and whenever I was caught I had to fight for my life. Luckily, I was able to survive because there were too many close calls to count. Yo sighed as he poured his heart out and gave the generals as much information as he knew. Yos didn't mention to the generals what had caused this event. He didn't feel the need to mention that core information is from what he could tell this was a once-in-a-lifetime event that naturally wouldn't occur again. It would also put more attention on himself, if he was questioned of how he figured it out, and he told them about the memories that would be putting too much unnecessary of a risk on him. Even now Yos didn't quite understand why he saw death rejecting baby's memories at that time. The ability to drain a person's energy from a touch explains our higher than normal casualties. General Wood grimaced as he hated the fact that his army had faced such losses. It was a kick in his face. Okay, thanks for your contributions, scholar. You may rest for now as we have the situation handled. Having received crucial information about their enemies, General Gold and the other two generals discharged Yos and started shouting orders to their soldiers to change their approach. Seeing that he had done his part and only needed to wait for the military to do its thing, Yos took a nap on the soft grass amidst the howling wind. Yos woke up to the feeling of being nudged by horns and saw Leah laying on top of him. The sky was still a blazing orange as he felt a heat coming from the town. Who set the town on fire? Yos couldn't believe his eyes as he watched a massive flame covering the entire town and letting out columns of black smoke. This is a precaution to prevent this from happening again. The people of the town are dead and will be buried alongside the town. General Gold's cold voice calmed Yos down. As Yos stopped asking further questions. It wasn't his business to make and the act had already been done. There was no way for him to change the situation and could only watch the bright flames light up the night sky. General, can I ask how long this road is going to be sealed? Yos asked a question he had been holding on to. When the town has turned into ashes, when this area is no longer sealed. The city won't allow such perfectly good land to be unavailable for long. The fire that burned the entire town lasted for days before the last embers died and the black ash covered the earth for miles. During that night, Jackie came to visit Yos to talk to him about his experience inside the Death Town. And left with frustration in his heart as he could feel that the gap between him and Yos had grown by a large extent in a mere few days. After that, the blazing army marched back to Jade City with Yos, his father, and Leah in tow instead of continuing their journey. As they needed to go back to the city to hire a new carriage driver as the last one had abandoned the mission after he came back to Jade City. Even though it was a pain in his ass to spend another few days trying to find another carriage driver that also knew the way to New Swampscott City, he eventually had found a driver that was willing to go the distance when he increased the pay. Standing in front of Yos was a young girl in her mid-20s wearing some clothes that commoners frequently wore. She seemed to have a vibrancy that made everything around more fun. Hello, my name is Jewel Emerald, an experienced carriage driver for the last 5 years and one of the best guides in the world for the last 6 years. Jewel smiled, extending her hand to shake Yos' hand. Yos was a bit surprised by the gesture as ever since he came into this world he had never had to give a handshake since it wasn't part of this world's culture. But he could easily accept since he was more interested in the young girl's last name. My name is Yos Thunder, this man here is my father, and this goat beside me is my pet Leah goat. Ah, what an interesting name for your pet goat. Jewel looked at Leah with curiosity before greeting Drew with respect. Before we leave, I need to ask you the origins of your last name. Is it from the same origin as Emerald Town? Yos asked, wondering if this was fate playing its part. Nope, my last name comes from the noble martial arts sect Emerald Armor sect. My father was part of that sect before he met my mother, so they chose to change my last name to Emerald out of pride. Jewel's face turned apathetic when she mentioned her parents, so Yos stopped his line of questioning. 4 of the big golem cultivation method for several days. He had been eating a large amount of food and pressuring his body using mindless blood legs for the past month. Now that he could feel how much inner vigor was in his body, he felt as if could crush the ground beneath him. The 4th level is said to allow me to send my inner vigor to individual parts of my body. This means that instead of having my weight distributed evenly, I can make one of my body parts weigh even more than it would normally. Yos allowed his inner vigor to crash around in his body until it slowly settled with a new level of vibrance. He could feel that he had a stronger connection to inner vigor and could send it anywhere he wanted. 10 minutes later, Jewel felt curious. Yup, I was just breaking through to level 4 of my martial art. I can now be considered to be a first-rate martial artist now. Once I break through again, I should be able to reach the peak of being a first-rate martial artist. Yos said, feeling a bit of pride. No way, it takes decades for martial artists to become first-rate martial artists. There's no way you became a first-rate martial artist just like. Jewel shook her head in disbelief. How do you know that I haven't been practicing for decades? Aren't you in your early 20s? I won't believe you if you say you've been practicing since you were a child when your father clearly isn't a martial artist himself. While I did become a first-rate martial artist, there's not much I can do to prove it to you. Yos was stunned by Jewel's logic since it was true. In regular circumstances, if a child practiced martial arts, it was due to their family having martial artists a part of their family. Meaning that they already had martial arts techniques and body cultivation manuals in their possession and didn't have to worry about the procurement of one. Yos had never come in contact with a martial artist until he was in his 20s due to him living outside the city and him taking the scholar exam to become an official for Jade City. If Yos hadn't taken the scholar exam, or if he never passed the exam, he would still not have never come in contact with the martial artist world, nor would he have the means to procure a martial arts book of any kind. Even when he became a scholar, if he hadn't decided to become an advisor to the martial courtyard, it was very likely he would not have had the means to buy a martial arts body cultivation manual to officially start his martial artist career. And it didn't take a good eye to see that he didn't come from a wealthy or well-connected family, since Yos was a scholar but his father wasn't. Meaning that he had become a scholar to improve his social status. For Jewel to put that all together, to know for a fact that he couldn't have practiced martial arts for decades, meant that Jewel herself had a great amount of knowledge of the martial arts world. Then again, she did say that her father was part of a martial arts sect before, so she must have a decent amount of knowledge. Yo's thought drifted to the fact that he still lacked great knowledge about the martial arts world. It wasn't his fault, as Yos really had only become a martial artist in a short period of time and had either been training or studying. There was little to no chance for him to ask the martial artist of the courtyard about the martial arts world. Even if Yos did ask them, they would most likely also only have told him the basics, as they had no expectations that a scholar would have that much interest in the martial arts. If I can prove to you that I'm a first-rate martial artist, then will you tell me everything you know about the martial arts world, and especially about the martial arts sections? Though Yos felt it was a long shot to try and prove he was a first-rate martial artist, he still wanted to give it a go to see if he could get more information. If you prove it to me, I will follow that condition, but you have to pay me double whether you've convinced me or not. Jewel perked up with interest hearing his proposal, but added the condition that he needed to pay her regardless. Sure. Yos easily agreed to her request, as he didn't want her to lie that she wasn't convinced to get the money if he only paid her if she didn't believe him. Now that was settled, Yos chin as he thought about what he could do that proved that he could be a first-rate martial artist. I could try and use my aura that comes from inner vigor to pressure her. No, that is too harmful, and Jewel isn't a martial artist herself, she won't feel it much. Rejecting the thought of pressuring, Yos turned his thought to using brute force. Showing her my strength could work, but she might just say that different martial arts techniques can allow different levels of strength. But the most important aspect of first-rate martial artists is the control they have over their inner vigor. Yo's eyes sparkled as he had the perfect way to show his strength. Grabbing a random rock from the ground, Yos placed his finger gently on the rock and showed it to Jewel as well as Leah and his father, who had become interested in their competition. Look, the most crucial important difference between a second-rate martial artist and a first-rate martial artist is the control over their inner vigor, an energy in their body that allows them to do all sorts of crazy things. The body cultivation method I'm practicing is called Big Golem cultivation, and it allows me to create super heavy inner vigor. Normally, this inner vigor is distributed evenly across my body so my fingers don't get very heavy. Yos activated his inner vigor and made it distributed evenly across his body. He lifted up his finger a few centimeters above the rock and gently let it touch the rock again. The sound of the collision of the rock and finger was heavy and left a small dent in the rock. However, as a first-rate martial artist, I can control my inner vigor to put all of it in my finger so it becomes impossibly heavy. 100 notable sects considered to be the most powerful. The top 10 sects in order are the Human Empire, the Crimson City, the Lost Lake Sect, the Sword Sect, the Fire Sect, the Grand Empire, the Demon Children Sect, the Honey Sect, the Ice Sect, and lastly the Charred Sect. After the top 10 sects, the positions are debatable, but in general all martial artists have to avoid the top sects in addition to the evil sect and the blood sect. These two are known for their evil practices and have no qualms with provoking and targeting children for their evil arts. Now those are the notable sects that you have to look out for and make sure not to get in their way. Jewel took a deep breath before telling Yos a huge amount of valuable information. At the end of it, Jewel couldn't help but take out her water sack and take a few gulps of fresh water, while Yos digested everything Jewel had told him. From what Yos knew now, his suspicions that there was more to these supernatural borders was further confirmed, as not only were the cities separated but even the large sects were separated from each other as if something didn't want them to interact with each other. Each of the most powerful sects control a region alongside with the largest city in a dual monopoly fashion. Take the Jade Mountain region that held Jade City. This region was under the jurisdiction of the Lost Lake sect, the third most powerful martial arts sect in the world, but also the one that interacted the least with its neighbors, so unless one had direct contact with someone inside the sect it was difficult to gather information on them. The balance of power between the city and sect was tense but also symbolic. Neither the city nor sect could fully control the whole Jade Mountain region, so they allowed the other to control half. The sects were filled with the strongest martial arts experts and had the most martial grandmasters. However, sects were just too small to challenge a city for its territory full of people, resources, and farms. The sects might hold the hands of many experts, but they would only drown from the massive armies that each city cultivated. It was the same for cities that wanted to encroach on the sect's territory. If the cities wanted to claim the territories of these sects, they needed to pay a drastic price for every inch they gained. So it was rare for a city or sect to control a whole region to themselves. There were of course some notable exceptions. The Human Empire, the Crimson City, and the Grand Empire were all exceptions to this rule. The Human Empire was formerly called the Human Sect before it took over the city that ruled with it, taking full control of the whole region. The Crimson City was a city that destroyed its partnered sect, the Farm Sect. And the Grand Empire was another city that ate the sect in its region, completely taking over its region. 10. The Charred Sect should have been worried that they could be attacked by the Lost Lake Sect, the third strongest. However, simply due to the Charred Sword Mountain range blocking the routes other than a few passages, it was nearly impossible for them to get attacked. Yos, we really should get going soon or we won't make it through before nightfall and have to stay the night in the Charred Sword Mountains, Jewel said, kindly reminding Yos of their current goals. Of course, let's get going. We can talk more about the martial arts world while we are moving. Snapping out of his thoughts, Yos looked up at the sky that had the sun at its highest point. With their current speed, it was unlikely they were going to make it through, but it was safer to stay for only one night than a few nights. Resuming their journey, the group of four arrived closer to the pitch-black mountains that seemed to have had the surface burned clean. There were little signs of wildlife and plant life in the mountains. How big must a forest fire be to completely char the land like this? Looking at the land that looked completely charred and destroyed, Yos felt like he understood why people said that only a battle between the legendary immortals and demons could cause this result. Only a forest fire of epic proportions or a natural disaster could cause such destruction of life. The scenery gets better once we reach the passageway. We are going to start seeing the life that these mountains provide for. Jewel smiled, seeing the shocked look on Yos' face. Yos nodded his head, expecting to see trees that were charred and animal carcasses, but when they arrived they saw a prosperous rainforest full of giant trees, flowers, bushes, and insects between a gap between two mountains. The stark contrast between the charred to dead earth and the life-giving forest was striking, and it was clear that the rainforest was only as wide as a mile before one met the deadlands again. Beautiful, isn't it? I never get tired of crossing these passages. Too bad many people aren't willing to cross the border. Jewel sighed as she looked at the beautiful sight before her eyes. It's the combination of the natural beauty of Mother Earth and the persistence of life. Is this really the type of place that is said to hide demons? It's more like the paradise that immortals live in. Nice speech as expected from a scholar. Thanks. Entering the forest pathway, Yos and Jewel admired the forest life as they traveled across, chatting about the varieties of life. When suddenly they heard the sound of thunder in the distance. We need to find shelter before the rain arrives. Can you go ahead and look for a cave or some cover to act as our shelter for the night? You will probably find one faster without the carriage acting as a burden. Lifting her hand to touch the little drizzle, Jewel looked at Yo's before if he could scout ahead to find a spot they could take cover from the rain. Agreeing with her thought process, Yo's went ahead of the group to look for some potential shelters. As he searched around, Yo's smelled a refreshing smell similar to watermelon coming to his right. Attracted by the smell, Yo's changed his direction to follow the trail of the scent coming to find a cave. With a glance at the cave's entrance, Yo's saw that it was big enough to fit the carriage and deep enough that they didn't have to worry about the wind blowing the rain right to them. This cave looks pretty good as a potential shelter. I'll go back first to bring everyone here to get their input. Not being a cave expert, Yo's felt that it was better to get Jewel's advice on the matter before exploring the cave deeper. He didn't want to waste his time exploring and cleaning up the cave only to find out that it wasn't a good enough shelter to shield them from the cold rain. Returning to where he left the group behind, Yo's returned to see that they hadn't moved at all and that Leah was tied to the carriage while getting petted by Jewel. Ignoring Leah's pleading eyes, Yo's told Jewel that he found a cave that looked like it could work as their shelter and wanted to get her input. That was quicker than I thought, but that is to be expected when you have the help of a first-rate martial artist. After explaining the situation, Yo's acted as the guide to the cave he found. When Jewel saw the cave, she looked like she had already decided that this was a good shelter for the night. This is a good cave, but we need to check it for any kinds of dangers that could be possible. Are you able to do that, boss? Still playing with her joke of calling her boss as if she was his lackey, Jewel proposed that she follow Yo's deep into the cave to find out if there were any dangers. Not having any particular reason to refuse her request, Yo's and Jewel ended up leaving Leah and Yo's father behind at the cave entrance while they did cave exploring. As they walked deeper into the cave, the refreshing smell of watermelon or freshly cut lawns grew stronger, making Yo's want to take a deep breath to get more of the scent into his nostrils. Just as Yo's was enjoying the pleasant smell, he heard the sound of hundreds of squeaks coming from the interior of the cave. These squeaks were rapidly approaching them, causing Yo's to get into a fighting stance to block whatever was coming out from going past him to reach his father. 10 more punches, turning 10 more bats' heads into a bloody mist. The blood of their companions seemed to have instead excited the blood bats as their squeaks grew louder and higher pitched. The blood bats came out of the shadows in sizes of pairs of dozens, nearly taking up every inch of the cavern due to their immense size. The larger the group of blood bats, the faster and harder Yo's threw his punches, and eventually he switched from throwing regular punches in fashion for his twin fists rapid combos. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The more blood bats showed up, the faster Yo's fists became, and soon it appeared to Jewel that he seemed to have grown 5 sets of arms and 3 heads, as each one of his fists killed more than 10 blood bats per second. The corpses of hundreds of blood bats piled up, forcing Yo's to move deeper into the cave to avoid getting crushed by the mere bodies of blood bats. The more Yo's killed, it seemed that 2 more blood bats appeared to spawn to take their place. There seemed to be a never-ending supply of blood bats. Boom! 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 As soon as Yo's koi fist combo crossed the 100 mark, just the shockwave coming from his punches killed tens of blood bats and turned their bodies into a bloody fog. An hour quickly passed and Yo's had to reset his koi fists combo several times, but his lethality never decreased as he got used to how these blood bats moved, and his dense swarms of blood bats became he could always kill several with one punch. From Jewel's point of view, it was like there was an invisible barrier behind Yo's that the blood bats could never get through. The number of blood bats' corpses on the floor alone would have been enough to destroy towns and required a small army to deal with, but they were all taken care of by one man. A man that seemed to be more machine than human at this point, as he never seemed to be the slightest bit tired. He even looked bored as he mindlessly slaughtered these terrifying creatures. Eventually, the swarm of blood bats began to thin out before the last blood bat had its body crushed into a bloody pulp. At this point, Yo's clothes were covered in blood, and the cave stench was bloody metallic. However, Yo smelled something incredibly refreshing coming from deeper in the cave behind the smell of blood. At this point, Yo's knew that whatever was making that smell must be extraordinary. Not even hidden by the enormous amount of blood in the air, this smell had to be coming from his spiritual sensing talent. The only other experience that Yo's had with such a strong smell was the stench of death. Compared to the smell of rotting corpses, Yo's much preferred the smell of freshly cut grass. Let's go deeper, really? I think that you killed everything in here. Puzzled by Yo's persistence to go deeper, Jewel could help but ask why. I smell something coming from deeper inside the cave, and it's either a really good thing or something really bad. Either way, I need to check it out to confirm. Not knowing how to explain his caution against any kind of persistent smell, Yo's just chalked it up to him smelling something. Okay, I'll follow your lead, boss. Not wanting to be left alone, Jewel picked up whatever courage she had left and followed behind Yo's. To their surprise, the cave did not continue for much longer before they reached a large space that had a large egg that was half the size of an adult human. The egg occasionally trembles as whatever large creature inside the egg was attempting to hatch. In Yo's point of view, surrounding this large egg was a swirling white mist that covered the entire egg. As the egg quivered and shook, some of the white was absorbed into the egg. A mere sniff of the white mist made Yo's muscles relax as he felt energized. If the scent of rotting corpses was the stench of death, then this fragrance was the smell of life. For this egg to be absorbing this spiritual fragrance must mean that the creature inside is blessed by the heavens. I need to see if it has any extraordinary talents. Toss a talent mark on whatever is inside that egg. Throwing out his only talent mark, Yo's was full of excitement. Name, Srikagu Serpent. Age, Processing. Talents, Spiritual Sensing, Grade 6, Serpent Spiritual Body Cultivation, Grade 10, Flexibility, Grade 10, holy shoot. That sounds like a demonic name for something that seems so blessed. Yo's thought to himself before his eyes widened when he noticed the egg's talents. This thing is blessed. It has 2 Grade 10 talents and a Grade 6 Spiritual Sensing talent. I need to capture whatever is inside this egg. Yo's felt his heart race as he focused on the various talents of this creature to make the best decision. I can improve my spiritual sensing talent. So far it has been a great addition to my talents even when I have the lowest grade version of it. But I could choose the Serpent Spiritual Body Cultivation talent. 10 talent Serpent Spiritual Body Cultivation talent has been locked on. Grade 9 Serpent Spiritual Body Cultivation talent has been added. Yo's was surprised to see that his cheat had once again updated itself to now pull up a blue message in front of him. However, he didn't pay much attention to it as he found himself in a black space with a truly giant serpent demon. The demon stood more than 20 feet tall and was covered in dark black scales. Its length alone would have doubled its height at least. The serpent demon's sharp claws shimmered with a green glow and its blood-red snake eyes chilled Yo's blood. Yo's gulped his saliva as he watched the giant serpent demon sliver on the ground before its skin cleared up and showed a green mist flowing into the demon's muscles in a particular order and quickly absorbed into its flesh before more green mist took its place. This process continued until Yo's realized that the demon had grown larger and its presence solidified. Yo's, snapping out of his daze, Yo's turned toward Jewel, who was much farther back than he remembered. Why are you getting closer to that demonic egg? Jewel asked, trembling from the aura that was leaking out from the hatching egg. Jewel could sense that the egg's aura gave her the same amount of pressure that Yo's had given her when he became a first-rate martial artist. And the egg's aura was growing stronger by the minute, and seeing Yo's casually walking right to this dangerous egg freaked her out. I'm just checking it out. I'll be back in a bit. Staring at the egg that contained the serpent demon he saw, Yo's paid even more attention to it as he saw that some of the white mist surrounding the demon egg was making its way toward him. Instinctively, he knew that the white mist was good for him, so he extended his hand to touch it. As Yo's did so, he felt his body shiver as he subconsciously thought of the pathways that the serpent demon in his head had. The white mist entered Yo's hand as he felt a refreshing and relaxing energy massaging his muscles, making them rapidly develop strangely. Yo's felt that he was getting stronger, faster, and more flexible at an incredible speed. At the same time, his inner vigor became active as it flowed through his body as more and more inner vigor was produced by the white mist entering his muscles the same way it did with the serpent demon. From a small trickle, the refreshing white mist redirected itself more and more toward Yo's until a majority of the white mist began entering Yo's body. The demon egg had no idea why it sensed that it was intaking less of its own life's spiritual energy, but it could do nothing about it until it hatched. Meanwhile, Yo's was absorbing 99% of the white mist, delighted to find that his big golem cultivation method was rapidly increasing. From just reaching level 4 he had blasted through to more than 90%, and there was still plenty of white mist surrounding the demon egg. Can I reach the peak of level 5 just by absorbing this white mist and following the serpent demon's strange art? No wonder it was said that demons are much stronger than mortals. If I hadn't interrupted the demon hatching process, it might have even become stronger than most blood masters, or maybe even a martial grandmaster at birth. The thought of meeting a martial grandmaster level demon made Yo's heart turn cold. But he got rid of that thought and focused on taking as much from this demon before it hatched. It was the best thing he could do to protect his group, so he couldn't be selfish and started training his big golem cultivation method to accelerate the production rate of his inner vigor. A few minutes later, Yos felt his inner vigor running wild as it colluded against his flesh, muscles, skin, nails, and hair. Every time a bit of his inner vigor clashed with a part of his body, a small bit was lost and absorbed into his body. However, as soon as he lost a bit of inner vigor, Yos' body would produce 3 times more. Yos could tell that the disturbance caused by the white mist was making his breakthrough into level 5 of the big golem art longer, as more and more of his inner vigor was absorbed into his own body. Even without Yos gaining any more muscle, his weight was rapidly increasing from 300 to 325 to 350 to 400 to 700 to 900 to 1,000 pounds. After reaching 1,000 pounds, Yos' body seemed to have reached its max saturation levels, as no matter how much his inner vigor clashed inside his body, no more inner vigor was absorbed. The sudden gain in weight would have caused Yos' bones to be crushed, but at the same time, he was getting stronger, faster, and more flexible from the serpent demon's art. By this point, more than half of the white mist surrounds the egg. However, Yos wasn't satisfied yet, as he could sense the aura of the demon was getting closer to the peak of a first-rate martial artist. He needed to continue absorbing the white mist so that when the demon hatched, it wouldn't be much of a threat. That way he could obtain its other talents. So Yos pushed to try and reach the peak of level 5. Big Golem Cultivation, level 5, 5%, Big Golem Cultivation, level 5, 10%, Big Golem Cultivation, level 5, 15%, Big Golem Cultivation, level 5, 20%. Yos ignored the signs that his cheat had once again updated to now include live progress. He was instead inspired by the fact that he was getting closer and closer to reaching the peak of level 5, 70%, Big Golem Cultivation, level 5, 80%, Big Golem Cultivation, level 5, 90%. Yos felt the inner vigor in his body quickly becoming a bigger and bigger flow, as it seemed to have become like a gushing river. The strange feeling that this river was like a phantom, completely weightless at one moment before becoming as heavy as an ocean, became more pronounced. He craved to see what he would weigh when he reached the peak. At this moment he had long surpassed the weight that the book had taken him. Just his body weight alone could have qualified him to contend with others who have reached the peak of the Big Golem Cultivation method. Big Golem Cultivation, level 5, 95%, there was no one Yos could talk to about this experience, as he only managed to accomplish it with the help of his cheat and his meeting the egg of a hatching demon. The seemingly unlimited supply of mist of life had allowed him to create a large amount of inner vigor. This huge amount of inner vigor allowed him to completely saturate his flesh and muscles. This shouldn't have been possible, as the Big Golem Cultivation manual stated that the process of breaking through from level 4 to level 5 allowed for a small percentage of inner vigor to enter the body. Creating more room to store more inner vigor, however, there was a clear limit to this method. During a normal breakthrough, inner vigor isn't produced, so every time a bit is absorbed into their flesh, it is gone until that person starts training again. Eventually, this would lead to the person gaining 50 to 200 pounds at most before there was too little to continue the process. Yos instead broke that convention, because while he was breaking through, he continued to produce inner vigor at a rate faster than he lost. The process then continued until Yos' body couldn't absorb anymore. Big Golem Cultivation, level 5, 100%, Yos stopped training his Big Golem Cultivation method because he reached its limit. He couldn't produce any more inner vigor, and Yos was satisfied with this outcome. There was still some more mist of life circling the demon egg, but it wasn't enough for the demon inside to break through to the Bloodmaster realm. So Yos just accepted the mist of life entering his body and tried to get used to his newfound strength. It wasn't even an hour and Yos had gone through a rebirth. With newfound strength and his body seemingly filled with endless energy, Yos felt that if wasn't careful his foot would go through the floor. So for the last 10 minutes, Yos focused on controlling his strength. While Jewel watched with her jaw on the floor. She had just watched a magical event happen as she watched Yos seem to through some transformation. If before Yos just made her feel that he was strong, then the current Yos resembled more like a demon wearing the skin of a human. "Yos, are you alright?" Jewel was so terrified by the aura that Yos was unconsciously omitting that she did not want to disturb his training. Letting out a heavy sigh of relief, Yos looked at Jewel and said, "I'm better than okay, I'm doing fantastic. Thank God, but we really should find another cave to act as shelter from the rain before this demonic creature hatches." Seeing that Yos hadn't been possessed by the demon, Jewel let out a sigh of relief and reminded him that they were still in danger of demon hatching. "I think it's too late for that, why?" Jewel looked at Yos with surprise before her eyes widened in fright as she saw cracks begin forming on the egg. Cracking, the sounds of cracking eggs echoed throughout the cave as the surface eggshell revealed the dark scales of whatever creature was inside the egg. Meanwhile, Yos watched as the last traces of the white mist entered the egg. Suddenly the egg stopped shaking and the crack stopped expanding. For a second, Jewel thought that they might have been in the clear and that the creature inside the egg was dead. Boom! However, her dreams were tarnished as the egg that was half the height of an adult exploded. And before she could react, Jewel saw that Yos was holding a giant serpent demon by its tail just a few inches away from it, clawing her head off. Whoosh! Boom! Holding the serpent demon with one hand, Yos flicked the demon toward the cave wall, causing a loud explosion to ring throughout the whole cave and causing a mini earthquake. The serpent demon's 10 feet long body became deeply embedded into the cave's wall. Yos waited to see if the serpent demon would return to launch a counterattack, but found out that it had fallen into a coma and was seriously injured. There was no way the newly born serpent demon could contend with Yos, who had used its own life spiritual energy to transform himself. "I think I got him." Jewel looked at the unconscious demon and was completely speechless at the events that had just gone down. The creature that spread fear to all humans was instantly knocked out by Yos. The man that was bragging just a few hours ago about becoming a first-rate martial artist. That was just a really big snake, right? Not a demon. Unable to cope with the reality of the situation, Jewel asked Yos whether or not she was just imagining that she saw a demon. "Nope, this is the legendary demon that kills and eats innocent people like it's a snack and fights with immortals." "Doesn't that make me as strong as an immortal?" Unfortunately, for Jewel, Yos liked seeing her speechless and didn't let her stay in her make-believe world, dragging her back to reality. Recovering from her shock, Jewel looked at Yos like she was seeing a monster and backed away to defend herself. 2 days later, Yos and his group were seen walking outside one of the few passways. After being stalled by the passage's unpredictable weather, Yos and the gang were finally able to escape and make it to the other side of the charred Sword Mountain range. And Yos was relishing his new talents and cheat interface to mind the dead demon he was dragging behind him. Second best system, name, Yos, age, 22, talents categories, comprehension talents, physical talents, martial arts talents, spiritual talents, other talents, techniques, twin fists, rank 4, 99%, big golem, level 5, 100%, mindless legs, stage 5, 100%, blood fist, perfection level, 200%, twin blood fists, perfection level, 200%, mindless blood legs, perfection level, 200%, talent mark, 0, 21 hours remaining. Pulling up his cheat, Yos ignored his techniques, which were all nearly maxed out, in favor of the new talent category. Spiritual talents, spiritual sensing, grade 5, spiritual speech, grade 4, serpent spiritual body cultivation, grade 9. In just a few days, Yos was able to increase his talent in the spiritual world. Yos' senses have drastically improved to sense the slight difference in all things spiritual. Yos placed especially more attention on his dad when he saw something amazing. Above his father's head was a small green flame that was being corroded by a black mist, which grew bit by bit as it swallowed more of his father's green flame. What made him feel grief was more than 75% of the green flame was corroded by the black mist that Yos recognized as the stench of death. Does anyone want to have an early lunch? With his mood plummeting from thinking about his father's impending death, Yos felt that dragging a dead demon's corpse he killed a few hours ago wasn't a good idea. So he wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible, but he did not want to just throw the demon's body away. He had long heard stories that the bodies of demons had magical effects on improving the body. So he wanted to test out this rumor and see if a demon's flesh that had just been born would taste as bad as the story said. That sounds like a good idea. After being stuck inside the passage for 2 days, I want to have a good meal to celebrate. Jewel agreed with Yos' proposal as she knew that lunch was going to be a rare delicacy. Stepping out of his carriage with a knife in hand, Drew walked directly toward the demon as he was prepared to make a great dish from the demon's flesh. 600 pounds of demon meat into Dad's and Leah's stomachs. After making his decision, Yos gave the rest of his demon meat to Leah and tore several more pieces of meat, and placed them on the campfire. For the rest of the trip, we will be eating demon meat. 39. Protectorate took about a week for Yos and the gang to make it to their next rest stop, which was a small village called Gale Village located on the far outskirts of New Swampscott City. Gale Village was known for being friendly to travelers, so it was a popular rest spot for travelers like them. As they got closer to Gale Village, Yos saw that a village girl was sitting on a tree staring right at them. The village girl wore a long blue dress that touched the floor and her face was pale white as she seemed to be on the verge of crying. A girl is watching us. Yos turned to Jewel to get her opinion since she was the most familiar with this region in town. A girl? What was she wearing? Jewel looked surprised at first, but hearing that it was a girl, her face softened considerably. She is wearing a long blue dress. So long in fact that even though she is sitting on top of a tree, her dress touches the bottom. Intrigued by Jewel's reaction, Yos gave her a detailed report. That's good, we don't have to worry about her. She is Gale Village's protector and a strong one at that. It's rumored that she is a blood master, so any troublemakers are quickly subdued. A blood master, is she taking in students? Staring at Gale Villager's blood master, Yo's eyes sparkled as he wanted to take her as his teacher. He had long reached the limit of the big golem cultivation method and has been hesitant on trying to break its limit or starting the iron skin cultivation method. Both trying to break the big golem cultivation method's limit and the training of iron skin require Yos to dedicate a lot of time. And with his father's limited time, he wanted to reach New Swampscott City as fast as possible to see if his supposed siblings were staying there. If they found his siblings in New Swampscott City, then it's good, but if they weren't there, it would take a lot of time and moving around to track them down. This made it so that they were in a time-sensitive environment, so staying a few days or weeks hampered down in a town could result in his father not seeing his children again before he passed away. That all made Yos reluctant to commit to anything, especially iron skin, which required him to acquire all sorts of ingredients to make a special paste. But this could all be avoided if Yos took on a blood master as a teacher. He could get their blood master martial arts and their talent so he could quickly improve. The best part is he can always just leave and train during the journey. If his master was cool enough to travel with him, then it would be so much better. Her taking in students? That's funny. She is known for killing her students if they start thinking about getting near the village. The last student she took in was more than a decade ago, and she killed him because she noticed that he started taking more interest in his master's home village. Even though Jewel mentioned how ridiculous the thought was, her face looked more terrified than finding it funny. Hearing that she kept killing her students astonished Yos, as he would have never expected it. Why in the world would she kill her students for stepping into her home soil? When he turned to look at the blue-dressed blood master, he saw that her face became grim before she lowered her head to face the ground. However, Yos had the feeling that she didn't feel much remorse for killing her pupils and just felt embarrassed more than anything. Then it would be better to not have her as my teacher then. I don't want my head chopped off because we are passing through. Hearing that the blue-dressed lady was crazy, Yos tossed out the idea of having her as a teacher and instead just threw a talent mark on her. Name, Scarlet Newborn, age, 56, talents, martial arts comprehension, grade 7, body cultivation, grade 7, thorny rose cultivation, grade 5, rapid calculation, grade 4, emotion control, grade 9, she looks good for how old she is. Yos thought as he assumed that from her baby face, she should have been in her late 20s at most. Shifting his attention to the wide area of talents in front of him, he pondered what he should copy. The first thing Yos tossed out of consideration was her thorny rose cultivation talent. It was mostly a talent related to her body cultivation method or martial arts technique, so it wouldn't do him much good if he didn't plan to become her student. The next two things he tossed out of consideration were her rapid calculation and emotion control talents. These two were good on their own, but they wouldn't give that much value to Yos at the moment. He also felt that he didn't have the need to learn how to control his emotions to the extent that the emotion control talent would be able to let him reach. That left Yos with only two choices left. he could copy either her martial arts comprehension or body cultivation talent and upgrade one of these two from grade 5 to grade 6. It was adding 50% from their original 100%, which was pretty great. We are also only staying the night, so I might be able to copy 2 of her talents before we leave. After thinking about it some more, Yos decided that he should not try to be conservative and attempt to get them both. Setting target to martial arts comprehension, grade 7. Locked onto talent and copying it. Grade 6 martial arts comprehension talent has been added. The feeling of his mind expanding and the questions and doubts he had about his martial arts slowly being solved almost Yos sigh with relief. Even after so long, he hadn't grown tired of the feeling of getting talents. 24 hours soon passed. Blood Master, I have made my decision, Yos said to thin air as he knew she was listening even though he couldn't see her. Yos couldn't see her, but he could see a blue fire floating a distance of several dozen feet away at all times. Just like he expected, the blue flame instantly covered the distance between them and Scarlet Newborn appeared out of thin air still wearing the same face. So what's your decision? I apologize, but I cannot accept becoming your student. I have a mission that I must complete before I take on any teachers. Yos said, trying to show his respect to Scarlet. That's fine, if you ever change your mind I'll always be open to having you as my student. Scarlet's tearful face instantly changed to indifference as she accepted his rejection. Of course, I must say that on your way out there is a possibility that Blood Master Steel will come and stop you. She added as if she suddenly remembered important news. Can I ask why would Blood Master Steel stop us? I don't believe that we have met or gotten into a conflict with him. He is a man that loves to be challenged, he calls it like breaking his limit, but I think he is just crazy. Anyways, the main reason these travelers are here is that Blood Master Steel wanted to fight me. But now that he has found a stronger challenger he isn't interested in me any longer, Scarlet explained with an amused look on her face. Why would he think that I'm a better challenger than you, a Blood Master? Yos was a bit shocked. He has just arrived and has already gotten the attention of 2 Blood Masters. One wanted to take me as her student and the other wanted to fight him. Well, it's simple, you are stronger than me and more importantly stronger than him. Even though you haven't officially stepped into the Blood Master realm, I do not doubt that your special physical prowess gives you a slight edge over Steel. It would have been so wonderful if you accepted my offer, then the Thorn Rose Cultivation sect could have risen through the clouds. Scarlet sighed in regret before handing Yos a pendant that had an image of a blue rose whose thorns were as big as its stem. If you ever change your mind you can either come to find me or go to the sect location on the pendant. After showing how Yos could contact the sect, Blood Master Scarlet left without hesitation. Staring at the pendant in his hand, Yos sighed and put it in his pouch. Since the business with Gale Village and Blood Master Scarlet was finished, they left while Yos cherished the feeling of improving his body cultivation talent. He could feel the hold on his body that the big golem cultivation method had on him loosen. His confidence in breaking through its limit rose further. He felt that he could see the path to breaking the big golem's cultivation method's limit, he just needed to settle down somewhere for a week or 2. As they left Gale Village, Yos remained vigilant for any attacks from Blood Master Steel. He didn't trust Blood Master Scarlet at all, but he didn't know a reason why she would lie about it. It wasn't like Yos would take the initiative to find Blood Master Steel and challenge him to a fight. So he decided to keep a lookout just in case Blood Master Steel truly does show up to fight him. A week passed by as they departed from Gale Village and haven't seen any signs of the Blood Master. Yos scanned the area and concluded that at this point if Blood Master Steel wanted to catch up with them he had to show up today. After today they would be crossing the rapids of this region and it would become unreasonable to follow anyone past this point. So Yos, Jewel, and Leah were in a hyper-vigilant state the whole journey until they crossed the rapids. Blood Master Scarlet must have been messing with you because you rejected her offer. Jewel sighed in relief for not having to be attacked by a Blood Master. Yos on the other hand still felt that the whole situation with Blood Master Scarlet was strange. Why does she want to take him in as her student if she felt he was stronger than her? Why didn't she mention she belonged to a sect? If she mentioned that, it could have possibly changed his mind. Why would someone who had as much control over her emotions play a prank on someone she just met? Also, suddenly mentioning Bloodmaster Steel only after his rejection gave Yos the feeling that she wanted to use him to get rid of Bloodmaster Steel. I don't know if she was lying. It could be that Bloodmaster Steel isn't as much of a battle junkie as she made us believe, but he still might track us down later. Either way, we are almost to the city and will be able to find my father's children and my siblings. If everything goes well, then you will get paid handsomely and my father will live for a long time. 10 Talent 3-Headed Fox Spiritual Body Cultivation Talent. Grade 9 Talent 3-Headed Fox Spiritual Body Cultivation Talent has been added. Yo's eyes quickly turned black as he found himself inside the same void that he had been in when he took the Serpent Demon's Body Cultivation Talent. Instead of the towering and oppressive aura that the Serpent Demon created, a giant fox demon with 3 heads and 10 tails walked around with an aura that made Yos doubt whether he was seeing a demon or imagining it. Just like the Serpent Demon, Yos saw that he could see orange energy flowing through a specific route in the demon's body. Yos found that he was having a harder time knowing if the fox demon was there or not, even though it was staring at him with a mischievous grin as time passed by. 100,000 inhabitants. New Swamp Town directly bordered New Swampscott City, so it was highly developed. It was nearly impossible to not think that New Swamp was a city, and often people mixed up the two. The town and city were so integrated that someone couldn't enter New Swampscott City without showing evidence that they had first gone through New Swamp Town. It was a pain in the butt for frequent travelers but gave the city more control over its territory. That town that was a mini-city was where Yos and his group were now passing through and getting their traveling papers completed. As for why Yos was all alone watching ants fight to the death was because he wasn't allowed to enter without a stringent checkup. This checkup was so strict that Jewel had never heard many of the measures that they wanted to do on him. So Yos was forced to wait outside until the people who were assigned to check up on him arrived. Just a little bit longer, then we will arrive at New Swampscott City. After that, I can have some time to focus on breaking through. I have already reached the limit of all my techniques, Yos said, mumbling to himself. It had been nearly 3 months since he had left Jade City, and during this short period, he had grown extremely fast. So fast to the point he didn't know how strong he was. He knew that he could destroy his previous self with his normal body weight alone. When Yos thought about combining his over 1,700 pounds of weight with the absurd physical abilities he gained from his demon spiritual body talents alongside his blood twin fists were at 200%, he felt a shiver run through his heart. I could fight against a top blood master, right? Even though Yos was confident in his strength, he didn't want his confidence to cloud his judgment. He had met only one blood master level person, and that was Blood Master Scarlet. But they never fought, so he couldn't verify the claim that he was stronger than her or the mysterious Bloodmaster Steel. Who is the one that is intimidating my guards? A harsh roar stunned the 2 ants that were fighting to the death. Afterward, they ran away after giving each other a nod to continue at a later date. Poor guy, he should have known better to threaten guards. Yos thought to himself and looked to see the troubled dude. A strong scent of blood and iron reached his nose when Yos saw a middle-aged angry man covered in medals walking out of the town's gate. His eyes immediately shifted to a group of people who had tattoos written all over their bodies. You 3 dare show your faces around here, forcing your way inside. The middle-aged man's face turned red as a red fog leaked out of his body. The 3 tattooed people called out by the middle-aged man, faces turned pale from fear as they tried to explain themselves. Army Commander Josh, we have no idea what your subordinates told you. Our gang leader just wanted to inform the town that the north road to New Swampscott City is being blocked by a new gang that calls itself the Radiants. Blocked. Yo's pupils shrunk as he heard the tattooed man's news. Block? Who has the gall to block our access to the city? Hearing the news, the army commander's anger evaporated before his eyes shined with realization. That new sect is getting too big to contain themselves, huh? Seemingly understanding the situation, the army commander left with frustration and a visible malicious intent. With his departure, everyone let out a breath of relief as the pressure coming from the army commander was immense. Is it true that a new gang is blocking the road to New Swampscott City? Yos walked towards the tattooed people and asked. Who the hell do you think you are to ask? As if they were pissed by getting yelled at, they lashed out at Yos. However, he didn't take it to heart as he wanted to get a clear answer. If the road was blocked, then how was he supposed to take his father to the city and fulfill his wish to see his children? Please, I'll pay you if you answer my questions. Yos pulled out the pouch he carried his money in and took out 20 copper coins. Seeing Yos pull out so much money without hesitation seemed to have convinced them, as one of them took the 20 coins and started talking. Yes, the main road to New Swampscott City is blocked by the new gang. But that doesn't mean that it's impossible to get to the city by taking a week or 2-week-long detours taking the side roads. A week? Do you have any idea of how long it is going to take for the city's military to unblock it? Yos asked as he felt a pinch when he heard that if they took the detours it would cost at least a week of his father's life. Before the tattooed man could respond to his question, his mouth was covered by a tattooed lady who gestured for Yos to pay up. Fine, take it. Not in the mood to negotiate with these people, Yos handed them another 20 coins. Let's say it will take about a few days for the city to respond and deal with this ruthless gang, but they won't open it up for the public for a while to make sure they eradicated every last one of the gang members who have stepped out of line. 2 people that used to live there more than 13 years ago. It was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Trying to find 2 people out of millions was asking for a long time to be wasted trying to find them. Not only that, they weren't just trying to find them but also to allow his father to bond with them again. 6 months was too short. Yos had initially planned to quickly get to New Swampscott City to settle down and use his remaining money to hire an investigator to track his father's children while he trained to break his limits. The stronger Yos was, the more confident he would feel fighting an adult demon and getting the demon meat to his father to live longer. This plan already had a low chance of success with the short time he had, and every day lost lowered the chances further. Though I don't hate this gang, I need to deal with them. With his heart rate accelerating, Yo's eyes glinted with orange and green light as he started to emit a demonic pressure that was hard to pin down. Hey, we aren't trying to cause you trouble, big guy. The 3 tattooed troublemakers all turned paler when they experienced powerful pressure from the army commander. They didn't feel that they were facing a human at all but a demon with a human disguise. Their instincts screamed for them to run, but they couldn't even take a step from how heavy the aura that Yos emitted was. It was as if an elephant was sitting on top of them, making movement impossible. I'm sorry about that. Hearing the distressed voices, Yos calmed down and apologized to them for accidentally harming them in his anger. I need to remain calm so that I can make the best decision. Taking a deep breath to cool his nerves, Yos thought about the options he had. We can't take a longer route. Yos shook his head as he crossed that idea out. It's going to add an extra week and there is no guarantee that we won't be intercepted before we make it to New Swampscott City. Waiting for the military is also a no-go. It's going to take too long, and how long it takes for the gang to be completely eradicated is unknown. We can try to sneak around them. That is putting too much danger on Dad. Regardless of if this is the best choice or if I can't think straight from anger, I'm going to destroy that gang by myself. Yos licked his teeth as a glint went through his eyes. What is the point of me training so hard if I never use it? It had to be said that Yos seldomly fought, and the number of battles he had been in could be counted on 2 hands. Some of his opponents were incredibly strong, such as the mutated zombies of Emerald Town. The battle with the mother zombie could have been said to be the closest Yos had been to death. It wasn't like he was purposely avoiding fights, but Yos enjoyed the feeling of improving through training and collecting talents more than fighting. However, it wasn't like he would avoid fights that harmed his family members. Even when he hadn't become a martial artist, he had fought thugs because they harmed his father. This was another situation that Yos would directly create a fight because of his father, and he was willing to do it 100 times over. After making up his mind, Yos left the gate checkpoint and ran to the other side of New Swamp Town, and dashed down the main road. A few hours passed by as the sun above New Swamp Town began to set. Traveling towards the town was a shirtless man holding a book in his hand. The man's casual walk caused cracks to form on the road and blood to drip from his blood-soaked clothes tied to his waist. That man walking towards New Swamp was Yos, who was feeling incredibly pleased with his current battle prowess. Not only did he deal with the issue, but he even got himself a Bloodmaster martial arts set. Thinking about what happened just a few hours ago, Yos remembers some key details that he missed when he first found there were more than 100 thugs that had set up camp on the main road. Each one of them was dressed in simple and nondescript clothes that matched the description of a gang to a T. While the thugs were dressed simply, they all had robust, powerful bodies and emitted some pressure caused by the creation of inner vigor. Behind them, there were even several of their members who created pressures so strong that Yos was sure that they had reached the peak of first-rate martial artists. However, these men weren't even the strongest, as hidden within the 100 thugs were several blood masters. Those men weren't thugs at all, Yos concluded after he started to think things more clearly. He also found it odd that an ordinary gang could have a complete blood master martial arts set. It was already difficult for ordinary gangs to acquire martial arts books, and even more difficult to train their members to the extent that they all had developed inner vigor. To think that this new gang had a few blood masters in their midst was almost on the level of a fairy tale. For this to be possible, they could only have been supported by a large organization. Which organizations would want to cause trouble for New Swampscott City? 200% potential behind this one fist alone shattered the Bloodmaster's reinforced sword and crushed his blood armor, and sent him flying. Before the Bloodmaster touched the ground, his blood armor disintegrated as he died. At the same time, the other Bloodmaster's attacks were about to tear into Yo's back, but he suddenly disappeared and reappeared below a Bloodmaster whose armor focused on sharpness. Blood Bull. Boom. Pop. The moment the Blood Bull touched the Bloodmaster's chin, the armor was crushed and the Bloodmaster's head exploded along with his blood armor, covering Yo's head to toe in his blood. Swish! Though Yo's was fast, one of the Bloodmaster's blades cut into his shoulder, cutting into it deep. Just as the Bloodmaster was about to retreat and withdraw his sword, he found it stuck. It was like there were hundreds of pounds holding the sword in place and causing the Bloodmaster to give up his sword to survive Yo's counterattack. Yos waved his hand at the retreating Bloodmaster and suddenly sensed that his serpent spiritual energy was flowing out of his body and surrounding his hands, forming sharp claws. This sudden change didn't distract Yos as he followed the retreating Bloodmaster with his sword still on his shoulder. Even though the retreating Bloodmaster was fast and even used his best movement technique to escape, but Yo's raw speed alone outmatched him in every field, so Yos quickly caught up and clawed at the man. Swish! Surprising both Yos and the Bloodmaster, Yos' spiritual claws cut through the Bloodmaster's blood armor as if it were paper and instantly gutted him. Ripping the Bloodmaster to shreds in such a brutal manner seemed to have triggered something, as Yos saw the Bloodmaster's spiritual energy attracted to his claws and absorbed into his body. Yos could feel both his serpent spiritual body cultivation talent and three-headed fox spiritual body cultivation talent ripping apart this Bloodmaster's spiritual energy and absorbing it into their pathways. Before the two talents could complete their meal, Yos tossed them another healthy portion of Bloodmaster-level spiritual energy as he ripped another Bloodmaster apart with his bare hands. The remaining two Bloodmasters shivered as they didn't feel they were fighting against another martial artist but a demon. How could he so easily rip apart their blood armor as if it wasn't even there? Knowing that they stood no chance against this monster, one of the Bloodmasters rushed to their leader's tent and grabbed the youth, and ran without explaining. The remaining Bloodmaster swallowed his fears as he attempted to buy his master time to escape, but his fear of Yos lowered his battle prowess, leading to him being ripped apart even faster. In less than a minute, more than 5 Bloodmasters were killed, and even more ridiculously by someone who hasn't reached the Bloodmaster realm yet. Seeing that the only remaining Bloodmaster was running away with his tail between his legs, Yos stopped his massacre as he knew that he had done enough. Taking a moment to collect himself, Yos got rid of the sword in his shoulder and fully experienced the effects of his spiritual talents, absorbing 3 Bloodmasters worth of spiritual energies. Yos felt that his strength, flexibility, endurance, vitality, and everything else were growing stronger. It would have been a pleasurable experience if not for his unintentional absorption of spiritual energy had restarted the war between the serpent spiritual body cultivation talent and the three-headed fox body cultivation talent. Luckily, as quickly as the war started, each one retreated after grabbing as much spiritual energy as they could. This is going to be a problem if the conflict in my body is activated during a fight against an equally strong opponent. Yos frowned as he thought about how he had to slow down because of it. If not, he could have killed that Bloodmaster before he reached the tent. I need to figure out how to solve this conflict soon, but as for right now, the benefits have outweighed the losses. Yos grinned as he looked at the deserted Radiant gang campsite. As soon as it was clear to the gang members that the Bloodmasters were losing, they all ran in different directions trying to escape the danger. Soaked in blood and with the demonic orange and green sparkles in his eyes, Yos seemed to have been a reincarnation of a demon in their eyes. With the camp deserted, Yos was free to loot anything he found particularly valuable. The most valuable of which was the Blood Master martial arts set called Blood Swordsman. But I did miss that inside the Radiant Gang Leader's tent was a good amount of fancy items that a rich person with status could own. But a framed picture of an old man with a refined smile in front of a wall with the name Blood Armor Sect isn't what I would think that anyone would just carry with them for sentimental value. Yos couldn't help but slap himself at how obvious that clue was. So did I just destroy a martial arts sect? 100x, each one of those blood masters could have easily killed him from 3 months ago 10 times over with just their pressure alone. To be able to fight against all 6 blood masters and come out on top was mostly due to the spiritual talents he acquired these past months and absorbing so much of the serpent demon's life spiritual energy. The claws that I can create with my spiritual energy are fantastic weapons. Yos looked at his hands and with a thought, he controlled green spiritual energy to form razor-sharp claws invisible to the naked eye. Why can't I do the same with the 3-headed fox spiritual energy? Yos pondered as he tried to make the same sharp claws but found that it was much harder to accomplish and these claws weren't as sharp. They even faded in and out of visibility in his spiritual senses, so it was nearly impossible to tell that these claws existed. These could be good sneak attack weapons against demons or other creatures that can sense spiritual energy. Yos stopped playing around with his spiritual claws and continued to walk back to New Swamp in a slow manner. The battle inside the Blood Armor Sect encampment didn't last long, but he had gotten very clear injuries during the battle. Luckily, Yos' healing speed seemed to have also been sped up so that even the deep sword wounds on his body were visibly healing. As to not worry his father, he has been deliberately walking slowly and testing out basic techniques in the Blood Swordsman martial arts set. Now that his wounds have mostly all healed, he just walked to the entrance leading to New Swamp Town. Since New Swamp was so large, it took some time for Yos, who was walking around the town, to reach the other side. By the time Yos reached the gate to New Swamp was as loud and busy as ever as the line into the town extended quite far. His eyes immediately shifted to a certain carriage and wagon as he saw Jewel, his father, and Leah all outside standing in the cold. Yos, where have you been? We have been looking for you all day. Drew felt his stress melt away when he saw his son walking toward them. I was going for a walk around the town to check out the road we will be taking to New Swampscott City. Due to the sun having set and relying on the torches to light up the area, Drew hadn't noticed that Yo's clothes were stained red. Have you eaten dinner yet? Drew asked as he headed to their campfire to cook. Dad, it's a bit late to start cooking. I'll just eat some jerky and head to bed. We have a busy day ahead of us tomorrow morning. Not wanting to be exposed and having to explain his risk to destroy a gang, Yos decided to skip eating dinner and try to suggest to everyone that they should go to sleep. In that case, I'll turn in early. Drew knew when his son wanted to hide something from him and decided that it would be better to just sleep because his son did not want to worry him. Good night. The next day, Yos and the group were woken up by the sound of shocked voices as news spread like wildfire. There were rumors that a demon had shown up in the area and called the town for quick action. Others called for an investigation to be carried out by the town government. And there were even calls that local gangs had gotten too ballsy and were dealt with by the city. All these rumors and calls for action came about when a story broke out that there was a deserted encampment on the main road leading to New Swampscott. And inside this encampment were the corpses of dozens of men dressed as gang members, and from the details of the bodies it was found out that all died at a similar time yesterday. The people that weren't in the know of why this encampment appeared on the main road all figured that it could only have been done by the hands of a demon. Even some of the corpses of the gang members were torn to shreds by weapons that looked like claws. The people who were aware of the roadblock created by the Rising Radiant gang all praised the new swamp town for getting rid of the nuance so quickly and decisively. The calls for an investigation of the town came from people who felt that this issue was dealt with too quickly and that this was organized by corrupt government officials. Once they couldn't stop New Swampscott City from getting involved, they scrapped the plan. There was even a subset of people who realized that those gang members came from the Blood Armor sect. It was said that this martial arts sect was rising through the ranks and was becoming ambitious. To see that within a single day of causing trouble all their elites and blood masters were dead made it so that many thought that New Swampscott City was using this incident to remind the other martial arts sects that there was a reason why the charred martial arts sect didn't dare cause trouble. As for the Blood Armor sect's future, it was over for them. They had lost over 80% of their strength in a single night and would never be able to recover. The Blood Armor sect leader could only count his blessings that the city wasn't ruthless enough to kill him and his family after their major loss. This shocking news had blown out of proportion and reached the ears of New Swamp's officials, and they had to plan their response to these claims. As for the culprit of the whole debacle, he was standing beside a woman who looked at him with suspicious eyes. 20 minutes away from here, that should be able to handle your weight. Jewel scrolled through her notebook that had all her notes about the places she had been to and eventually found an inn called Bear Inn. After confirming that Bear Inn was still around, they went over to find that it was quite busy as a bunch of tall and strong martial artists went in and out of the establishment. When they finally made it to the counter to register for a room, they met a young man behind it. "Excuse me, do you know the weight limit of your floors?" Yos called out to the young man, seeing that he hadn't noticed them. "What? The weight limit of the floor? They should be able to handle anything under a ton," the young man said. "Let's go find another place." Yos couldn't help but feel that his weight could be a problem. "Okay, let's go check out Marshall Palace." Seeing that even a weight limit of under 1,000 pounds wasn't enough made Jewel a bit concerned that they might not find a place. After trying 5 more places and taking more than 2 hours, they eventually found a place that not only satisfied Yo's weight requirements but exceeded them by 10 times. It was an inn called 10-Ton Inn and was an inn for animal handlers who had elephants or any heavy animal could rest without having to sleep outside. "This place is perfect." Knowing that they couldn't find a better place, Yos paid for 3 rooms that were the furthest away from the animals. Since there was no way for them to travel to North Winger Street before nightfall, they all put their stuff in their rooms before they went to eat dinner at a nearby restaurant. The next day, Yos and Jewel went by themselves to find the address that had his father's children. By the time they arrived at North Winger Street, they found the apartment building that the address led to. However, Yos and Jewel left soon after because they found out that it was indeed the case that the previous tenants had moved out a few years prior. As they left, Yos turned to Jewel if she had any contact with a good investigator. "Nope, I never had to look for someone before, so I don't know any investigators. But it shouldn't be hard to find someone since the government has a list of investigators they support. We can just ask a guard and they should be able to point out someone," Jewel clarified. The guard that they asked was a middle-aged man wearing a suit of armor that had the city's guard emblem on its chest. "Excuse me, sir, do you know of any good investigators to find people?" Yos asked the guard. How much do you want to pay for the investigation?" The middle-aged guard scratched his stubbled chin as he asked how much Yos was to spend. "I can afford to spend 100 silver for this investigation," Yos said in a calm voice. 100 silver. The middle-aged guard's eyes went wide with shock. He couldn't believe that this man in front of him was willing to spend a person's yearly salary on an investigator to find someone. "If you are planning to spend that much, you are best to get an expert in finding people. Here, this investigator is known for his ability to find people. He is expensive, but he says that if he can't find the person, he will return the money." The middle-aged guard took out a slip of paper and wrote down the investigator's address and information on it before handing it to Yos. "Thanks for the help, Yos." "No problem, always happy to help around," the middle-aged guard said as he looked at Yos with expectation. "Here is a tip for being so helpful." Seeing that Yos wasn't getting the guard's hint, Jewel grabbed her money pouch and handed the guard a silver coin. The middle-aged guard nodded his head, grabbed the silver coin, and left without another word. "That will be 1 silver coin as compensation." Jewel turned around and waved her hand at Yos, demanding compensation. Knowing that it was his fault for being slow and getting used to the culture of this region, Yos gave Jewel a silver coin to pay her back. After that ordeal, they both looked at the information that the guard provided. On the slip of paper were the investigator's name, address, and a brief description of what he looked like was jotted down. "Detective Dave, and from the address it shouldn't take us long to get there," Jewel said, reading the information. "Then let's check it out. If he is as qualified as that guard says he is, then there shouldn't be a problem for us to hire him today." Not wasting more time, the two of them went over to the investigator's address and found themselves standing in front of a small nameless building. Knocking on the door, Yos and Jewel waited until they heard the door unlock and slowly open to reveal the investigator mysteriously sitting at his desk. However, the mysterious atmosphere was ruined when Yos and Jewel heard a child's voice below them. "Hello, are you here for Detective Dave's services?" The child looked to be around 12 years old and had a bored look on his face. Yos was instantly drawn to the child's head as he saw that his collection of spiritual energy had formed into a yellow dog with brown spots. "Yes, we are here to ask the detective if he can find a missing person." Jewel's eyes sparkled as she saw the child as she said why they came here. "Okay, come in and get comfy, Detective Dave is at his front desk." The young child nodded his head as he went to be at the detective's side. Taking his seat in front of Detective Dave, they noticed that he looked younger than they imagined, looking like he was about the same age as Yos. "Nice to meet you, Detective Dave. My name is Yos and her name is Jewel and I want to hire you for your services to find two individuals." "Thank you for choosing me, but before we begin I need to put up some information. The people that will be doing the main bulk of the investigation will be my two students while I help them along. If you can't accept that, then we will not be able to work together." Detective Dave looked into Yos and Jewel's eyes as he added his caveat. "That's fine, as long as these two people are found. I don't care who is doing the investigation. But I will prefer that this investigation goes as fast as possible since I'm in a time crunch," Yos said without hesitation. "If we can't find that person within a month, then the investigation will be considered a failure and your money will be returned. As for my rate, it's at least 20 silver for us to take the case, and if you want us to put out entire focus on your case, that will bring it up to 80 silver. Detective Dave said calmly, half expecting some shock to be on Yo's face. However, he was disappointed by the lack of reaction coming from Yos and Jewel. "Here is 100 silver, 80 for the investigation and 20 for the information that you found if you can't find them." Yos took out a pouch he had stuffed with 100 silver beforehand and gave it to the detective. Even though he had to give up a third of his savings to pay for this investigation, Yos didn't flinch as he was long prepared to spend big. As for Jewel, she had already known that Yos was planning on spending 100 silver for the best investigator, so she didn't flinch at the shockingly high prices. "If you can give me the information of the two people you want me to find, then we can start looking for them today." This time it was Detective Dave who was shocked into silence before taking the money and asking for the information. "Are we able to come back in an hour to tell you the information?" Yos asked as he didn't know what his father's children looked like or much about them. "That's fine, we will be here until sunset if you have any information you want us to know." Yos and Jewel soon left after that and went back to 10 Ton Inn to inform Yos' father and take him with them to Detective Dave. The process of telling the detective the information was quick, and they had given the detective all the information they could and left to go celebrate. By the time they returned to the inn, it was getting dark, but Yos took out both the Iron Skin Body Cultivation Manual and the Blood Swordsman martial arts set. It's finally time to begin another training session and practice these 4 hours a day to absorb it. After a month or two he would have made it to the first level and have reached the peak for third-rate martial artists. The second level requires yet another special paste that Yos had to wear for 6 hours a day, and after 3 months he would have started producing the Iron Skin Inner Vigor. 3 months after that Yos will have made it to the peak of the second level and be a peak second-rate martial artist. The third level changed the method of cultivation and required Yos to be inside boiling water for as long as he could. The longer he was able to withstand the heat, the more inner vigor his body would be able to produce. At its peak, Yos' skin would be able to turn as hard as iron at will and be able to take the attacks of most first-rate martial artists. "This is as incredible as I thought it was, but it says nothing about my insides. My skin might handle the damage, but my insides will be hurting." After years of training in martial arts and having a high talent for comprehending martial arts, he was able to see the weakness of such a great body cultivation method. And he understood why there existed the Iron Muscle Body Cultivation Manual on the second floor of the Martial Courtyard's library. Iron Skin is most likely part of a set of body cultivation manuals. How deep does that set of body cultivation manuals go? Does it go as deep as someone's organs? Yos wondered if he would ever have the chance to go back to the courtyard's higher floor to see if they had more versions of the Iron Skin Body Cultivation method. Training in iron is simple but time-consuming, but I can still train my other stuff while training it. Yos turned his attention to the martial arts set he had recently acquired and looked at it with admiration. "This martial arts set is incredible. It can handle and mix different types of inner vigor. The Blood Swordsman martial art set forced anyone who wanted to train in this art to reach the Blood Master realm to start at the very beginning. Yos had to first reach the peak of the Armored Swordsman body cultivation manual along with its techniques. Only after reaching the peak of the Armored Swordsman body cultivation method could one begin to train in the Blood Swordsman body cultivation and its respective techniques. Even though this was a massive blow to anyone that had reached the peak of their respective body cultivation and didn't have enough talent for another one, Yos felt that it was worth it. Because once he cultivated Armor Swordsman to its peak and began to practice the Blood Swordsman, he could add his big golem inner vigor to the Blood Swordsman's inner vigor, making his blood armor and blood sword become extremely heavy. The best thing about it was that there wasn't a limit on how many different types of inner vigor he could add to his armor and sword. Once Yos cultivated his Iron Skin inner vigor, he could add it to strengthen the defensive properties of his blood armor. Okay, let's put that aside for right now and see how I am supposed to train in the Armor Swordsman method. Yos reluctantly moved away from the Blood Swordsman section of the Blood Master martial arts set and focused on the beginning portion. The Armored Swordsman had 6 levels and every 2 levels corresponded to a martial artist rank. The first and second level was tied to being a third-rate martial artist. The third and fourth levels meant that Yos had reached the skill of a second-rate martial artist. And the fifth and sixth levels could only be challenged by fellow first-rate martial artists. What Yos found interesting was the way he was supposed to train in the Armored Swordsman was tied to his proficiency in his sword skills. He had to practice 2 sword techniques that came with the body cultivation method, the Armored Swordsman Slash and the Armored Swordsman Shuffle. The Armored Swordsman Slash was an offensive attack and the Armored Swordsman Shuffle was a movement-type skill. Both had 6 levels to them, and only by reaching the level of both skills could he reach a specific level of the Armored Swordsman Body Cultivation Manual. Yos saw that these techniques were dual-purpose, just like his Blood Fist, Twin Blood Fists, and Mindless Blood Legs. These techniques both served as a way to train and improve himself, but also had incredible uses as battle techniques. His Twin Blood Fists technique saw the most use when Yos fought and had become a core technique of his fighting style. As for Mindless Blood Legs, acted more as constant body training, as Yos could never turn it off. Armored Swordsman Slash and Shuffle acted similarly to his blood techniques and served more as a direct means of improvement, while his blood techniques served more as supplementary techniques and great ways to break his limits. I even have to go buy some armor to practice these techniques. As a part of a Blood Master martial arts set, it makes sense that it had a higher requirement to practice. 100 silver, which mostly came from the set of armor Yos had bought. Good thing I took a sword from one of the Blood Masters, or I'd have spent everything I had without being able to pay Jewel. As Yos paid for his armor, he realized that he hadn't given Jewel her money for taking them to New Swampscott City. Not wanting to not pay her, Yos waited for them to return to the inn before he gave Jewel her due pay. Mostly because he wanted her to help him carry the bags of herbs back to the inn. Jewel, as per our contract here, is 50 silver, and to be fair, for all the help you have given me when we entered the city here is another 10 silver. Yos took out his money pouch that had his remaining savings and gave the majority of its contents to Jewel. However, Jewel looked at the pile of money and stepped away while she looked at Yos with suspicion. "What's wrong? 50 is what we agreed upon back at Jade City," Yos said as he was puzzled at why she was still staring at him with suspicion and not taking the money. "I see through your plot, demon. Attempting to get rid of me once you have everything you need to hide your identity," Jewel said, with conviction. "You don't think I'm a demon, right?" Seeing that Jewel hadn't stopped joking around about him being a demon, Yos was beginning to understand that she was serious. "I am clear about what you are, but I don't care. I only hope that you take me as your student and teach me of your demonic ways. Why else would I have not anything about not getting paid for my service? I am hoping that you can train me and allow me to live forever." Yos saw that deep within Jewel's suspicious eyes hid a desire to become strong and a longing for life. "But I told you I haven't been turned into a demon. The one we found in that cave was just weak at birth, that was why I could kill it." Yos tried to explain, but he only saw the suspicious look in Jewel's eyes grow. "Then can you explain why you didn't kill the evil demon after knocking it out, but instead waited several days before dealing the final blow? Also, how could the demon be so weak and your physical power grow in such a short time?" I'm a martial artist myself, so I could tell the pressure that came from your body became devilishly strong as soon as we found that demon egg, and the demon's increasing pressure slowed down. 60 silver into Jules' hands and left. He couldn't be bothered at the moment to deal with this nonsense. Just because he has talents that solely belong to demons doesn't mean he is one. On second thought, that demon from the Eternal Burning Lake Festival did mistake me for a demon. Thinking about the encounter with his second demon made Yos aware that he had a lot of room to grow. He still hasn't even reached the peak of human performance as a martial grandmaster, still stuck as a first-rate martial artist. It's been almost 3 years since Yos had gotten his cheat, and he had made a lot of progress. He was still filled with the same ambition he had back then. To stand at the top of the world as the best at martial arts and give the best life for his family. Forget it, this demon talk had distracted me. I need to just train. Shaking his head to get rid of his distraction, and began preparing the paste needed for the iron skin training. The paste was blood red and reeked of spices, causing Yos to feel that it was almost as bad as the medicine pastes Leah made. Slapping the paste all over his skin was a pain, but Yos endured the burning sensation. Crack! Just as Yos moved, he found that the burning sensation of the paste had disappeared, and even saw that it had dried into red powder. As the red dust flew off his skin, Yos could feel that it was a little bit more durable. Physical talents: body cultivation, grade 5, movements, grade 4, muscle development, grade 5, flexibility, grade 9, perception, grade 7, slower muscle deterioration, grade 7, lung capacity, grade 3, regeneration, grade 5, shoot. My physical talents are all involved by the paste, causing my cultivation of iron skin to become a monster. I don't think I bought enough herbs. Yos sighed with pride and created 10 times more paste and began applying them one at a time. This is taking too long. Yos frowned as the application of the paste was taking longer than him absorbing the paste. After thinking of an idea, Yos grabbed the rest of his herbs and filled a large tub of it before crushing it all into a paste. After that, he plunged his entire body and could feel the heat from the paste digging into his skin. Several hours later, Yos stepped out of the tub that was filled with red powder and felt that his skin had become much stronger. Second best system, name, Yos, age, 22, talents categories, comprehension talents, physical talents, martial arts talents, spiritual talents, other talents, techniques, twin fists, rank 4, 100%, big golem, level 5, 100%, mindless legs, stage 5, 100%, blood fist, perfection level, 200%, twin blood fists, perfection level, 200%, mindless blood legs, perfection level, 200%, iron skin, level 2, 1%, talent mark, 1, I reached the second stage in just one night. My talents working together are making progress like crazy. Yos couldn't help but smile as he looked at his strengthened skin. Even though iron skin focused mainly on increasing his defenses, it still increased Yos' strength, making him stronger by a good margin. However, when he looked at the empty bags lying on the floor, Yos couldn't help but feel heartache, as he needed to spend even more money so soon. I can buy another 2-month supply before I need to think about becoming an advisor again. Yos sighed before putting it behind him, as he knew training anything required a lot of money. Now that his training speed was becoming crazy, he should be prepared to spend his money like drinking water. Since Yos had reached the second level of iron skin and couldn't practice it any longer until he got more supplies, he began trying to break through Big Golem. Even though Yos had gotten the armor required to train the armored swordsman, he couldn't train in an enclosed space like this in. He had to find another training ground somewhere outside, like a forest, which not many people traveled to but were easy to access. For him to find that kind of place would require him to get a bit more familiar with New Swampscott City. An hour later, Yos' skin was blood red, his blood was boiling as he pushed his body into strange positions to try and attempt to create more inner vigor. The stress on his body was immense and would have destroyed his body if his body was any weaker, but at that moment it was enough. Squeezing his body out of 200% of all its potential was making Yos grit his teeth from the pain alone, but he didn't stop as he could feel something being created inside his body. 6 Big Golem. The sensation of inner vigor creation was all too familiar to Yos, and he would never give up on this opportunity just because his body felt like a 1,000-pound snake was squeezing the life out of him. Just a bit more. As Yos created his inner vigor, he wasn't prepared for the chain reaction that was going to occur. The moment the new strand of heavy inner vigor was created, all the inner vigor concentrated into his finger seemed to have gained awareness of its existence and fell into complete turmoil. In the same manner as when Yo's broke into the 5th level of the big golem body cultivation. Having experienced this before, Yo's didn't panic and continued putting stress on himself to produce additional inner vigor. Just as Yo's expected, his inner vigor ran rampant inside his body, causing additional stress as it crashed into every nook and crook until it found somewhere to go. With his flesh completely saturated, the first stop from this inner vigor was the bones that made up his skeleton. The sensation of inner vigor entering his bones was incredible and opened the floodgates as all his inner vigor flooded into his skeleton. Before he realized the severity of the matter, every last drop of his inner vigor had been absorbed into his bones like a sponge, leaving Yo's empty. What the Yo's quickly pulled up his cheat panel to check what level he had reached. He couldn't help but wonder if this was what reaching the 6th level of Big Golem was supposed to be like. Big Golem, level 5, 175%, I didn't break through. Yo's was surprised to find that even though his bones had soaked up his inner vigor, it was reaching a new level. But after thinking about it more, Yo's finally found the reason why it wasn't considered a breakthrough was that he weighed virtually the same weight. As all his inner vigor was absorbed in his bones, Yo's didn't have any additional inner vigor to increase his weight further. That meant at the moment his body weight was the same as when he activated his inner vigor at level 5. It was only a little bit more because he had created more inner vigor when he broke through. Instead of being 1,000 pounds and having a max of 1,700 pounds with his inner vigor, Yo's base weight was his previous max of 1,700 pounds. Does this mean that until I saturate my bones I won't have any inner vigor I can manipulate? Yo's blinked before he focused on breaking through. Even though he didn't break through to level 6, Yo's wasn't disappointed. Instead, he felt his motivation skyrocket. He could sense that every strand of inner vigor he produced was absorbed into his bones like a sponge, leaving nothing for him. For the next few hours, Yo's focused on pushing his body to the limit and 100% saturation as soon as possible. Big Golem, level 5, 200%, as the last strand of inner vigor entered his bones, Yo's felt a strange relief before he felt a crushing pressure acting on his organs. Fortunately, as soon as the pressure came, it disappeared, with his bones no longer retaining their endless desire to absorb his inner vigor. Knowing that he hasn't reached level 6 just yet, Yo's pushed his tired and aching body once more to try and create more inner vigor. As his muscles, skin, bones, organs, and blood were boiling, Yo's felt his mind sucked into his body as he felt he could see that in between every fiber of his body, a tiny amount of inner vigor was being squeezed out before becoming a crystal clear strand that felt as heavy as the moon yet as light as a feather. Big Golem, level 6, 1%, finally, I did it. Completely exhausted, Yo's mouth was bone dry, but he didn't have the strength to move a single finger and decided that it would be best if he slept on the floor tonight. The next day, Yo's woke up feeling something sharp poking and saw Leah staring at him with his plush-shaped eyes with curiosity. Am I going to find you sleeping on the floor more often, or is this a one-time thing? Yo's rolled his eyes at Leah's joke and asked him what time it was. It's noon, Jewel, and your father knocked on your door, but since you were sleeping I didn't open the door. That's fine, I needed the rest. Touching his growling stomach, Yo's cleaned himself up and went to a nearby restaurant and ate until he was full, causing the restaurant staff to stare at him in shock. As he ate, Yo's thought about how fast he was improving and how much easier it had gotten for him to break through his limits compared to a few months ago. There was only a difference of 3 months, but the difference in his cultivation speed was unbelievable. Back then he didn't dare to try and cultivate 2 body cultivation methods at the same time for fear that it would slow his progress on both of them. Now he was planning on cultivating 3 body cultivation methods at the same time. He had his Big Golem body cultivation method that had reached level 6, now he had Iron Skin that had reached level 2 in less than a night, and he was getting ready to train in the Armored Swordsman body cultivation method. Not only was Yo's not worried about his cultivation speed being affected, but he was worried that he didn't have enough money. A month's worth of herbs for Iron Skin cost Yo's about 15 silver, meaning that he could only buy 2 months of herbs for his training for Iron Skin. 2 months isn't even enough to last me 2 days and not enough to produce Iron Skin inner vigor. Yo's frowned as he thought of the issue of money. But it doesn't matter, I should go to the city hall and ask for an advisor role to supplement my money problem. 1,000 times its weight and landed with a deep thud. I can now create deadly projectiles. After reaching level 6, Yo's found that his level of control of his inner vigor had increased further. Before, when Yos manipulated his inner vigor, he wanted to test if he lost an arm through battle would lose the inner vigor inside that arm. To test this theory, he placed a strand of inner vigor into one of his nails and cut it. The result was that no matter how fast he lost that part of his body, his inner vigor would come back to his body. Now, after breaking through level 6, he could force his inner vigor to stay in a piece of his body even after that piece of him was detached. I can make some destructive and disposal weapons, like throwing a strand of my hair that weighs 1,000 pounds. It would pierce through anything. Yo's eyes sparkled as he picked up the hair strand and reabsorbed his inner vigor. Can I join you? Yos turned his head to see Jewel looking at him with her cheeky smile, and before he could say anything, she sat down. Before you say anything, after thinking about what happened yesterday, I know that I was mistaken. Jewel let out a heavy and regret-filled sigh. I shouldn't have called you out on your scheme. And I shouldn't be so greedy to become your student so soon. I will take it a step at a time and just accept being your human guide for the time being. Jewel's face lights up as she tries her best to hide the deep suspicion she had for demons. Are you still going about that? I won't be taking in any students, and us working together was transactional, to begin with. Also, why are you so certain that I will hire you to be my guide for the human world when I'm human? Yos took a bite of his meal and felt confused about whether he should be more delighted that she had misunderstood what he had done or disappointed that she still believed it. Well, you might be human, but Yos, aren't you a man from the rural part of the Jade Mountain region? Just because you're a scholar doesn't mean you know everything. You already don't have much understanding about this region, so what about the countless other regions? I can help with that. You will never have to waste precious time learning about a place in advance because I can do it for you. Plus, are you still willing to hire anyone else when there is a possibility that they too can find out your secrets? Jewel puffed out her chest with pride as she felt like she was negotiating with a legendary demon. How many other people are confident that they could negotiate a deal with a demon? The race is known for screwing humans over and over again and turning them into flesh-eating monsters. Jewel knew she was playing with fire, but her longing for eternal life had made her take this risk. She also felt that her life would be in constant danger regardless, as the demon she saw Yos as might think that she was better off dead even if she knew nothing. Jewel wouldn't even be surprised by that fate if she did nothing. She had a deep distrust for demons from the stories and tales she had heard. And after witnessing the birth of the serpent demon, she sensed just how weak and fragile her life was. If I'm bound to die, I might as well do it with my attempt to change my fate as a mortal. Jewel's thoughts rapidly spun as she tried to show her value to Yos. Meanwhile, Yos finally realized what he should be feeling. He should be happy that Jewel mistook him for a demon because he could benefit by getting a world-experienced expert. Yos didn't like not lacking information, but he had been spending the majority of his time training his martial arts with little time to study the world around him. There were also pieces of information that Yos just could not access. Even though he searched the first floor of the Martial Courtyard Library, he didn't find anything on the martial arts sections. It was a frustrating situation for him, and there wasn't much he could do to remedy the situation. Yet for Jewel, due to her being raised a part of a martial art family, she had a deep pool of knowledge about the community. Not only that, she was also an explorer with fantastic carriage driving skills. Her knowledge and understanding of this world was no doubt deeper than his. She might not know everything, but would be a great supplement while he filled his knowledge pool. You do make a great point. Okay, I'll hire you, so let's start with your pay. I think 10 silver a month is good. Making up his mind to take advantage of Jewel's misunderstanding, Yos immediately tried to seal the deal. I won't accept anything less than 20, plus I want you to pay for my living expenses just like during our travels. Jewel quickly replied. Make it 15 and you got a deal. Yos calculated how much he would be spending to keep up with his father's lifestyle and keep up with his training by using what he made back in Jade City as a reference before settling on the price of 15 silver a month. That was a price he was willing to pay, and it should satisfy Jewel, seeing that she would be making almost twice as much as an ordinary person. As Yos expected, Jewel fell silent as she thought about his offer before extending her hand. Knowing that she had accepted his proposal, Yos smiled and grabbed her hand to seal the deal with a handshake. 150 silver, and you will need to only head over once you receive a summoning. As for right now, please enter and log in the place you will be staying at and any other types of useful information. The middle-aged lady tossed out where Yos was going to work before walking inside. 3. Once the fire died down, a red-skinned Yos climbed out of the tub feeling completely refreshed. This progress is fantastic. In a few weeks or so I should be able to max out iron skin, Yos said out loud, not minding that Jewel could hear him. I really should thank that commander for giving me my monthly pay early. It allowed me to just buy all the herbs I needed to max out level 2 of iron skin, cultivating its inner vigor. Yos clenched his fist as he manipulated his iron skin's inner vigor to cover the surface of his skin. In a short flash, Yos' red skin turned a silvery gray color and had a metallic shine. Big Golem's inner vigor is clear and heavy, while iron skin's inner vigor is silver and has metal-like defenses. I wonder what the armored swordsman's inner vigor will be like. As Yos dried himself off, he pulled up his cheat window to get a better sense of what he wanted to do in the coming few weeks. Second best system, name, Yos, age, 22, talents categories, comprehension talents, physical talents, martial arts talents, spiritual talents, other talents, techniques, twin fists, rank 4, 100%, big golem, level 6, 2%, iron skin, level 3, 10%, mindless legs, stage 5, 100%, armored swordsman, level 0, 25%, armored swordsman / level 0, 25%, armored swordsman shuffle, level 0, 50%, blood fist, perfection level, 200%, twin blood fists, perfection level, 200%, mindless blood legs, perfection level, 200%, talent mark, 1, Yos frowned seeing that there was simply too much information on his techniques crowded together. He wondered when the next time his cheat would adapt to his needs. So far his experience with his cheat was good, since it never became a problem of there being too much, since it adapts before it becomes an issue. Yos shook his head and ignored that thought for now and placed his attention on his techniques and body cultivation methods. I reached the max of both twin fists and mindless legs, leaving the only thing to progress is big golem, iron skin, and the armored swordsman's techniques and body cultivation. At level 6 Yos could store more inner vigor in his body, from having 700 pounds worth of big golem inner vigor to 1,000 pounds worth of big golem inner vigor. With how advanced big golem had become, Yos knew that it would take him at least 6 months to refill his inner vigor storage before he could start making progress on using that additional inner vigor he could hold. This was when no special or tragic events occurred during this period. If Yos happened to come across another demon egg and took its life spiritual energy, he could rapidly speed up the process. But there is also the chance for Yos to lose his inner vigor due to not being able to retrieve it from the object he placed it in. That is a long time, but I can't complain, it did take me years to reach this point. Yos frowned as felt that it was a huge time that he would be short of inner vigor. He knew that this was an incredibly fast speed to anyone else, since it would have taken years to reach the 700 limits of big golem. That was if they never became stuck in their progress. Yos never faced getting stuck at a level due to his high body cultivation talents, martial arts comprehension talent, and the money from being a scholar always providing everything he needed. But others would often get stuck on a level and then spend years trying to break through. After this, they spend another few years trying to increase their weight and inner vigor before once again becoming stuck. This was how it was common for people to spend decades of their lives on one body cultivation method. To be qualified to say he could reach a level that others spent decades on showed how much progress Yos had made. It was a combination of his spiritual body cultivation techniques constantly entering into a conflict that Yos' body was always getting stronger. Yos' frequent usage of his blood techniques pushed his body to its limits regularly. Mindless blood legs especially worked 24/7 to stress his body enough to always force out 20% of his potential. All these factors greatly condensed the time that it would take Yos to refill his inner vigor to its previous amount and even reach the limit of his current storage limit. There is not much I can do to get amazing progress on these 3 body cultivations except to continue to train. Yos looked at Iron Skin and the Armored Swordsman and saw that he had the opposite situation for them both. For Iron Skin, his progress with it was fast, so he didn't worry about it. As for Armored Swordsman, his progress was incredibly slow since he didn't have any talents with swords. Even though he was getting a boost from his spear and axe talents, which he copied during the journey to New Swampscott City, it wasn't much of an increase in speed that was on the same level as Iron Skin. Yos could only accept that his progress was going to be slow with this martial arts set unless he picked up some type of sword talent. I should focus on breaking twin fists and mindless legs limits. These two are my main fighting methods. I need to keep them improving or I won't be able to be as combat effective as I could. After deciding to break the limits of these two core techniques of his, Yos began by trying to break through twin fists and mindless legs at the same time. Boom! 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 With twin fists instantly breaking through the sound barrier and causing sonic booms and mindless legs making Yos move all over the training ground, Jewel was able to witness Yos turn into a red 3-headed and 8-armed giant turning into a blur jumping all over the training yard. 101%, but Yos felt that it was worth it as he saw that had made some progress with mindless legs. It wasn't enough for a breakthrough, but he knew he was on the right path and continued to train in this method. Mindless legs, stage 5, 120%. By the time the sun began to set, Yos had reached 120% and had gotten rid of the lost time and wasted energy that was plaguing his legs. Even though this was a good thing, Yos could not help but feel that he was missing something. Not only is he stuck at 120%, but he also didn't see any more room to grow in this direction. Yos had been allowing his legs to do all the orders, allowing his movements to become much more streamlined and flexible. What is the issue with my method that is halting his progress? Yos grabbed his chin and remembered what he had been doing previously. Wait, could it be? That was when inspiration struck Yos as he tried to capture it and used mindless legs. Putting a hyperfocus on the movements of his body, Yos noticed that there was a slight lag between his legs moving and the rest of his body. My legs move before anything else, causing this slight disconnect. Once again causing a lot of unnecessary waste of time and energy. I need to make them sync with each other again. But how can I do that when I don't know what my legs are going to do? Thinking about how he was going to solve this issue, Yos suddenly sensed his right leg twitch as he felt that it was like his legs were trying to spread their control to the rest of his body. Do I need to give up control of my own body as well? Mindless legs isn't satisfied with just controlling my legs, but wants to control my whole body. It's like it's getting a mind of its own. Yos recalled the description of mindless legs being that it allowed for his legs to seem as if they had their own mind. But to Yos, his mindless legs seemed to be really trying to acquire a mind of their own. From mindless legs to mindless body, I wonder what will happen. Yos smiled as he felt that he once again found a direction he could chase after. Just as he was about to start another training session, Yos remembered that he wasn't alone. Yos looked around to find that Jewel was curled up in a corner staring at him as if she was a kitten abandoned on the street. Hey Jewel, you can leave whenever you want. I'm just going to stay here to continue training. Yos said, feeling bad that he had completely forgotten about her. It's fine, Jewel quickly replied as if she wasn't going to leave until he did. Yos would have felt better about her wanting to stay, but when he saw that she still had her eyes staring at him with suspicion, he felt that he would do something crazy and didn't want to be left out. You said that to train the Jade Armor body cultivation requires equipment to train, right? That's right, what about it? Do you want to start teaching me? Jewel suddenly perked up hearing Yos asking her about her body cultivation method. Nope, but you can use the equipment to train if you get bored. I will just avoid this area of the yard for you. Oh, thanks, Jewel said in a disappointed tone. Seeing that Jewel didn't seem to be interested in training at the moment, Yos went back to trying to break through mindless legs limit. Yos tried to relax the parts of his body that he felt his mindless legs tried to control. At first, it was a slow process and there were many times that even after relaxing Yos couldn't give up control over those areas. But as it went deeper into the night, Yos lost more and more control of his body and handed control over to his mindless legs. Starting from his legs, then to his torso, his arms, and finally, to his head, Yos allowed mindless legs to expand its control. To Yos, who wasn't controlling a single fiber of his body, he felt his mind's processing ability and mental capabilities rapidly grow. In Yos' perception, it was like everything had slowed down and the darkness of the night became as bright as the outside. He saw that Jewel had walked towards the equipment with spikes and used it to poke her entire body. From the look on her face, he could tell that it was painful. But he saw that even though it looked like the spikes were going to poke holes in her skin, in reality, her skin was hanging on to its dear life but wasn't at risk of breaking. 199%, mindless legs still hasn't reached level 6? Yo's mind raced to produce all sorts of ideas to try to fulfill that last gap. Stage 1 is soft steps, stage 2 is sticky steps, stage 3 is silent steps, stage 4 is combining all three, and stage 5 was me improving their integration and making it more instinctive. Most of the previous stages had a technique that needed to be incorporated. Should I create a technique and integrate it? Yos closed his eyes as thought of what kind of technique mindless legs needed. He first thought about creating some type of speed technique, but he rejected it because he lacked experience with those kinds of techniques. Mindless legs never focused on increasing his speed and relied more on Yo's strength and speed to push his body faster. Then he thought about creating a fighting technique before also rejecting the idea. To Yo's mindless legs was merely a movement technique and shouldn't be muddled with trying to fight an opponent. Yo's mind raced faster as he began to feel that his mind was being dragged into a black void. As he looked around, he saw that he was in the spiritual space where his spiritual demons appeared every time he absorbed another spiritual body cultivation talent. But he didn't find any of the demons in the space except for the goat. With the goat simply wandering around the black space, Yos found that he could see its every movement. From its muscles stretching to when it contracts. How it breathed and even how it twisted and turned its body when it suddenly started climbing a vertical wall with ease. Every detail became engraved into Yo's mind as he knew that he had the perfect opportunity to close that gap and break through. Yo's body began to move strangely. This way seemed less human and more similar to a four-legged animal, but for Yo's body it seemed almost completely natural. At first, Yo's body moved slowly, and with caution, but as it gained experience its movements became smoother and quicker. By the time Jewel finished her training, she saw that Yo seemed to have mastered his movements. As he moved around so naturally that she felt that he would have been mistaken for an animal if he wasn't so large and muscular. Mindless legs, stage 6, 1%, finally, I broke through to stage 6. Yo sighed with relief as he could feel that his body's movements were much smoother and even acted on their own from time to time. After reaching level 6, Yos knew that mindless legs was much more efficient and more able to escape all sorts of dangers. If he was ever in danger that he couldn't escape from, his body would act to move him to a safe place. Even if that meant he got closer to the threat. Level 6 is going to take much longer to reach the peak, but it's going to be much stronger when I do. If the previous levels of mindless legs simply made it look like his legs moved on their own, then level 6 was when his whole body gained a mind of its own. To reach this level, Yos created a movement technique he liked to call animal style. This style was the central core of level 6, and by incorporating different animals' movements and instincts, Yos trained his body to know how to react to any situation. Yos hypothesized that at the peak of level 6, he would have encoded the instincts and movements of tens of different animals and would be able to be comfortable in any situation and environment. To be able to reach that kind of level would take many decades of studying the movements and habits of each animal individual, and would take a normal person decades to accomplish. Even with Yo's talent in movements, leg arts, and research, it still would take him years to be able to achieve the level that level 6 required. I could speed it up if I had more animal talents. Yo's thought shifted to his only animal-related talent, goat. After Yos got this talent from Leah, he had been occasionally sending his talent mark onto animals, but even to this day he hadn't found a single animal that had a talent related to their species. Yos at first didn't comprehend why these animals didn't have their own talents, but after coming into contact with demons he had some semblance of what was happening. It all came down to awareness. Every person has some talents, but if they never got the chance to use or become aware of that talent, then they would be considered to be talentless. It was the same thought that a child from a rural village could be the greatest math genius that the world had ever seen. So much talent, in fact, that his introduction to the field would revolutionize the whole industry. But if that rural child never came into contact with math, then he would never be able to use that math talent. And this would lead to that rural child and the world into thinking that child didn't have any math talent. It was similar to animals and their talents. They were animals, so they didn't have the awareness that they were animals, and that acting as those animals took on the form of talent. For demons, it was another story, as they were aware that they were demons and even were aware that they could strengthen their bodies using their spiritual energy. That meant that every demon made full use of their spiritual body cultivation talent and was able to show up on Yo's second best system. As for Leah, he mentioned that he had been aware he was a goat ever since he was born. So Yos was able to copy his goat talent using his cheat. In theory, as long as Yos could make someone aware of their hidden talents, he could be able to make them show up in his cheat and therefore copy those talents. Even the talent of being human could be in existence just waiting for Yos to find and copy. Either I find animals that are aware of their species or I can try to make them aware. 4. 190%. For the past week, Yos had been putting his main focus on breaking through twin fists but found out that it was much harder to break the limits of such a simple technique as twin fists. There were fewer concepts that Yos could expand and shift his focus to. Twin fists were one of the most common and simple martial arts techniques that people could acquire. It focused on creating a combo chain of attacks to overwhelm and overpower their opponents. Due to that, it only relied on making the user send out more punches. The more punches that one could send, the less likely your opponent would be able to survive. At its peak, twin fists was a good technique for second-rate martial artists and could form a chain of up to 70 koi fists. But for Yos that wasn't enough, and he broke this simple technique's limits and could form a chain of hundreds of koi fists. However, even then, when Yos met strong enemies, he rarely used twin fists in its regular form and utilized twin blood fists to fight. Because when in a battle, there wasn't going to be an opportunity to unleash hundreds of punches. He either defeated his enemies using the increased lethality that twin blood fists brought to the table, or won because he was just much stronger than his enemies. After reaching twin fists' peak once more, Yos had thought long and hard about whether he should start looking for stronger offensive techniques. But he shelved that idea because he felt twin fists' flaw could be resolved if he broke its limits again. It had been a week and Yos was able to push twin fists much further and increased his combo chain number much higher. However, he hadn't sensed a change in the essence of the technique until now. Yos stopped his using twin fists as he knew that his progress had finally stalled. He needed to change something with twin fists to be qualified to push it further and reach the next level. Seeing that stalled and couldn't make any more progress, Yos was about to try and use his test blood fist to help him forcefully break through, but he suddenly noticed that Jewel was practicing her fist technique in her corner. Her fist technique was much more deadly compared to twin fists. From his observations, her technique aimed to concentrate her power into one attack that pierced through her enemy's weak points. As Yos watched Jewel train, his mind raced as he remembered when he reached level 4 of his big golem body cultivation method, he was able to concentrate his inner vigor anywhere in his body. Both Big Golem and Jewel's fist techniques take the concept of concentrating force into a small area to increase their user's power. What if I start doing the same with twin fists? Feeling that he had a stroke of inspiration, Yos returned to his training to attempt to transform twin fists. Twin fists, level 4, 191%. A few hours passed by before Yos was able to transform his punches into chops while also carrying the same force but even greater power. Yos knew that he was heading in the right direction and continued to train even after sunset. Due to that night having a new moon, Yos would have been training in the darkness if it wasn't for the lanterns that Jewel lit up. But Yos was too focused on improving twin fists. Twin fists, level 4, 199%. Progress with twin fists was much slower compared to mindless legs, but Yos was able to now concentrate the power of his twin fists into just his fingers. Whether it was bull fist, bear fist, or even koi fists could be done with a finger while not becoming weaker. On the contrary, they were even more powerful compared to their regular counterparts. Boom! Twin fists, level 5, 1%. With a single flick of his finger, Yos caused a sonic boom that would have been able to pierce right through any of Bloodmaster's blood armor. I finally can use twin fists on strong enemies without having to always rely on twin blood fists and strain my body. 2 months. So for me to receive a letter so early means that the place I'm going to be traveling to is quite far. As Yos packed his things, he took a bunch of dried food with him to satisfy his large food requirements if, at any point during the trip, he couldn't eat the food that his guides brought along. He also grabbed his sword and his armor as he planned to focus on training his armored swordsman slash and shuffle along the way. Yos didn't plan on training Iron Skin since he couldn't be sure he would be able to have a large source of boiling water throughout the trip. As for his twin fists and mindless legs, after they both broke through, his progress speed had greatly slowed for both of them. It would take him a few years to reach the peak of either of them with his current talents. So Yos planned to take it slow and train them when he had some spare time during the trip. The next few days passed by quietly, and Yos had just bid his father, Jewel, and Leah goodbye when he saw that several soldiers dressed in armor were walking toward him with a middle-aged scholar following them from the back. "Are you Yos Thunder?" A particularly gloomy young soldier stepped forward and asked about Yos' identity. "Yes, I am Yos," Yos nodded. "Fantastic, I am Timothy, a soldier of New Swampscott City, and have reached the Bloodmaster realm. My comrades are also Bloodmasters, so you can ask any of us if you have a special request." The young soldier named Timothy's voice remained dull and maintained an attitude of not wanting to be here. "You all are Bloodmasters? Where the hell will we be traveling to that requires the city to send such heavy firepower?" Yos was shocked by Timothy's casual remark about being a Bloodmaster. If Yos didn't know better, he would have thought that the Bloodmaster's rank was low given Timothy's attitude. Timothy alone could have destroyed the Blood Armor encampment alone if they hadn't sent all the Bloodmasters to defend it. Not to mention that accompanying him on his trip was more than 10 Bloodmasters who, from what Yos could tell, were all young. Name, Timothy Skyrock, age, 33 years old, talents, martial arts comprehension, grade 7, body damage absorber, grade 6, armored spearman body, grade 9, wrestling, grade 2, as expected of a Bloodmaster who was so young, his talents are crazy. After sending out a talent mark on Timothy, Yos couldn't help but confirm his statement alone by his talents. "I can answer your question, Scholar. My name is River, by the way. To answer your concerns, Scholar, there was also a report that there was strange activity around the area where you and this other scholar will be doing the examination. The city just sent us to deal with the strange event and send both of you over. Killing two birds with one stone." Another soldier stepped forward who introduced herself as River had a more upbeat approach compared to Timothy. Yos couldn't help but draw a comparison between River and Timothy because they looked nearly identical. As if one was the male or female version of the other. "Strange activity, am I allowed to know more about that?" "No, that is classified. Unless there is an emergency, we are not allowed to leak the strange accidents." River shook her head, denying his request. "That's fine, but can't I ask where we are going at least?" Yos asked another question, which he thought was important. "Yup, we are heading to a village that is around 10 days away from the city," River replied, not adding any more details. After confirming a few things but not even knowing the direction they would be leaving the city from, Yos took his wagon full of his things along for the journey, to the surprise of everyone else. When they did set off, it was pitch black outside and made it difficult for any normal person to tell which direction they were traveling. It was only after they left the city and could see that they had left from the west gate that Yos and the middle-aged man were told about which village they were heading towards for the scholar exam. It was a small village named Rock Bell Village, which Yos and the middle-aged scholar had both never heard of before. The next few days were mostly spent walking with them and taking brief breaks to eat and regain their strength. Since Yos himself tried to get as much practice in his armor as possible, the only times he took it off was when they were resting. The scholar who was following along had a hard time believing that Yos was also a scholar, since he didn't have the body of a scholar. He even never entered the carriage that had been prepared for them and preferred walking alongside the soldiers. But from his brief talks with Yos, the middle-aged scholar was amazed to find out that Yos was a scholar who practiced martial arts on the side. That made the scholar consider whether he should take martial arts as a hobby. As for Yos, he was mainly focused on training his armored swordsman / an armored swordsman shuffle. After practicing for so many days, he made a lot of progress. He had already reached the first level of the armored swordsman shuffle and was close to reaching the level for armored swordsman /. Not only was Yos constantly training on the move, but he was copying a talent from every blood master. Since this trip was only 10 days, Yos made sure to throw a talent mark on a different person every 24 hours to try and get a talent that could speed up his training. 6 talents, all of which Yos felt would greatly help speed up his training. Name, River Skyrock, age, 27 years old, talents, armored combat, grade 8, hand-to-hand combat, grade 9, vitality retention, grade 10, martial arts comprehension, grade 9, movements, grade 9, street fighting, grade 10, martial arts adapter, grade 7, River's lowest talent is grade 7, even without a talent for a particular martial art she is a monster in combat. Yos felt like he was looking at a store and wanted everything. Unfortunately, there was just not enough time for him to acquire all of the Bloodmaster's various talents. In the 9 days that they had been traveling, Yos had been able to gain 5 new talents. They are a grade 7 talent in armored combat, grade 5 muscle manipulation, grade 6 running, grade 5 body damage absorption, grade 8 earth guardian martial art, and a grade 7 talent in sword arts. He also was able to upgrade a few of his talents such as fists arts, movements, scent tracking, and axe art, that he had gotten in the past. While these weren't the highest graded talents that the Blood Masters had, Yos imagined he could use these talents to speed up his training. Especially, when it came to his sword arts, fist arts and movements talents, all were core talents that Yos appreciated, having to speed up his improvement in his current body cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. Yos could already sense that he was improving more for the same amount of effort in his twin fists and mindless legs. The increase in grade wasn't too high, only being an upgrade by 1 to 2 grades, but with how high his talents were, a jump in a single grade meant he improved much faster. The group had stopped in front of a lake and were eating lunch when Yos suddenly heard someone call his name. "Yos and Jackson, can you come over here?" Hearing their name, they walked over to the group of soldier martial artists and saw that they all had grim faces. "The messenger that we have set up to wait for us here hasn't arrived, meaning that something must have happened. That means that we are dropping everything and making it in the next hour," Timothy said, completely serious. "Wait, that's impossible. Rockbell Village is still more than a day away. There's no way we can make it in less than an hour. If we have the horses run as fast as they can with no breaks, I believe that we can make it in half a day, but no earlier." The middle-aged scholar knew the seriousness of the situation, but he had to be the voice of reason. In his mind, no one could travel such a distance in such a short amount of time. However, the soldiers looked at the scholar like he was dumb. Feeling their stares, the middle-aged scholar felt uncomfortable and looked at his fellow for assistance. But Yos was in too deep thought to be able to help out the middle-aged scholar. He was wondering why they were going to meet up with someone a day before making it to the village. The only explanation that Yos could think of was that these soldiers were planning on handing them over to another party while they dealt with their mission. For a hiccup to happen now meant that something must have prevented the person from coming over. He might have been attacked along the way, or he could be dead. He is right. If we travel by horse, there is no way we can make it to the village within an hour. But I don't think that we are going to be traveling by horse but on foot instead, Yos said out loud, drawing everyone's attention. The middle-aged scholar felt that something wrong was with Yos' mind to think of traveling using their feet as an option. "That's ridiculous. That is exactly what we were thinking." As expected from a scholar that is well-versed in martial arts, Timothy interrupted the middle-aged scholar and looked at Yos with a rare look of appreciation. "There isn't much time, so I'll spare the details. Arthur is going to carry Scholar Jackson while we run." Before the middle-aged man could reject this plan, he was lifted by the soldier that Yos had gotten his running talent. "As for you, Scholar Yos, we heard that you were very strong and fast, but we aren't sure if you are capable of keeping up with us. If you aren't confident, I can carry you while we run." Timothy began walking towards Yos as if expecting him to want his help. "I'm good. Even if I can't keep up with you guys, I will just be slowing you down if you carry me along." Yos shook his head to deny Timothy's help. Yos knew that his running speed might be lacking compared to these Bloodmaster soldiers, since he lacked a movement technique that improved his speed. But as long as Yos jumped instead of running and maxed out mindless blood legs, he was confident that not only would he be able to catch up but even surpass them in no time. "Nonsense, just because you are a little bigger than me doesn't mean I can't lift you." Timothy also shook his head as he thought that Yos was just embarrassed about being carried given his strength. Hearing the report that Yos, a scholar, destroyed the entire Blood Sect encampment by himself without sustaining heavy injuries made Timothy and the other Blood Masters doubt the report. They thought that the report must have been exaggerated due to a lack of information at the scene. But after traveling with Yos for these past couple of days, they knew that the report really was inaccurate, but instead of overestimating Yos' abilities, the report heavily underestimated how terrifying this scholar was. 6 foot and 3 inches, Yos was considered to be a giant in the Grave region, since on average everyone was a bit shorter than their counterparts from the Jade Mountain region who were right next door. Timothy himself was around 5 foot and 7 inches tall and was considered to be average for men in this region, but the average height for men in the Jade Mountain region was 5 feet and 10 inches. With a height disparity of 8 inches, Timothy looked more like Yos' son compared to being his elder. Here we go. Not letting those thoughts distract him, Timothy first casually tried to lift Yo's but found out that he hadn't moved a centimeter. He tried again with much more strength and found out again that it wasn't enough to shake him. This time, putting his entire strength and ability, Timothy's face turned blood red as he activated his inner blood vigor to increase his strength. And finally was able to lift Yo's an inch off the ground before having to put him down due to him nearly passing out of exhaustion. "Scholar Yo's, can I ask you how much you weigh?" Timothy asked as he tried to catch his breath. "I weigh about 2,100 pounds, that's all muscle by the way," Yo said, impressed that Timothy was able to lift him. It must be known that it was harder to lift Yo's than to lift his weight alone. Simply because mindless legs and mindless blood legs both were always using their upgraded sticky steps to keep him balanced and stuck to the ground. It would take someone to apply more than 5,000 pounds of lifting force to lift him. For Timothy to be able to output that kind of strength meant he was a powerhouse of his own. Timothy and the other soldiers all looked at Yo's like he was a monster. They couldn't believe that a human can weigh more than 2 tons and not crust themselves to death. "I understand why you said that you would slow us down if we carried you. But we don't have much time, we need to go now." After understanding that there was no way to carry Yo's, they could only hope that he was able to keep up. Before Timothy even finished his sentence, they all began running so fast that they disappeared from human sight. Yo's was able to keep up with their movements and guessed that they were traveling around 700 miles per hour. "Luckily they aren't too fast, I can put on my armor and still follow them." Putting on his armor and taking his sword in less than a second, Yo's activated the full force of mindless legs and allowed his body to move on its own. With a simple hop, Yo's immediately reached a speed of over 660 miles per hour. With a second hop, he traveled around 750 miles per hour, and with a third hop, he reached his peak speed of 800 miles per hour and was rapidly catching up to the soldiers. After catching up to them, Yo slowed down to match their speed. Since he didn't know the way to Rock Bell Village, he couldn't lead the charge. Witnessing Yo's crazy speed, Timothy and the others all breathed a sigh of relief before focusing on truly using their full strength. Timothy's skin turned blood red as his speed doubled, but the others weren't to be underestimated either. Once River activated her full strength, blood leaked out of her pores and covered her entire body in armor. Once she was completely covered, her blood was reshaped into a werewolf that was made completely out of her blood. She was able to transform all while keeping up with everyone else, which impressed Yo's immensely. The one who shocked Yo's the most with the use of their full power was Arthur. When he went to full strength, he simply turned into a bloody haze. The activation of more than 10 blood masters going all out created a thick blood fog, but unless one had strong eyes it would be impossible to see it, given that it was also traveling at their crazy speed. 15 minutes later, Yo's and the others were coming upon Rock Bell Village when they saw that the village was on fire. They heard people screaming and the sounds of metal clashing with metal. It was only when they grew closer that they saw the culprit that was destroying the village. It was a giant elephant-like creature that seemed to have armor-like skin. Unlike their reputation of being gentle giants, every swing of this massive elephant trunk crushed tens of people into blood fog. The elephant released a heavy demonic aura that made one feel like they were watching a moving mountain made out of steel. This monster was truly demonic and terrifying, as it seemed to be bored as it easily killed everything in its path. Whether it was a man, woman, child, or animal, the monster simply crushed them to death. It wasn't even allowing anyone to escape this carnage, as it threw pieces of rubble from the destroyed buildings to kill anyone who escaped the village. One single monster passed through Yo's, Timothy's, River's, and everyone else's minds. The monsters that every living creature dreaded meeting, is once one encountered one meant that their fate was sealed. Demon. 7 months old, talents, spiritual sensing, grade 4, spiritual speech, grade 1, spiritual energy manipulation, grade 2, armored elephant spiritual body cultivation, grade 10. With each death, the spiritual energy of the villagers was absorbed into the demon's body to be torn to shreds and used to feed its spiritual energy. Yo's could even see that the elephant demon's eye glimmered with a slightly darker shade of blue with each spiritual energy that it devoured, as its pressure became slightly heavier. Boom! Suddenly hearing a sonic boom right next to him, Yo's turned to see that all the soldiers had left him and Jackson behind. As they instantly reached the village, launching a coordinated attack on the elephant demon. Noticing that new prey had entered its footsteps, the elephant demon's eyes glimmered with deep blue sparkles. The elephant demon's speed was faster than Timothy and River expected as they ran straight towards the demon to restrain it while the others attacked it from its back. But ignoring common sense, the elephant demon was much faster than any of them. With a swing of its trunk that was as thick as a bucket, it slammed into both Timothy and River's chests, sending them flying. Without pause, the elephant demon stood up on its two hind legs before stomping the ground with its full weight of over 100 tons. The earth shattered and collapsed, causing the others to be unable to maneuver around the demon. Tick 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 tick, there was one exception: a bloody haze circled the elephant and covered one of the demon's legs. The sound of rapidly clashing metals filled the air, but before anyone could get excited, the elephant demon kicked the bloody haze with its freed foot. Bang! The power behind that kick broke the blood master's bones, and his bloody haze faded away as he was only living by a thread thanks to his strong vitality. In less than a second, over 10 blood masters were pushed back by the demon and weren't even able to damage its skin. With his ribs broken, Timothy tried to stand up to go support his friends and protect the village people. But the sensation of his broken bones ripping apart his insides sent him falling back onto his knees, even with the help of his body damage absorption talent allowing him to take more damage than anyone else. Damn it! Why the hell are demons so strong? It has nearly wiped us out with such ease. River gritted her teeth as she watched her friends get nearly killed. A strange hopelessness filled everyone's hearts as the elephant demon began to restart its harvest. This time focusing on devouring the spiritual energy of the 10 blood masters that had entered its plate. The elephant demon's eyes focused on the several blood masters that were on the ground, planning to stomp them into a meat paste, but stopped short when it sensed a fellow demon nearby. Standing a few feet away from the elephant demon was Yos, who was about to step into the fight but stopped seeing that the elephant demon's attention had shifted to him. Staring at the elephant demon, Yos was able to admire how massive this demon was. It stood more than 20 feet tall and its weight was in the hundreds of tons. Comparing a human to this demon was like comparing a baby to the tallest man in the world. However, others might be frightened by the thought of fighting a demon, but Yos felt his heart pounding as he felt a sense of danger he hadn't felt in a long time. He could finally find out how strong he truly was and see if he had the qualifications to begin his demon hunt. The elephant demon simply stared at Yos, and its eyes sparkled with intense blue light as if it was trying to communicate something to Yos. Has it mistaken me for a demon? Does it want to tell me that I entered its territory and should bug off? Yos' thoughts ran wild as he tried to figure out the demon's message before settling on what made the most sense. It doesn't matter, I'm going to kill you today, Yos said, shaking his head at the elephant demon. Yos was not planning on sparing the elephant demon as he did with the fox demon at the Eternal Burning Lake Festival. Back then he was surprised to see that demon, and it seemed to Yos that he wasn't planning on hurting any innocent people during the festival. Yos also lacked the confidence he had now about his strength to kill demons back then and left soon afterward. Even though others might think that talking to demons was useless, Yos knew that creatures that had spiritual speech talent also had some understanding of languages, so he guessed that the elephant demon could understand his general meaning. Roar! Regardless of whether the elephant demon understood Yos' announcement, its eyes glimmered a deeper shade of blue as it roared from its mouth. The elephant demon then vanished from the point of view of the villagers who had run to seek shelter from the soldiers. In the blood master's eyes, they barely saw a blur moving past their line of sight before slamming into Yos. However, they didn't expect to see Yos suddenly growing an extra 5 inches of height, ending up close to 7 feet tall. Due to his sudden growth, his armor was forced to stretch and nearly broke. Even more shocking, they watched as the elephant demon narrowly missed Yos. The elephant demon made a sharp turn and charged at Yos again, ending up missing again. Timothy, River, and the rest of the soldiers' jaws drop as they watched the deadly demon that was able to easily kill them being led around by its nose. Wait, he is leading the elephant demon out of the village. We can't be sitting on our asses waiting for Yos. Everyone follows my orders and get as many people out of here. Timothy's eyes flashed as he noticed that Yos and the elephant demon were quickly leaving the village and towards the forest, and gave out orders to the rest of the blood masters who still could move. 10 Armored Elephant Spiritual Body Cultivation. Grade 9 Armored Elephant Spiritual Body Cultivation has been added. However, these two couldn't compete with the new spiritual demon in town. A giant elephant demon with deep blue armor integrated into its body was inhaling the elephant demon's spiritual energy with ease. For every 3 strands of the elephant demon's spiritual energy that enter Yo's body, 2 strands would be absorbed by Yo's armored elephant spiritual body cultivation talent alone. With his serpent spiritual body cultivation talent and 3-headed fox spiritual body cultivation talent having to compete with the leftovers. 39. S spiritual model. Bang, 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 bang. Yo's launched hundreds of blood koi fingers paired up with the sharp claws from the serpent demon's spiritual energy and with all his inner vigor concentrated into his fingers. Standing on top of the elephant demon's head, Yo's wreaked havoc as he removed half of the armored elephant of the flesh on its head. The elephant demon in its immense pain crashed into trees and boulders in a futile attempt to dislodge Yo's from its head. Boom! 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 Yo's continued to launch hundreds of blood koi fingers at the armored elephant's bloody skull. He couldn't help but feel terrified at how hard it was to kill this elephant demon. Regardless of how much the armored elephant demon slammed into trees and rocks, Yo's mindless blood legs kept him steady and he stuck onto the armored elephant demon as if he was glued to it. With how much effort Yo's had put in, he knew that he could have killed hundreds of blood masters. Each one of his blood koi fingers had the lethality to kill a blood master, but as his combo grew larger, so would the power in each of his attacks. For the armored elephant still, to be alive after hundreds of his strongest attacks showed how strong the demon was. It also made Yo's glad that he had followed his instincts back at the Eternal Burning Lake Festival, as he would have been easily killed if he tried. Suddenly, as Yo's was pounding the armored elephant's head, he suddenly lost control of his body as mindless blood legs took control. Just as Yo's body jumped away from the armored elephant demon's head, he saw the armored elephant's trunk slam right at the spot where Yo's was previously standing. If Yo's had stayed at the same spot and hadn't allowed his mindless blood legs to completely take over, without a second thought the trunk could have crushed his bones. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief for escaping, Yo's saw that the armored elephant's demon's spiritual energy suddenly transformed into a sharp long sword. The armored elephant's trunk range instantly extended and reached Yo's and was about to slam into his head. Luckily, at the last minute, mindless blood legs moved Yo's head to the left, avoiding his death. However, the armored elephant demon's attack sliced through his shoulder armor, his iron skin, flesh, and bones as if it was mud. Nearly losing his entire right arm as Yo's tried to escape from the armored elephant demon's unknown attack range. Unfortunately, for Yo's, the armored elephant demon was consumed by its rage and desire to kill him that it was ready to risk its life to kill him. The armored elephant demon swiftly turned around and used its trump card to finish Yo's once and for all. As Yo's tried to gain some distance to recover, he saw the elephant demon's spiritual armor turn back into spiritual energy and gather above its head. The gathered spiritual energy quickly shaped itself into a miniature version of the armored elephant demon, but the amount of pressure coming off of that mini armored elephant demon was radiating the entire pressure that previously came off of the armored elephant. As if the armored elephant had used all of its spiritual energy to form this mini version of itself, the spiritual pressure weighing down Timothy, River, and the other blood masters disappeared. They were able to regain control over their bodies, and the first thing they did was to place their entire focus on Yo's and the elephant demon's battle. The blood masters wanted to know if Yo's had won or lost, as it would decide their fate. Unaware that the soldiers were freed from the elephant demon's spiritual pressure, Yo's watched as the armored elephant demon's mini spiritual version of itself grew from the size of a tiny bean to the size of a small child. What made Yo's feel a shiver of dread was that for the first time, he felt that the spiritual energy was alive. The armored elephant demon's mini version eyes glittered with life and intelligence, while the armored elephant's eyes dimmed and grew lifeless. It seemed less like the elephant demon was controlling the mini spiritual energy version of it, and more of the opposite was happening. The spiritual energy armored elephant demon was in charge and control. As if confirming Yo's feelings, the spiritual energy armored elephant took a step forward, and at the same time the armored elephant demon did as well. The elephant demon body became the mini version's puppet. Yo's mind raced as he watched his body running away as fast as it could from the danger. Unfortunately, the armored elephant demon that was being controlled by its spiritual energy was much faster than before. It rapidly started catching up and ignored every obstacle that Yo's body hid behind, simply deciding to crush them into powder if they got in the way. Once the armored elephant demon got close enough, Yo's watched as the armored elephant demon made out of spiritual energy left the elephant demon's body and charged straight at Yo's. Within a few seconds apart from each other, Yo's felt his mind had been slammed by an iron mountain, and at the same time his body felt the full force of 100 tons traveling at unbelievable speeds. Bang bang bang, boom. Yo's was sent flying and crashed through hundreds of trees, and only stopped because he crashed into the side of a cliff and nearly destroyed it along with him. Yo's could feel his flesh, muscles, and bones breaking and nearly turning into dust. The physical pain that Yo's felt alone almost made him faint. But the war of spiritual energy raging inside his body calmed Yo's down as he saw that somehow the armored elephant demon's spiritual energy entered his body and was trying to eat his spiritual energy from the inside. With an enemy foreign invader entering Yo's body and trying to devour them, Yo's three distinct types of spiritual energy stopped competing with each other and worked together to fight this unbelievably strong threat. Hiss. Roar. Roar. Yo's heard the sharp and oppressive hiss followed by the three-headed fox's soft and hoarse roar, and lastly was the excited roar from Yo's armored elephant. These three spiritual energies clashed with the armored elephant demon's spiritual energy, which was much larger and stronger. Even with the combined force of the serpent demon's spiritual energy and the three-headed fox spiritual energy paled in comparison to the enemies. Roar. A pained and angry roar came from the elephant demon's spiritual energy as it sensed that a chunk of its spiritual energy was devoured. The elephant demon's spiritual energy shifted its attention to Yo's armored elephant spiritual energy, who was slurping up the elephant demon's spiritual energy and integrating it into its own body with ease. 39. Death. Looking at the trembling elephant demon at his feet and the pillars of black smoke rising from the destroyed village, Yo's made his decision. Lifting his hand, Yo's sent a chain of blood koi fingers at the elephant demon's head. It took a while before Yo's was able to break open its skull and destroy its brain, but once he did, he felt satisfied. He might have not gotten the elephant demon's spiritual manipulation talent, but he couldn't take the risk of the elephant demon trying to make a counterattack in his current state. With his right shoulder and arm still needing time to reconnect and his broken bones, Yo's was lucky to be alive. If it wasn't for his life attraction talent and various other things that made him hard to kill, he would have died from the elephant demon's last charge. There is no way I can carry this back to the village, much less carry this back to the city to give to Dad. Staring at the demon corpse that weighed over 100 tons, Yo's decided it was better to get some help. After leaving the forest and returning to the village, Yo's saw that it was mostly evacuated and only a few blood masters remained. When he got closer, he saw that out of the 10 blood masters, only Timothy and River stayed behind to wait for Yo's while everyone else had left. Timothy, River, can you come help me move the elephant demon's corpse so we can eat it? Yo's felt fatigued as he was still recovering and could only pass the request to them. You mean you managed to kill the elephant demon? Timothy and River looked at each other with shock before launching question after question to Yo's. Since he knew this was an amazing feat, Yo's explained the whole battle to them and even told them about the spiritual energy battle that raged in his body. He only changed the terms to make it more believable. Scholar Yo's, so you're saying that all demons can launch mental attacks? Which is why we couldn't move at all earlier? Timothy asked with a realization on his face. Yes, it was because the elephant demon launched all its mental energy at me. That allowed me to stun it so that I could kill the elephant demon. I can explain this in more detail later. Right now we need to deal with the corpses. Yo's looked at the destruction and felt that before they did anything, the people of Rock Bell Village deserved a proper burial. Of course, I'll go get the others so we can do a mass burial ceremony. River understood Yo's thoughts and took responsibility to get it done. As for Timothy, he followed Yo's to the elephant demon's corpse and marveled at the sight. After which, Timothy with the help of Yo's stripped the flesh of the elephant demon. Half of the meat was sent to the village to be cooked and the other half was dried so it could sustain a trip of sending 5,000 people to New Swampscott City. When the people of Rock Bell Village heard that the monster that had been massacring their friends and family was killed, they couldn't believe it until they saw its corpse. The people all felt that it was a bittersweet victory but felt happy they had gotten revenge. Especially when they heard that Yo's was giving them half of the meat to eat and throwing a mass burial ceremony for all the people that had lost their lives that day, they cried tears of joy as they thanked Yo's. By the time they were able to bury everyone who died, the sky was dark and the night sky was filled with bright stars. Every person stood up and silently prayed for the people's souls to rest in eternal peace. As Yos prayed, he felt conflicted. He saw that the elephant demon had eaten the people's spiritual energy. But he wasn't sure if spirit energy was related to one's soul. He knew that spiritual energy was linked to one's mind and life, but he didn't understand how they connected. There were many things Yos didn't understand about spiritual energy, and his questions flooded his mind. Why does death spiritual energy not appear when someone is killed? He had only encountered death spiritual energy twice. The first was from his father dying from age and the second was from the destruction of Emerald Town. However, Yos had seen many people die and their spiritual energy either disintegrated upon their deaths or their spiritual energy was absorbed. But both of these situations did not lead to the appearance of the corrosive death spiritual energy. The longer Yos had his spiritual sensing talent, the more he noticed the strangeness of spiritual energy. There were all sorts of different types of spiritual energy, and Yos only had some understanding of two of them, death spiritual energy and life spiritual energy. These were the two spiritual energies that he could sense even when his talent was much lower. If he excluded those two, he would still have plenty of questions. Like, would someone's spiritual energy be absorbed be the same thing as that person losing their soul? Or was it similar to what happened to the elephant demon, where they would just be in a coma state or maybe even still act normal? Yos felt his mind fill with questions about spiritual energy before he suddenly thought of another energy he never thought to question, inner vigor. What exactly was inner vigor? He was only told that it was a special energy that appeared when the body was under extreme pressure in certain circumstances. Yos couldn't help but question why inner vigor has different attributes. If it was a type of energy that was held inside everyone's bodies, why doesn't everyone have the same type? If all inner vigor was the same but took on different attributes based on different methods, couldn't one have every single type of inner vigor in the world as long as they knew the method? Countless questions about the world that he lived in circled through Yos' mind. He wanted to learn about this world and its mysteries, but everything seemed to be shrouded and concealed in a fog. He couldn't gather this information through normal means and most likely find out secrets that he wasn't supposed to know. The more he learned, the more terrified Yos became at how dangerous this world was. The more terrified he felt, the more he wanted to protect his family, and his desire for power grew. From the demons that Yos planned on hunting to the mysterious immortals, strange animals, witches, martial artists, and even the cities themselves had secrets that Yos desired to understand. 50 tons of meat. Luckily, he didn't have to worry about having too much, as all of the food that remained was eaten by him and the blood masters who had larger appetites. The next day they set off back to New Swampscott City. With Rockbell Village in ruin, there was no longer a need to host the scholar examination here, so they returned. However, they were now traveling with a whole village, so the trip back had become much slower. When Yos traveled with 11 people, it had taken them 10 days to arrive at Rockbell. Now traveling with more than 5,000 people would have taken forever, and that is assuming they had enough food to last them the whole trip with so many people. While they had enough food to feed themselves and the villagers for 2 weeks, it wasn't enough to truly make it back to the city. So to solve this, they sent one of the soldiers ahead to get to the city to meet them halfway with an escort group. Even then, with them only needing to travel halfway, it took more than 20 days for them to arrive at the spot where they were going to meet the escort service and hand them over. With a ton of demon meat in his hands, Yos decided to leave the escort group when they first met and travel back himself, since he was faster. He was able to make it back in 2 days after traveling non-stop. When he got back home, he saw that Jewel and his father were waiting for him. "Yos, you're back. I'm glad you came back safely. I heard that a village had been destroyed by a demon. Did you encounter it?" Drew looked at his son with relief, but seeing his armor crushed and stained red with blood made him think of the recent news reports. "Yeah, Dad, my group encountered the demon, but we were able to kill it. I even brought a lot of demon meat for you and Jewel to eat." Yos placed the meat in his father's kitchen. "Good, I'll go start cooking so you two catch up." Drew looked at the stacks of demon meat and couldn't stop his mouth from watering, remembering what the demon serpent flesh tasted like. Yos turned his attention to Jewel and saw on her face that she wasn't particularly happy about being left out of such a major event. Once his father left, Jewel looked at Yos with suspicion and entered a fighting stance, showing off the faint green inner vigor above her skin. I thought this was just a trip to do the scholar examination. Why did it turn into a fight against demons? For starters, I didn't know that this would happen, or I would have done a couple of things differently. Why would I leave you and my dad out of the huge amount of demon meat? Yos tried to explain. Jewel shook her head as if she thought it was a simple answer, because we have tasted demon meat before and could have caught you in your lies about killing the demon. As for how you planned it out without anyone knowing is anyone's guess, but that is not what is important. What is important is that I'm going to be stuck to you like glue until you accept me as your student and make me live forever. 17-year-old girl who was wearing colorful glasses. She had a smug smile on her face as she looked at Yos with disdain. Looking at Detective David's two assistants, Yos felt interested at the sight of these two. He wanted to know how the detective's method for recruiting assistants, since his two assistants both had unique qualities. Both of them had uniquely shaped spiritual energy that he had never seen in other people. First was the child with his spiritual energy shaped in the form of a dog, and now there was a girl whose spiritual energy was in the shape of glasses. Her spiritual energy even came in a multitude of colors that formed a rainbow. Toss a talent mark on her. Name: Jasmine Rose. Age: 14 years old. Talents: Investigation, Grade 7, Perception, Grade 8, Puzzle Solving, Grade 8, Memory Retrace, Grade 10, Spatial Construction, Grade 7, no talent in spiritual energy even though her spiritual energy is in such a strange form? Is it because she just isn't aware of her talent? Yos felt that these two kids must have some talent related to spiritual energy, and he wanted to test out his hypothesis that he could make talents appear in the system. Nice to meet you, Jasmine. Have you ever considered becoming a martial artist or a scholar? Yos tried to see if he could get her interested in becoming his student so he could test out ways to get her to become aware of her hidden talents. But he only drew confused looks on Jasmine and Jewel's faces. No, I have no interest in either of those two things and much prefer to continue being a detective, Jasmine replied, shaking her head. If you ever change your mind, feel free to contact me. I think you could do great if you tried them out. Thanks, but I'm not interested. Let's talk about the case and how this is going to end. Jasmine rejected once more. Knowing that his attempt to make her his student was a long shot, Yos didn't feel stressed about being rejected and sat down at the table with Jewel. Can you go over what you found and what is going on with them running away? After getting comfortable, Yos asked the questions he was most concerned about. It's like this. Listening to Jasmine's explanation, Yos was able to get a general grasp of the situation. They were able to find the tracks of his father's children after the second week of the investigation, but when they arrived at their new residence they found that it was abandoned recently. It took them another week to get a sighting of the two and discover where they were now hiding. But as soon as they were going to report it back to Jewel, they noticed that they had been discovered. After they were discovered, his father's kids frequently changed the location of where they lived and never stayed in a single location for more than 48 hours. After going into detail about all their findings and the results of the case, Jasmine looked at Yos before inquiring about ending the case. Since this case was supposed to last only a month and is only about finding these two people, I would like to declare that the case was successful and closed. 39's invitation. Yos frowned at Jasmine's declaration of the case being solved. Even though he knew that she was right from her perspective, but as the client, this is not even close to what he wanted. I appreciate everyone's work on the investigation, but this is hardly a satisfying ending. From what I know as the client is that I hired you to find two people. And after a month you have claimed that you have found them, but you don't know where they are. This can't be considered a successful case. Is that what you think? We have proof that we found them, Jasmine said. If you have proof that they have been found, I'm willing to pay to continue the investigation for you to help me catch them or at least meet them. Knowing that keeping the investigation alive was the best way to catch his targets, Yos told them up front that he was willing to pay. Unfortunately, we don't do this kind of service. I can tell you their last location. As for you meeting them, that isn't our concern or our expertise. Jasmine quickly denied Yo's request without further consideration. I understand. I would appreciate having their last location and all the information that you have collected so I can hire someone else to catch them, Yos said, a bit disappointed that they were so close to meeting them but missed at the last second. That's fine, we have already prepared a package of the information. As for their location, I can take them there right now. If you are lucky, they might still be in the area and you can catch them. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Yo's eyes shined with hope. Grade 7 investigation talent has been selected. Grade 6 investigation talent has been added. Maybe this talent will be of some use in finding them. Yo's thought as he copied Jasmine's talent. It took around an hour to travel to the east side of the city where Jasmine said that they were spotted yesterday. The building that they previously stayed at wasn't in good shape and had been labeled by the city with red X's showing that were marked to be removed and renovated. They didn't enter the building since there was a low chance that they were still inside. Instead, they walked into a coffee shop that was nearby and observed the place to see if they could find anyone matching his father's kid's description. Do you see that man and woman dressed in black, right there? Those two are who you are looking for. Jasmine had a surprised look on her face as she pointed out two people that were walking toward the coffee shop. Are you sure that this is them? Though Yos didn't doubt her, he couldn't help but confirm since he had never seen his two supposed siblings before. 100% your luck is simply unbelievable. Jasmine couldn't help but marvel at the chances that as soon as they arrived these two decided it was time to come confront them. Just as Jasmine predicted, the two people dressed in black entered the coffee shop and beelined for them. When they arrived, the two groups looked at each other with interest. Since your targets have made themselves known, I will be leaving. As a detective in training, Jasmine was aware that she should never try to stay any longer than she needed to when it came to her clients. The two people suspected to be Yo's father's children allowed Jasmine leave and took a seat across Yo's and Jewel before taking off their covers to reveal their faces. Looking at their appearance, Yos was surprised to find out that they looked young and even looked like they haven't aged a bit after turning 25. That shouldn't be right. Yo's mind questioned their age since they should have looked older. But other than their age, they matched his father's description of them perfectly. The man in black should be his father's son, Dryer Thunder. He had brown hair and brown eyes, and he also always looked like he was planning to play a prank on someone. The lady should be the eldest sibling and his father's daughter, Tiki Thunder. She lacked her brother's brown hair and had black hair which matched her mother's. She had crystal brown eyes that looked like they could see through a person's lies. Are you two Tiki and Dryer, daughter and son of Drew Thunder? Yos asked to confirm their identities. Why are you following us? Instead of answering his question, they asked their question. Your father is about to die and he wanted to see you one last time, Yos said calmly. He noticed that when he mentioned his father's death there was clear sadness on their faces before they tried their best to hide it. Seeing that they cared for their father, Yos couldn't help but feel happy for his father and he tossed them an invitation. He is currently staying at 10 Ton Inn in room 302. You should come to visit him when you have the time. Dryer sighed before saying, we will think about it. There are just too many things that we have to deal with right now. I see, Yos nodded his head understanding, but his hands had already grabbed both Dryer's and Tiki's collars and lifted them to their shock. Hey, what are you doing? Let us go. Were you just using our father's name to gather us? What do you want with us? In contrast to Dryer's panic, Tiki was much more composure and still tried to get out information from Yos. Don't bother resisting, I'm just taking you to see your father. He doesn't have much time and I don't want to wait for you to get your things settled and waste his precious time. Yos picked up the two adults like chickens and made his way out of the coffee shop. Jewel, who was also their side as she paid for their meal and quickly followed behind. She was already so used to Yos' personality that she knew that he wasn't really inviting them to come to visit. Regardless of their answer, he was going to bring them along whether they came willingly or not. 16 years had already passed by so quickly. Tiki looked at her father with emotions. The father she knew in the past was strong and healthy, but the man right in front of her was old and weak. 16 years and this old man had become so old and wrinkly, but look at you two, it's like you haven't aged at all. You even still have some of your baby fat. Drew smiled as he felt the warmth of a complete family for the first. Not only was he here with his biological son and daughter, but even his adopted son who had made him so proud. Seeing that they were doing good made Drew's worries melt away and he felt ready to move on to the afterlife with no regrets. I know this meeting was a little forced, but Yos has a good heart. It's just once he makes a decision he tries to see it through until it's complete. When Drew saw his kids being dragged to his door by Yos, he was able to guess what happened. It was okay, Dad, we just didn't fully believe that you came so far away from our home. After calming down and talking with his father, Dreyer felt more comfortable about the situation. Yeah, finding out that people were investigating your whereabouts is scary, so we had to be extra cautious. Luckily everything that Yos said was true and we came to see you. Tiki added. Yos watched the family gathering a bit away from the table that they were chatting at and sat near the door. While he didn't think they would try to run away on sudden notice, he didn't want to go through the trouble of finding and capturing them again. Noticing that the conversation was wrapping up and that Dreyer and Tiki were getting ready to leave, Yos interjected to add his thoughts. Dad, it's been a long time since you, Tiki, and Dreyer have met, so it's understandable that they are not telling you that their living situation isn't the best, so why not let them live with us? We have plenty of room and I think it would not only give you and them plenty of time to catch up a bit but also allow them not to worry about their living situation. Hearing Yo's desire to make them live with them, Dreyer and Tiki both hid their discomfort and concern for their father's safety. But Drew, who heard his kids struggling, stood up and appeared worried. If you two are not doing good, you can stay with us as long as you need. It's okay, Dad, we are doing much better compared to when we lived in Jade City. But from hearing that Yos is a scholar, I can see why he thinks our living standards are shabby at best. That's true that Yos and I are living in much better circumstances, but what kind of father would I be if I let my kids live in worse circumstances? As long as I'm alive, I won't let that happen. Drew slammed his fist on the table to show his resolve. Since he was doomed to die soon, he would not be able to die without regrets if he knew about this. Tiki tossed a glance at Yos to see that he was holding a pile of papers that had their various information ranging from the location, past homes, and many other things. She then sighed as she had a feeling that this was another situation where it wasn't a request that they stayed but a demand. All right, Dad, you made your point clear, we will stay with you. After quietly sighing to herself, Tiki signed up for her brother and started living with their father again. But we need to get our stuff from our home to move everything here. Dreyer stepped into the conversation, adding his concerns. I am sure Yos is willing to help you and your sister get your things. Drew a look at Yos, asking him to help. Yos then walked over, as this was a fine addition to why he wanted these two to stay. While he shouldn't have so much doubt fit his siblings, Yos wanted to confirm who they said they were by using his cheat and sending a talent mark to confirm their identities. Jewel and I would be glad to help you out with your stuff. Thanks. Tiki and Dreyer looked at each other with defeated smiles before they headed outside. Several hours passed by and Yo's father's room was filled with boxes of clothes and trinkets. Even though there were only 4, Yos rented out a wagon to help take all their stuff with them in one go, which made Tiki and Dreyer more impressed with how much money Yos had. It took another hour to take out their stuff, which is when Yos turned to face them and asked them a question that had been bothering him. What are you two so afraid of? Are you being chased by an enemy, or did you break a law and run away from the police? It is complicated and it's not something a scholar can help with. Dreyer looked at Tiki, both speaking as if he wanted to confirm that they weren't going to involve anyone. Try me. If I can't help you as a scholar or a martial artist, then I won't get involved. This was the first in a while that Yos heard from someone that he couldn't be involved in a matter or solve it. Fine, it's like this. We don't have a particular group of people out to get us, but that doesn't mean we are safe. If we let our guard down for too long, then people will begin to target us. Can you somewhat understand why we don't want to involve our family? We don't want to bring harm to anyone, especially our family, if we start to attract attention. 2 crystal nerves, that is tricky, but that doesn't mean that I can't help. As long as you are my family and friends, then I don't mind protecting you from these unknown forces. And before you say anything, this protection isn't optional. The moment you stepped up to meet my father is the moment you gain my protection. Even if it is the city, gang, martial artist, demon, or anything like that, you are not going to have to worry under my care. Yos pledged, even though he had a feeling that they wouldn't know how serious his protection was. Unless it was a demon, immortal, or some other kind of magical being, his protection was solid. Whether it is a spiritual or a physical attack, Yos had no fear about being able to protect them. Even ambushes were no longer effective on him, as Yos was able to see spiritual energies through walls. So unless it is a martial grandmaster who is proficient in the manipulation of spiritual energy, then there aren't many people who could harm any of his family members as long as he was around.
Thanks for your protection, Dryer casually replied, not putting much importance on Yo's promise. The next day soon arrived and Yo's knocked on his father's door. After watching for the whole night to make sure that Dryer and Tiki didn't try to leave in the middle of the night, he was confident that they were still there. And with his talent mark refreshed, he was ready to go and confirm Dryer and Tiki's identity. When the door opened, Yo's was blasted with the delicious smell of cooked demon meat. "Yo's, you are late for breakfast. Everyone has already started eating without you." "Sorry Dad, I stayed up late last night practicing martial arts."
Yo's casually apologized before walking inside with Leah, who immediately ran to his portion of demon meat on the ground. Walking inside, Yo's saw that his father, Jewel, Dryer, and Tiki were munching on the elephant demon meat with faces full of joy. This was especially the case with Dryer and Tiki, as this was their first time eating the delicious meat of a demon and receiving the benefits of having their spiritual energy supplemented. "Come eat, I had your dad prepare you a separate breakfast that was without this special meat since I knew you would not eat it." Jewel smiled with accomplishment as she helped her employer and future teacher. "Thank you." Yo's went to go eat his separate breakfast, which was around 3 times as much food that the 5 of them were eating put together. Even though his breakfast didn't have any delicious demon meat, Yo's didn't mind, as he wouldn't have gained as much benefit as his father or everyone else. Increasing his father's remaining life was the most important thing for Yo's. If it wasn't because he hired Jewel and Dryer and Tiki were family and he knew his father would have kicked up a fuse about sharing the meat, then Yo's would not have let them eat demon meat. Every pound of meat that his father didn't eat meant that he was closer to his death. After getting settled and eating his massive breakfast, Yo's tossed his talent mark at Tiki. Name: Tiki Thunder. Age: 32 years old. Talents: Planning, Grade 4, Teaching, Grade 3, Crystal Nerves, Grade 2, Throwing, Grade 6, Hiding, Grade 3. Yo's looked at Tiki's profile and saw that she was his father's daughter and his eldest sister. Even her age matches up with what his father said it would. What Yo's found interesting was that given her age, she looked very young. And this was even more of a shock, since Yo's didn't sense that she was practicing martial arts, which had the effect of making one look younger, and she also lacked any talents that could have contributed to her in Dryer's unexpected youth. What kind of talent is Crystal Nerves? Yo's was surprised to see a talent that he wasn't familiar with. After having his second best system for so long, Yo's was used to all kinds of strange and seeming magical talents. There was life attraction that he had gotten from the undead from Emerald Town. The many spiritual talents from demons and strange creatures such as Leah. And even more down-to-earth talents that had incredible effects that on Earth would have been considered a superpower, such as regeneration. So even if Yo's encountered an unknown talent, he was usually able to guess what kind of effects it would have. But this was his first time seeing anything remotely similar to Crystal Nerves. He had seen talents such as Tough Nerves or Quick Reaction, but he had never heard of Crystal Nerves. He couldn't even guess what kind of effects on the nerves this talent would have. So to see such a unique and strange talent, Yo's had to snag it. Talent mark has locked on to Grade 2 Crystal Nerves talent from Tiki Thunder. Grade 1 Crystal Nerves has been added. As soon as Yo's acquired the talent, he felt his body become numb as he felt the sensation of something growing in his brain. It rapidly spread into his spine, then his bones and muscles, before covering every last milliliter of the inside of his body. This new growth reminded Yo's of a seed spreading its roots into the earth. His body took the place of the ground and his brain was the seed ready to grow. This even led to his memory and intelligence increasing by 20% in such a short time. After experiencing such a dramatic change to his body, Yo's looked at Tiki as if she was a treasure. While he didn't know the full extent of use of this talent, Yo's had a feeling that since this talent appeared on his cheat, that meant Tiki was aware of it. And maybe she had a way for him to come into contact with others who had similar talents. 5 of these ranks from worst to best: impure, pure, crystal, earth, and heaven. With my talent, I am near the bottom of the impure talents, so I stood no chance of getting into one of the immortal sects. As for the power system, I only know the realms up to the crystal brain realm, where once someone completes this realm they can truly be considered immortal. They are the nerve accumulation realm, nerve crystallization realm, crystal spine realm, crystal skull, and lastly crystal brain realm. Each of these smaller realms also has 5 smaller realms.
Tiki paused to catch her breath, not realizing how much she knew.
As for me, after cultivating for 6 years, I have only reached the second level of the nerve accumulation realm. After telling Yos the basics, Tiki paused, wondering if she should get into the weeds of rogue cultivators like her.
But before she made a decision, Yos turned to Dryer and looked at him to see if there was anything he wanted to add.
After having such a reaction when Yos mentioned crystal nerves, he thought that Dryer must have been an immortal cultivator as well.
Noticing Yos turn towards him, Dryer let out a bitter smile and shook his head before continuing.
I'm not an immortal cultivator like my sister, but I do have crystal nerves.
It's just that, mine are dead.
So I can't cultivate, so I chose a different path of becoming a witch.
A witch?
Yo's mind wandered over to the countless stories he heard about witches and their evil.
Yes, but I don't eat people or flesh, I just practice witchcraft, Dryer said after regaining his composure.
I see, so what is it that can make a witch and an immortal go on the run and not dare to show their faces? After learning that his two siblings were the legendary witch and immortal, Yos wondered what could be making them so terrified.
Dryer and Tiki looked at each other before looking back at Yos and said, Immortal cultivators, we don't want to show our faces because every rogue immortal cultivator in witch near New Swampscott City is being hunted by other immortal cultivators.
Once Dryer and Tiki explained everything, Yos had some understanding that there was a mythical fruit that was born nearby and that drew out thousands of rogue immortal cultivators because it was rumored to help one's cultivation. That also drew in the crazy and strong rouge immortal cultivators who had no qualms with killing bystanders to lower competition. The fruit had bloomed half a year ago and had already been taken, however many of the crazy immortal cultivators continued their hunt to try and make the city their territory. That was bad news for cultivators like Tiki and Dryer who had set up base here. To prevent them from getting hunted themselves, they went into hiding before they were discovered.
Do you know who is hunting other immortal cultivators and witches? And how strong are they? Yos asked, wanting to know who and how powerful his enemies were.
We don't know who they are, how many they are, or even how powerful they are. All we know is that it's best to avoid them and not get any one of our loved ones involved with the affairs of the immortals and the witches.
Tiki looked up into Yo's eyes with resolve.
6 years to reach the second level of nerve accumulation. How long would it take him when he had half of her talent? But he could solve that issue by finding those strong cultivators and copying their talents. As for being scared, Yos had faced demons who were just as or if not more dangerous since they were born with the fighting ability of martial grandmasters. Their spiritual energies are incredible weapons that can establish dominance over anyone else that doesn't know how to protect their spiritual energy.
If you think that would deter me, you would be mistaken. As for you staying here,
as long as you convince Dad and can leave without me being able to stop you, then I won't try to find you again.
In any case, you mentioned that you don't even know if anyone is hunting you specifically yet, so what's the big deal of hiding here for a while?
Yos looked at Dryer and Tiki with confidence and patted their shoulders before leaving. He wanted to ask Tiki for that book to start his journey of cultivating the immortal path, but felt that it wasn't time yet. Once he convinced them that they would be safer in his care than out there, then he would request to learn the book. After returning to his room, Yos went back to training his martial arts for the next few days. He had plenty of time to train while also preventing Dryer's and Tiki's poor attempts to try and escape. This time Yos noticed something happening to their spiritual energy. Their spiritual energy fluctuations were becoming more unpredictable and grew fainter and fainter until they almost disappeared. If Yos hadn't had his spiritual sensing talent for so long and had remembered what their spiritual energy was like, he wouldn't have been able to sense their spiritual energy. Once their spiritual energy stopped its fluctuations, their spiritual energies snuck out. This time, however, Yos didn't stop them. Instead, he chose to follow them in the shadows cause he wanted to see what other tricks they could do. After Tiki and Dryer walked far enough, they began to whisper to each other, but Yos was able to pick it up.
Tiki, did you sense anyone leaving the inn?
None, but we shouldn't stop your life signature hiding technique.
We already know that he has strong senses, so he might notice us even from this far away.
Tiki shook her head. Agree. After that brief chat, the two continued sneaking away instead of becoming more relaxed the further they were from the inn. The two of them became more tense and cautious. They were no longer worried about being caught by Yos and worried more about the crazy hunters.
Do you think we are making the right decision?
With Yos' help, we might be able to hide better and fend off anyone who shows up.
Dryer turned towards Tiki and whispered.
I don't know, but what we are dealing with is far out of our league, much less him. He has never even fought against another immortal cultivator or seen their tricks, so it is putting him and Dad in too much danger. Tiki and Dryer had already assumed that they had escaped, but they were wondering if they made the right decision. From all their attempts of sneaking out, they could understand where Yos got his confidence from. They even needed to resort to burning one of Dryer's precious treasures to avoid him.
It also won't last much longer, so they needed to find shelter before the effects ran out.
Eventually, they were able to find an old building that they could use as protection for the day. While Tiki and Dryer were entering the building, Yos noticed that there was another spiritual energy in the form of a blue ball inside. Knowing that the building wasn't the safest, Yos continued following Tiki and Dryer into the building in case something happened. When he entered the building, Yos saw that it looked abandoned and the blue ball of spiritual energy had moved beneath Tiki and Dryer's feet. Suddenly, Yos, Tiki, and Dryer felt a cold chill spread across the room, instantly alerting them of danger. Before Yos had to run to rescue the two, Tiki and Dryer both dodged the silver needles that came right below their feet just in time.
Ambush! Dryer yelled to Tiki.
What amazed Yos was that at the spot the needles came out of, ice was rapidly spreading across the floor up to a foot away.
If Tiki and Dryer were hit, their legs would have been turned into ice popsicles. Dryer now!
Tiki took out 3 sharp knives that burned red hot where the needles came out, causing a small explosion that held so much heat it melted the floor. Dryer wasn't willing to wait around either, as he threw 3 seeds that had been stained red to the ground and watched them grow into mushroom soldiers that radiated a pressure as strong as a peak first-rate martial artist. These mushroom soldiers lacked spiritual energy and had mechanical and choppy movements. But having 3 of these mushroom soldiers added a lot of protection for Tiki and Dryer. 2 talent in witchcraft from Dryer, and was ready and willing to learn the art of plant soldiers.
Yo's attention snapped back into the battle as he noticed the blue ball of spiritual energy retreating from the building.
It had already begun to leave the moment it sensed that things weren't going its way. With the great teamwork between Tiki and Dryer, an immortal cultivator and a witch, this rogue immortal cultivator recognized its position and started its escape. As the blue ball of spiritual energy made its escape, Yo's eyes glittered with colorful light as he made his way to capture the retreating rogue immortal cultivator. If this blue ball of spiritual energy had attacked him, Yos might have allowed it to leave, but it had attacked his family. Meaning that its fate was sealed, and Yos was going to capture it for the night to check out its talents first. Once Yos arrived at the back of the building that the blue ball of spiritual energy had retreated to, he grabbed it, the rogue immortal cultivator, through the walls. Sticking his hand through a solid cement wall was a piece of cake for someone with Yos' strength, and he grabbed onto the immortal cultivator's neck before pulling him out.
What?
Please let me go, I'll help you kill other rogue immortal cultivators. The rogue immortal cultivator screamed in fright at being pulled out of his hiding place. Yos looked at the middle-aged man that was covered in dust and a strange slick liquid and wondered how he was able to crawl through the walls and floor without making a sound. As for the middle-aged man's mistake of him being one of the crazy and strong rogue immortals cultivators, Yos didn't bother to correct him. He was going to be dead either tomorrow or in a few days if his talents are good. Don't move, Yos looked at the man's spiritual energy as he uttered 2 words that terrified the middle-aged man. These 2 words changed the rogue immortal cultivator's view of Yos from him being a fellow rogue immortal cultivator that could be reasoned with to that of an unreasonable demon. With 2 single words, the middle-aged man felt his mind being crushed by a heavy and oppressive yet illusory force. Looking at the results of unleashing all his spiritual energy to suppress another person's spiritual energy, Yos was quite satisfied with the results.
The middle-aged man couldn't move a muscle and even couldn't move his eyes.
As for his blue ball of spiritual energy, it was squashed into a flat pancake by Yos' spiritual energies. After making sure that the middle-aged man couldn't use any of his immortal powers or tricks, Yos frisked his body for anything valuable. Eventually, he found 100 silver needles and 2 weird-looking rocks.
24 hours passed. He tossed a talent mark on the rogue immortal cultivator.
Name, Regan Steele, age, 51 years old, talents, crystal nerves, grade 3, painter, grade 5, rock collector, grade 7, grade 3 crystal nerves talent has been locked on.
Grade 2 crystal nerves talent has been added.
Yos felt his head clear up as his thoughts sped up and his intelligence increased by another 20% when he copied the middle-aged man's crystal nerves talent. After looking at his prisoner's talents and not feeling particularly interested in them, Yos took the middle-aged man and swiftly took his life to save him from any more suffering. After giving him a proper burial, Yos returned to the inn and knocked on his father's door. "Yos, you finally arrived. We were just about to start eating breakfast." "Sorry, Dad, I was finishing something." Seeing his father opening the door with more energy and vigor in his steps, Yos couldn't help but smile. Before his thoughts turned to the fact that he was going to need to find another demon in the next few months to be able to continue providing a stable supply for his father, Jewel, Leah, and now Tiki and Dryer. "Next time I must bring a cart with me so I can carry the large demon bodies with me." Making a mental note to himself that only having 1 ton of demon meat wasn't enough, Yos planned on preparing for the massive bodies of demons the next time he went hunting. After shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Yos stepped inside and saw that Jewel, Tiki, and Dryer were in the middle of a deep conversation. Noticing that he arrived, Jewel waved over to Yos before pointing at the giant breakfast that was on his table. Strangely, there was a giant slab of cooked demon meat that was double the amount that everyone else had. "Dad, why did you cook some of the meat for me?" Yos turned toward his father. "Don't look at me, Tiki and Dryer cooked this for you since you've been helping them so much." Drew looked at Tiki and Dryer with pride as he felt that everyone was starting to get along. "I see." Noticing Jewel's curious eyes, Yos wanted to see what kind of trick they were going to pull. After finishing his breakfast and eating the whole slab of meat, Yos felt a bit drowsy, but it disappeared in a flash after his life attraction talent prevented him from losing unnecessary amounts of energy and kept him energized. Once he had eaten everything, Yos walked over to Tiki and Dryer to ask them a few questions about immortal cultivation and witchcraft. After witnessing that battle, he didn't want to wait for a better rogue immortal cultivator with better talent to arrive at his doorstep and instead planned to start early. "Tiki, can I see the book that you received to cultivate?" "Dryer, can you teach me more about witchcraft?" Making his request clear, Yos saw the shocked looks on their face. "I can't give you the book since I no longer have it. I destroyed it long ago after I memorized the whole thing," Tiki said, taking another bite of her breakfast. "Is it common to destroy books after someone memorized them?" Yos remembered how he couldn't find the rogue immortal cultivator's book and wondered if it was due to the same reason. "Yes, it's quite common since to cultivate properly one has to complete the process in one go. If you had to stop and reread the book, then you would never be able to improve. So it has become a sort of tradition to destroy the books after you have memorized the book in its entirety. But it doesn't matter if I don't have the book. Unless you also have crystal nerves, then it's all for nothing." "Why are you asking for it?" Tiki said curiously about why Yos was asking her about her immortal cultivation book. "I have crystal nerves, but I don't have a way to cultivate them," Yos explained. "You have crystal nerves? How do you know?" Tiki and Dryer looked at each other with surprise. It was rare to find people who know they have crystal nerves but aren't on the path to becoming immortal. "Just a feeling, but I'm 100% certain," Yos shrugged as he didn't know how to explain his cheat to acquire talents. "That's fine, I can just act as your teacher to help you to cut out the unnecessary time figuring out the complexity of immortal cultivation." Even though she didn't understand why Yos was so sure he had crystal nerves, she wasn't opposed to teaching him. "It's good that you have crystal nerves, but if you are alive and well, that means you can't practice witchcraft since it requires dead crystal nerves," Dryer said. That makes sense why the system showed that one of Dryer's talents is a grade 2 dead crystal nerves talent. Yos nodded his head as he remembered the surprise he felt when he looked at Dryer's profile. Name: Dryer Thunder, age, 30 years old, talents, dead crystal nerves, grade 2, witchcraft, grade 3, gardening, grade 4. When Yos saw that Dryer's crystal nerves were being displayed differently compared to regular crystal nerves and how he felt another set of crystal nerves were being created in his body, he wondered about the differences between the two. But hearing Dryer's answer, Yos had the realization that the reason was that a witch had to use their crystal nerves differently compared to crystal nerves, so they classified it as a separate talent. "That shouldn't be a problem either since I also have dead crystal nerves," Yos said with confidence. But from the looks on Tiki's and Dryer's faces, they didn't believe him for a second. They even began to doubt Yos' claim that he had crystal nerves. Because it was common knowledge that a person could only have one set of crystal nerves, similar to how every human has one nervous system. One could have either normal crystal nerves or dead crystal nerves, but never at the same time. 39. S ticket to eternal life. Even though Tiki and Dryer doubted Yo's claim of having both dead crystal nerves and regular crystal nerves, they didn't deny him his request. "You're forgetting someone here," Jewel coughed as she tried to get the attention back on her. "What are you guys talking about when you mentioned crystal nerves, witchcraft, and immortal cultivation?" Tiki and Dryer looked at each before looking at Yos, who was perfectly comfortable with Jewel listening in. They also were fine with Jewel learning their identity since they knew that she was someone Yos trusted. "Jewel, as my guide I'll inform you that Tiki is immortal and Dryer is a witch." Yos told Jewel the truth about Tiki's and Dryer's identities, curious about how she would react. "Now that Jewel knows that Tiki is immortal, I wonder if she won't be interested in trying to become my student anymore." Yos thought to himself. "Are you kidding me? Tiki, you're an immortal. Dryer, you're a witch." Jewel's face was full of shock as she heard Yos spill the beans. "Well, technically I'm not immortal yet. I need to continue cultivating before I can have the chance to truly be unable to be killed," Tiki explained calmly. Incredibly, this family is full of surprises. After calming down, Jewel's eyes darted between Yos and Tiki before staying silent. "Aren't you going to ask her to teach you how to become immortal?" Yos was a bit surprised to see that Jewel didn't try and take this opportunity to become an immortal cultivator's student. From what he knew about her, she was an opportunist who wanted to live forever. She was even willing to become a demon student to live forever. So for her to give up an opportunity to learn from a true immortal surprised Yos, and he couldn't help but ask her why. "No, it's just not worth it. Why would I become an immortal cultivator's student to learn how to live forever when she hasn't reached that state herself? Not only that, just from listening to your brief conversations about needing crystal nerves, I most definitely don't have these nerves. Even if I could cultivate, why would I switch when I already have a ticket to eternal life with fantastic benefits?" Jewel shook her head as she felt her logic was solid. Even though Jewel felt she had partnered with a demon, the race known for massacring the human race, she felt that Yos was different from the stories. He was much more reasonable and treated her as an equal even when the trump cards in her hands weren't as strong as his own. Jewel was also able to get free demon meat and was getting paid much more than she used to. Even if she never accomplished her goal of becoming everlasting, the demon meat alone was enough since it was helping her martial arts training. If she had a constant supply of demon meat, Jewel predicted that she would be able to become a first-rate martial artist in a year, a blood master in 3 years, and a martial grandmaster in 5 years. That alone was worth the risk of perishing at the hands of a demon. Forget it then. Hearing that Jewel was still willing to use him, Yo shook his head but was relieved that he didn't lose a valuable guide. "Since we are all here, why don't we start teaching?" Feeling like they were being left out of the loop of Yo's and Jewel's conversation, Tiki and Dryer wanted to ask what Jewel was talking about, but hearing that Yos wanted to start learning, they decided to ask later. "I'll go first. I'm going to first recite my entire immortal cultivation book before going back and reciting smaller pieces and explaining their concepts," Tiki said. Alright, for the next 6 hours, Tiki patiently recited and explained the concepts to Yos while he listened and ingrained her words into his head. "Impressive, you are learning at a much faster rate than I did. If you keep this pace up, you will memorize this in 2 to 3 months," Tiki said after taking a sip of water to hydrate. "Thank you, you're a great teacher," Yos seriously said. Tiki's talent as a teacher was helping Yos understand the deeper level of the immortal cultivation method at a faster pace than if he was learning by himself. "Okay, that's enough for today. I'll let Dryer teach you about witchcraft," Tiki said, handing over the responsibility to Dryer. "Thank you. Now we witches don't cultivate like immortals or train like martial artists. We focus on using our crystal nerves as storage for crystal energy. Then we use the collected crystal energy to create strange objects like the plant soldiers that you saw me create yesterday." Dryer drew Yo's and Jewel's attention. Even though both immortal cultivators and witches have crystal nerves because their nerves aren't dead, so the crystal energy they absorb gets used as nutrients for their crystal nerves. While a witch's crystal nerves can't absorb the energy as nutrition and simply coats the outside, allowing us to transfer it to other objects in unique ways. After explaining the differences between the two different types of crystal nerves, Dryer went on to explain the basics of witchcraft. Several more hours passed by and the sky had grown dark as the sun set. Tiki, Dryer, and Jewel all yawned as their bodies signaled that they needed to sleep. However, they resisted their urges to sleep as they stared at Yos, who had no signs that he was getting tired. If anything, he was energized as when he woke up. Tiki and Dryer looked at each other with dismay while Jewel looked as if she won a bet. "Pay up, I told you whatever thing you added to his food wouldn't work on him," Jewel said with pride as she extended her hand to signal to hand over their money. Though Tiki and Dryer wanted to wait a bit more to see if the sleeping agent they added would kick in, they had to pay up since they lost according to the bet they made this morning when they were caught by Jewel. "Yos, how did you do it? Did you take an antidote to the sleeping powder when we weren't looking?" 2 months, and if he wanted, Yos could find some scholars and copy their literature talent since he found that it was useful in increasing his comprehension speed. After getting everything settled, Yos returned to his room and trained in his martial arts while trying to remember everything he learned that day. And noticing that Tiki and Dryer were attempting to escape, Yos went over to stop them. 3 months quickly passed by after Yos began learning from Tiki and Dryer. He was sitting at the table with Jewel, Tiki, and Dryer as he said every word of Tiki's immortal cultivation book. After he finished, he saw Tiki and Dryer smile with reluctance as they knew that Yos did what he promised and memorized the entire book in 3 months. He would have learned it faster if it wasn't for them intentionally slowing down their teaching, but it was inevitable and today was the day. "Congratulations, Yos, you memorized everything in the book. And we will keep our promise of not escaping anymore," Tiki declared. But she and Dryer knew that they weren't going to attempt to leave even if Yos let them. They had grown too used to living with family again and not having to worry about money and their safety. Even the past 2 months of escape attempts were just out of habit and more of a game than a real escape attempt. Yos also knew that they weren't going to leave for a while now, but it was nice to hear it verbally. In any case, they were starting to run low on demon meat, so Yos wanted to start trying to find where demons lived. He hadn't heard anything from the city, so he had to take things into his own hands and find out some information on his own. He also asked Jewel to search for places where there could be demons hiding about to get ahead of things. "That's good, since everything is ready, let's go buy some crystals to start my cultivation, and yours too." Feeling excited to start his journey to immortality, Yos didn't want to wait any longer. "Okay, but you don't have to support our cultivation. We can handle it ourselves." Tiki denied Yos' wish to support them. "How much money do you guys have?" "I have 30 silver and Dryer has 15 silver. It ain't a lot, but we can buy the number of crystals we need." "You're poorer than even Jewel." "I'm buying you those crystals so you don't hold back my cultivation." Yos couldn't help but shake his head. Yos was paying Jewel 15 silver a month, and after so many months she had much more money than Tiki and Dryer combined, much less himself. As for the cost of these crystals, they should be considered to be a leisure good for ordinary people, so they would quickly eat up whatever money Tiki and Dryer had left. Seeing that Yos was going to buy them crystals anyways, Tiki and Dryer accepted the fact that they were just too poor compared to a scholar like Yos. When they arrived at the market, they eventually found the store where Tiki and Dryer frequently bought their crystals. Looking at the price of the crystals with good enough quality to be used as cultivation material being sold at around 5 silver, Yos couldn't help but look at Tiki and Dryer differently. They must have been spending a considerable amount of their money on buying the few crystals they could afford. Yos thought to himself as he bought a box of crystals, 20 crystals coming to a total of 100 silver. After buying the crystals, they went home and Yos was ready to try and cultivate for the first time. He gave 15 of the crystals to Tiki and Dryer and left himself 5 crystals since he didn't have to rely on his immortal cultivation or witchcraft to fight. So he felt that they needed these crystals much more than he did. After giving Tiki and Dryer their portion, Yos grabbed a large blue crystal from the box and placed it between his hands before attempting to cultivate. At first, Yos didn't feel anything, but after 10 minutes he started to feel something entering his body through the skin of his palm. That is it, Yos knew that feeling was his crystal nerves turning the crystal into dust and absorbing it into his body. However, Yos could feel that this dust split into 2 paths as he sensed his crystal nerves absorbing the dust and his dead crystal nerves attempting to do the same thing but failing, resulting in the crystal dust covering the surface of his dead crystal nerves.
After 5 hours of cultivating, Yos suddenly felt that there was no longer any crystal dust entering his body. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the large blue crystal that was in his hands was gone. Instead of grabbing another crystal to continue cultivating, Yos thought about what he learned from Tiki and Dryer over these past few months. Before he was able to reach the first level of nerve accumulation, he needed to saturate his crystal nerves with crystal dust before filtering out the crystal energy inside the dust. After filtering out all the dust and leaving only the pure crystal energy behind, he had to use it to create more crystal nerves. And he needed to complete this step in one go, or all his effort would go down the drain. Once he created his first crystal nerves, he would have reached the first level of nerve accumulation. 16.5 tons alone, being dragged in a cart by his 9 companions. 100,000 silver or 1,000 gold for the whole skeleton. Looking at the monstrous skeleton that still radiated spiritual pressure, Yos felt he was lowballing, but he kept the price. Only 1,000 gold? Yos, you are a generous man, but you got yourself a deal. Timothy didn't hesitate to accept Yos' price. When Yos thought back to when he made that deal to sell the elephant demon skeleton, he was glad he made that decision, since he didn't have to worry about money for the time being. With 100,000 silver, he would be able to finance his and Tiki's and Dryer's crystal expenses for the time being, but he still needed to go out and find some demons. Knock knock, speak of the devil. Turning his attention to his door, Yos' eyes glowed as he knew who was at the door. When Yos opened the door, he saw Timothy and River standing at his door with their armor on. And it seems to have gone through an upgrade, as Yos noticed that pieces of the elephant demon's bones were added to the armor. Scholar Yos, it's nice to meet you again after so long. Timothy's and River's eyes sparkled with admiration as they gazed at Yos. They could tell that he was much stronger compared to 4 months ago, and even grew another inch. Nice to meet you two again, come in and take a seat, Yos said, meaning every one of his words. As Timothy and River were talented folks, and their talents helped greatly increase his training speed, so Yos was grateful. They also were fun to talk with, so Yos considered them close acquaintances. Thank you. After Timothy and River got comfortable and stared at Leah, a goat stomping on herbs, with curious eyes before they began to talk about why they were there. Scholar Yos, we came over because we got the news that you were searching for demons, River said. That's right, I have recovered from my injuries and am ready to start hunting. I'm guessing from the fact that you two came to visit that the city had picked up some traces of a demon encounter. Yos said calmly. The city has information about numerous demon attacks, numbering over 20 attacks, but in most of these encounters the city had detected them too late, which is why you haven't been contacted. River straightened her back as she continued. But the city had just lost contact with a town up north, and we suspect it is due to a demon. If we are fast enough, we might be able to make it and find that demon. 1,000 silver sound to take the case regardless of what you find there. River smiled. That's fine, tell me where I need to go? Satisfied with the amount of money, Yos agreed to take the case. We need to head over to a town named Deep Shed, it's near the Grand Swamp region. If you don't mind, Timothy and I would like to join you in your journey to the Grand Swamp. I don't mind, but first I need to go get a companion before we leave. Yos thought about his promise to take Jewel on his adventures and planned on keeping his promise this time. That's fine, we will wait for you here if you don't mind. Yos nodded his head and stood up and walked over to Jewel's room and knocked on the door. After a few seconds, Jewel came out wearing leather armor, and her stuff packed up. I'm ready to leave, Jewel said with determination, ready to make an argument if Yos tried to leave her behind. That's good, follow me, we are leaving tonight. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yos said, and walked with Jewel back to his room to inform Timothy and River that they were ready to leave. By the time they reached the gate that leads north, Yos felt that it was a pity that he had to leave his cart behind, since they needed to travel fast and it would just drag them down. Still, he made sure to carry an extra large and strong bag to help him carry more meat. We need to get to the Grand Swamp, which is more than 2,000 miles away. If we travel at our fastest speed, we should get there quite quickly. The quicker we get there, the higher the chances we can find the thing that is blocking our connection with Deep Shed Town, Timothy explained. I heard of Deep Shed Town and know that it is one of the most connected towns to New Swampscott City.
Every few hours travelers from the town would come to the city, so it's not too surprising that the city felt that something was off if the travelers from the town suddenly stopped coming. Jewel explained, easily figuring out how the city knew something was wrong. With how easily and quickly she was able to draw out the method they used made Timothy and River give her a nod of approval. As you guessed it, we lost contact with the town a few hours ago, so it is very likely that whatever is causing trouble is still somewhere near the Grand Swamp. After making a brief explanation of the directions and explaining the urgency of the matter, Timothy and River set off. Seeing Timothy and River gone, Yos signaled Jewel to get on his back and began hopping to catch up. Within a few minutes, Yos caught and passed Timothy and River and kept going. Previously he wasn't able to rush past them since he lacked a guide, but with Jewel as his guide, he knew where to go. After an hour, Yos began to see a giant swamp that was extremely large. So large Yos couldn't see where it started or ended and couldn't see the sides as they crossed the horizon. Deciding it was better to stop and get an understanding of his surroundings, Yos helped Jewel off his back and saw that her hair was a mess and her face was pale. His eyes twitched as knew that her experience wasn't very pleasant. When traveling at his speed, it was a miracle that Jewel didn't get sent flying off and die. He also couldn't get rid of the wind, so he had to slow down and try to focus on protecting Jewel. Still, they were able to make it just fine, and Yos just made it a note to himself to ask Timothy and River how they were able to travel with that kind of speed with the scholar he used to travel with. He was only an ordinary person whose body wasn't in the slightest bit trained, but he was in a much better state compared to a second-rate martial artist like Jewel. "Are we here?" Yos asked. "This looks like the Grand Swamp. Deepshed Town should be around here." After recovering a little from the journey and reorienting herself, Jewel came to the shocking conclusion that, "Wait, we are inside Deepshed Town right now. This place is Deepshed Town? But where are all the buildings and people?" Yos frowned as he scanned the area. Eventually, he found a piece of wood sticking out of the swamp and picked it up. It was dirty but was cleanly cut, something only a human and tools would be able to do. After wiping away the dirt, he saw that 4 words confirmed their location: "Welcome to Deepshed Town. Let's wait for Timothy and River to arrive and then we can discuss what we should do next." Feeling that another strange event was happening, Yos decided to make sure his companions were safe before he decided to explore. "Yos, Jewel, why did you stop?" It took Timothy and River a few minutes to catch up with them, and they wondered why they suddenly stopped. "We are in Deepshed Town. The town has been destroyed and is most likely buried underneath the swamp," Jewel said. Timothy and River paused from hearing Jewel's revelation and looked around before seeing that the surroundings were familiar. So familiar that they recognized they stopped here every couple of years for vacation, but there usually was a small town here as well. Could a demon make an entire town disappear without a trace? 20 other first-rate martial artists by the city to kill that boulder that gained life. At first, he and River didn't understand the reason why the city was so determined to kill the boulder when it seemed peaceful. Luckily, they were sent with experienced soldiers who dealt with these unnatural events before and followed orders. It was only when they fought the living boulder did they realize that it had somehow turned the village people into puppets that followed its bidding. They even tossed their lives away to block their attacks. It did immense damage to Timothy's and River's minds to see the tragic scene of innocent people getting cut down, causing them to almost turn into the boulder's puppets that day. Even with so many first-rate martial artist-ranked soldiers working together, they had lost half of the soldiers that came with them. Emerald Town was an unnatural event that Yos personally experienced, and he knew firsthand how terrifying these events could be if left unchecked. Yos frequently reflected on the time he spent in Emerald Town and could only feel that he was lucky that he found the town so early in its development. If Yos entered the town a few days later, or if he didn't have his spiritual sensing talent, he might have been killed the moment he stepped into the town. If the mutated mother zombie evolved one more time before he found her, or if Jade City's army didn't hold down the tens of thousands of undead, he would have died in that fight. Yos knew that if things changed just the slightest bit for the worse, the chances of him surviving Emerald Town would fall to just a small sliver. And he wouldn't even have been safe if he decided to rely on Jade City's protection. If he didn't discover the town so soon, then the city would have also discovered that there was something wrong with Emerald Town much later. They wouldn't even know the severity of the matter until a week or two passed by due to the Emerald Town and Jade City relationship between them not being as strong as New Swampscott City and Deepshed Town. This could have resulted in the mutated mother zombie undergoing more mutations and evolving further. If she went through a fourth, fifth, or even sixth mutation, she could have been able to kill martial grandmasters. Alongside the mutated mother zombies and the other mutated undead's abilities to use the death spiritual energy they generated as weapons to suck out the energy of their opponents would have made them a monstrous threat to all living creatures. These factors already placed Jade City's survival in question, and that was when they ignored the root cause of the event, the death-rejecting baby. The baby that rejected death and was attempting to come back to life to meet its mother again. The baby that even the fundamental laws of the world couldn't keep dead. If it wasn't for the death-rejecting baby choosing to stop rejecting its death after the mutated mother zombie died, Yos had no idea how he was supposed to stop it. Much less stop the endless black pillar of death spiritual energy that caused Emerald Town's destruction. If they couldn't stop the death-rejecting baby, then the threat would never be gone and would just turn every living being into the undead. As for if Jade City might have had a method to stop the death-rejecting baby and contain the death pillar, Yos had no clue. But this incident showed how dangerous unnatural events could be and why Timothy would have rather encountered a demon than another unnatural event. Luckily, Timothy breathed out a sigh of relief after he heard Yos found a clue to the real culprit of the town's destruction. As Yos was scanning their surroundings for clues to what could have destroyed the city, his nose smelled a unique scent. It wasn't an ordinary scent that came from his normal senses but from his spiritual sense of smell. It had the scent of thick mud and had a thicker swamp smell than the Grand Swamp itself. There is the smell of a demon around here. There was only one creature that Yos knew of that could have such a strong spiritual energy that he could smell it. Even though he wasn't sure of his guess, Yos still decided to let everyone else know his guess. In a split second after Yos finished his sentence, he felt his mindless legs technique act up and took over his body. Knowing that his mindless legs only acted like this when there was danger, Yos didn't resist as his body leaped dozens of feet in the air. In that exact moment that Yos left the ground, he saw the ground he was just standing on cave in before exploding as a giant demon covered in thick brown spiritual energy. Impressive as expected of a demon who has such a complex aura. A deep and husky voice rang from the demon, but its mouth was closed. Yos' pupils contracted as he saw a truly massive leopard demon below him. It was as large as the elephant demon and strangely covered in holes that went through its body. However, the leopard demon didn't seem to mind the holes and didn't even bother to have its spiritual energy armor cover them up. Talent marked that demon. Yos sent out his talent to get a general understanding of how strong this demon was. Name, Likatili, age, 5 years old, talents, spiritual sensing, grade 5, spiritual speech, grade 7, swamp diving, grade 7, swamp leopard body cultivation, grade 10, hunting, grade 9, wisdom, grade 3, 10 blood masters and most likely could kill martial grandmasters. The only demon that Yos had met who had lived for more than a year was the three-headed fox demon. Even though Yos didn't know how strong that fox demon was, the fact it could take a human form gave him the impression that he must have been strong. Whenever Yos recalled the three-headed fox demon's talents, he wanted to see if he could find that demon again and copy its talents. Name, Frakid Trummer, age, 20 years old, talents, spiritual sensing, grade 9, disguise arts, grade 5, three-headed fox body cultivation, grade 10. Though this leopard demon was much younger than the fox demon, it had more talent, so Yos felt that it could be stronger than the older three-headed fox demon. Looking at the leopard demon's spiritual armor that seemed made for digging underground tunnels, Yos was sure that this demon was a much bigger threat compared to the elephant demon he faced months ago. Yos nevertheless didn't feel scared but excited to see such a talented demon. He could only see it as a treasure chest that he could copy talent from compared to it being a threat. It was because he didn't feel threatened at all. In these few months, Yos wasn't the same person he used to be and was much stronger compared to when he fought the elephant demon. Not only did Yos absorb the majority of the elephant demon's spiritual energy, but he even learned to suppress other spiritual energies in addition to molding his spiritual energy into claws. With his conflicting and ever-increasing spiritual energies, Yos had much more spiritual energy in his body compared to the elephant demon and could therefore suppress stronger spiritual energies, including the leopard demon's spiritual energy. Yos also had begun his first step toward immortality and was receiving the benefits which were increased body control and faster information processing. With a double boost in intelligence and information processing from his two crystal nerves, it was harder for anyone to get the jump on him. Yos was also improving his martial arts as he progressed in his body cultivation arts, twin fists, mindless legs, and his armored swordsman techniques, which made him stronger overall. As for the few times that the elephant demon was able to land his attacks on Yos through using its trump cards and the unique properties of spiritual energy, Yos was much more prepared for that kind of attack. I'll hold off on copying one of the leopard demon's talents in case it has the same trump card of sending a mini version of itself made of spiritual energy to attack me. Yo's eyes glimmered with multicolor sparkles as reorientated himself to fall right on top of the leopard demon's head. As soon as Yos felt himself falling, he gathered all of his big golem into his fist and activated his iron skin inner vigor, causing him to rapidly fall like he was an iron meteor. As Yos fell, he saw that the leopard demon was not moving and instead looked up at Yos with a grin on its face. Seeing that the leopard demon was so confident in its defense that it could endure a fist that had the force of 2,600 pounds behind it, Yos' eyes glowed as he poured all of his big golem energy into his finger instead. Then he formed a thick and sharp claw made out of the serpent demon's oppressive spiritual energy and the elephant demon's heavy and durable spiritual energy. Blood Bowl Fist 200%. Just as Yos' claw was about to come into contact with the leopard demon's skull, he wanted to do as much damage to this confident demon, so he used the full strength of his Blood Bowl Fist, all concentrated on his one finger. Boom! Yos felt his finger hit a thick spiritual armor that the leopard demon wore and create a dull explosion before piercing through the leopard demon's armor and cutting through to the other side. The remaining energy forced the leopard demon's body to crumble to the ground and create a mini earthquake in the Grand Swamp. After unleashing his attack, Yos jumped away from the demon's body and grabbed onto Jewel before retreating further into the Grand Swamp. Seeing Yos retreat, Timothy and River guessed that the leopard demon must have survived that devastating attack and decided to leave the swamp until Yos dealt with the threat. Is it dead? Even though Jewel also guessed that the leopard demon must have been alive, judging from Yos' reaction. No, Yos looked down at his finger and could recall destroying some of the leopard demon's brains as he passed through it. But the burst of spiritual energy that should have come with the leopard demon's death didn't appear. The lack of spiritual energy and the countless holes that similarly went through the leopard demon's body hinted to Yos that the demon was still very much alive. And since he couldn't kill the leopard demon in one shot, Yos knew that the battle was bound to get messy. If he isn't careful, he could cause the accidental death of Timothy, River, and Jewel. To prevent that outcome, Yos made a quick decision to retreat for now to take Jewel a good distance away from the battle. As for Timothy and River, he had confidence they could escape on their own when the leopard demon's focus was on him. As he expected, the moment the leopard demon recovered, the first thing it did was stare at Yos. Looking into the leopard demon's eyes, which were full of surprise, fear, and hatred, Yos tightened his grip around Jewel to prepare for an attack, but the incoming attack that he expected never arrived. Ha ha, Senior Demon, I was just testing your reflexes. I meant no harm at all. The leopard's deep and husky voice that was full of power and confidence previously vanished without a trace as it called out to Yos. No harm? The disbelief in Yos' voice was clear, but the leopard demon ignored it. Yes, it was something the other members of the Demon Union ordered me to do. I truly meant no harm. The Demon Union? Yos' pupils contracted as he never thought the demons had created a force of their own. If all demons joined this organization, then there would be no one that could stop them except for immortals. Yos' mind raced as he thought about the devastating consequences that the human race might face in the future due to this demon union. Yes, Senior, recently I had gotten the chance to destroy a human settlement around Thoughts to prepare it for the demon summit that is coming in a year. The leopard demon didn't know that Yos was human and thus couldn't understand Yos' thoughts and misunderstood that he was worried about facing the force of the Demon Union. So it decided to lean on its identity as a member of the Demon Union to use its reputation as a shield. Since I didn't smell the scent of a Demon Union mark on you, I had to follow my orders to test every demon passing the area. Please understand, Senior Demon. The leopard demon lowered itself further and twirled its tail in a way that Yos felt like he was looking at a cat. What if I want to join the Demon Union? How do I get the demon union mark? Yos looked at the leopard demon and felt strange to see a demon trying to behave like a cat.
You want to join? There is no complex procedure, just show up at the demon summit and you can join them. Where is the demon summit exactly then?
Feeling interested in attending this summit, Yos asked.
It is deep in the Grand Swamp.
Once the moon reaches its peak a year from now, then the demon summit will begin and last for a few days. The leopard demon felt that it was gaining Yos' goodwill, so it started to relax its guard. 5 years, the leopard demon was more clear than anyone else that a demon's greatest threat came from other demons. Humanity was too weak as individuals to do any harm to even some of the weak newborns, while immortals had their focus on not getting plotted against by other immortals. Demons, however, view other demons or prey, and this became more clear the older a demon was. To develop one's spiritual energy quickly, hunting human towns and villages was effective. The older and stronger a demon became, devouring the spiritual energy of thousands of humans at a time became less effective. Only by hunting the large towns that had hundreds of thousands of people, or even the human cities that held millions of people, would entice those demons. However, hunting human cities was suicidal for all but the most powerful demons. Simply, they were similar to hornet nests, because once a city was attacked, the entire population would join arms and fight. The sheer number of tens of millions of humans alone would send a shiver down any demon's back. And if the sheer numbers couldn't kill you and you destroyed the city, then they must be ready to face the wrath of the whole human race inside the region. With an enraged and berserk human race of hundreds of millions of humans hunting them and every demon down without caring for their own lives. The hundreds of millions of humans were also known to form mega coalitions they called nations when they faced similar occurrences in the past. Each one of these nations' abilities to destroy everything in their vicinity made even demons blush as they began hunting demons and other monsters en masse. If these nations grew large enough and the human casualties were monumental enough, the human race from other regions would flood into the region. It was similar to a floodgate, and once the gate was open it couldn't be stopped. However, that was a possible trigger from the demons that have lived for thousands of years to be able to cause so much damage to the human race. In any case, there are other effective ways to increase one's spiritual energy, so most demons will switch to these different methods rather than waste their time hunting humans. One of these methods was to switch their targets and hunt other demons instead. It was dangerous, but the rewards for successfully devouring another demon's spiritual energy were much better than destroying several human towns. To temporarily have the aura of different demons in one's body was an easy way to tell that a demon had done a successful hunt and was still in the middle of digesting their gains. That was why the leopard demon mentioned Yo's strange aura, mistaking him to be one of those demons that hunted other demons. When the leopard demon saw Yo's human companions, its assumptions were reinforced. As the leopard demon thought that Yos was going to devour these human spiritual energies to help digest the demon's spiritual energy he had just obtained. So while the leopard demon felt more confident in its survival, he was still cautious and ready to fight for its life. While the leopard demon was faking its relaxation and remained cautious, Yos also didn't trust the leopard demon at all. Even with the information of the demon summit and the demon union, Yos' desire to kill the leopard demon remained. If anything, Yos hoped that he could devour a majority of the leopard demon's spiritual energy without killing its body, similar to the situation that happened with the elephant demon. He wanted to figure out if he could still collect the leopard demon's talents if it was spiritually dead but physically alive. If he could still collect the leopard demon's talents, that would give Yos a way to collect his enemy's talents without having to keep them alive and worry that they could counterattack or escape. Having the leopard demon's body alive would also allow him to get a close look at the leopard demon's body and figure out how it was able to survive with so many holes. Just looking at the leopard demon's unfazed face while it had a fist-sized hole that went through the leopard demon's skull. It seemed to Yos that the leopard demon could manipulate its flesh to seal the damage from the holes. However, he could see that he was able to do some real damage to the leopard demon as some drops of blood fell out of the hole and splashed on the ground. Yos was able to see an interesting sight, witnessing that as the leopard demon's blood dried, strands of brown spiritual energy would be released into the open air, only to be ripped apart and destroyed not long after being exposed to the outside world. The leopard demon didn't seem to mind the loss of a few strands of its spiritual energy, since it was too tiny of a loss to care. Spiritual energy inside the blood. That reminds me of how as my spiritual energy grows some of it is entering my flesh just like my inner vigor.
Is the next stage of spiritual body cultivation similar to the Blood Master realm?
Yos felt an idea pop into his head and wanted to explore it but decided to put this thought on hold to figure out the leopard demon's true intentions.
Since you are preparing the Grand Swamp for the Demon Summit, are there other demons performing this task?
Since the Grand Swamp is quite large even for demons, Yos asked, wondering how the leopard demon would respond. The leopard demon's answer would tell Yos whether he should take the risk to attack now or whether he should first take Jewel to a safe area before he came back alone. If the leopard demon was honest and told him that it was alone, then he had more reason to attack it now. On the other hand, if what the leopard demon said was true, that in a year Grand Swamp was going to be hosting the Demon Summit and needed multiple demons to prepare the swamp, then Yos didn't want to fight with the leopard demon. Not only was there a possibility that he would have to fight with multiple demons at the same time, but more importantly Jewel would become his Achilles heel,
causing Jewel to be in more danger since she would become an easy target for the demons to focus their attacks.
10 spikes made of spiritual energy phased through the ground in chase after his body. However, they stopped following his body after reaching a maximum height of 10 feet. An uneasy feeling surged through Yos' heart when he saw that the 10 spikes made out of the leopard demon's spiritual energy stopped chasing after him.
What is it planning?
With his mind working on overdrive, Yos' mind raced as he tried to figure out what the leopard demon was planning. 1-year-old, when usually a demon has enough spiritual energy to further their spiritual body cultivation and take control of their path. That was what happened to the leopard demon after it had consumed the spiritual energy of 10,000 humans from a town. Typically, demons are not able to grow their spiritual energy after they are born because spiritual energy doesn't grow after a creature is born, much less when it's not exposed to the harsh environment and isn't stimulated. This protection from the outside elements allows demon spiritual energy to never decay or have to face the terrifying death spiritual energy that occurs when a creature is close to the end of its lifespan, allowing them to live forever. This led to the situation where demons that have lived for thousands of years roamed the world with unimaginable power. They could reshape the earth and every being around them as they saw fit with their spiritual energy. Simply having more spiritual energy wasn't enough for a demon to survive in this world unless they planned to bury themselves deep into the earth and never come out. They needed to use their spiritual energy in more effective manners. They needed to make use of their talents in spiritual body cultivation and push their existence to new levels. When the leopard demon understood this demon law of survival, it stopped its reckless destruction of human settlements as it was making it an easy target for stronger demons. It then focused on making use of its talents to create techniques and methods of combat that could kill demons. After a few years, it had done it and managed to be able to manipulate its spiritual energy to create spikes and use it to suppress other creatures. However, what the leopard demon was most proud of was it managed to integrate its spiritual energy further into its flesh, blood, and bones. It could control its body in ways that only creatures like slugs and boneless creatures could. It could seal wounds and even survive wounds that went straight through its body. The leopard demon even could send a majority of its spiritual energy into the body of other creatures by pumping spiritual energy into a glob of its blood before sending it to the target. This way the leopard demon could actively attack other creatures from inside their bodies and even engage in spiritual battles with added protection from its physical blood. The leopard demon felt proud of this method of attack but knew better than to feel like it was unstoppable. While it knew better than to be arrogant, since there were many demons and monsters much stronger than it at heart, following its own advice and practice was difficult. With a method to fight against demons, the leopard demon went out to hunt demons before quickly running into a brick wall. A demon that was covered in metallic black spikes, had no limbs, no eyes, or even other sensory organs other than a mouth filled to the brim with razor-sharp teeth. A young demon with such a powerful ego, I'm going to enjoy eating you. The black-spiked demon licked its teeth in a high-pitched voice. The leopard demon at the time felt the powerful aura that the black-spiked demon had and knew that to survive it needed to use its trump card. Without responding to the black spike demon, the leopard demon buried itself into the ground and shot an arrow of its blood filled with a majority of its spiritual energy at the black spike demon. What happened next invigorated the leopard demon as it entered the black spike demon's body with little resistance and started to eat it from the inside. In the illusion of being in a superior position, the leopard demon at the time didn't realize it was trapped inside the black spike demon's body without a way to escape. Once its escape was sealed, the black spiked demon went on the offensive and beat the leopard demon into submission simply due to how much stronger it was. Just as the leopard demon was on the verge of being devoured, it heard the black spiked demon chuckle before spitting it out. He, that was a fun game we played, but since you lost and don't want to die, how about you join the demon union? After that day, the leopard demon swore to never allow itself to be trapped again. It even modified its technique to have some of its blood keep the small hole it made to enter the creature's body open, allowing him to have an emergency escape route. Not even a year after it joined the demon union, it found itself trapped once more inside a demon it had invaded. Even the small hole that it kept open as an escape route was forcefully shut. With the leopard demon trapped inside Yo's body, it was both frustrated and terrified, as it was now in a life or death scenario. The leopard demon either won and killed Yos, or Yos would devour the leopard demon. In such a life and death situation, the leopard demon couldn't risk wasting its time trying to chew through Yo's tough nerves and focused on dealing with the much bigger threat to its life, Yo's spiritual energy. The leopard demon rushed directly toward Yo's spiritual energy paths, eating his flesh along the way to create a path. However, it didn't take long for the leopard demon to feel heavier and begin to slow down. Due to the leopard demon's lack of ability to sense inner vigor, it wasn't aware that it was consuming Yo's big golem inner vigor along with the flesh. The weight of the Yo's every strand of inner vigor that the leopard demon ate was many times the weight of the leopard demon's blood, causing it to slow down from the sheer weight inside its blood. 6 mindless legs. Initially, Yos was a bit worried that his spiritual energies wouldn't be able to handle the leopard demon since it had the protection of its blood. Luckily, it seemed he didn't have to worry, since it appeared that his spiritual energies and goat talent could handle this threat. However, after experiencing this, Yos knew he needed a better way to kill demons spiritually instead of putting his life in danger in hopes they entered his body. His mind turned toward the leopard demon's method of entering other creatures' bodies. If he could figure out how to send out one or more of his spiritual energies into other creatures' bodies, could he control them like puppets? However, Yos put those thoughts on the back burner since he was still in a dangerous situation. How are you doing? Is that holy demon dead? Or are you losing and need me to chop off your head? Noticing Yos opened his eyes, Jewel rapidly fired questions to know the situation. I'm fine. This demon wasn't as strong as I thought it was going to be, since it was much older compared to the other demons I killed. Also, you can put away the sword, that wouldn't be able to cut me? Yos hastily replied, since he saw that Jewel was drawing out her sword. Even though he couldn't be cut when he activated his iron skin inner vigor, he still felt the force of the attacks. Really? Didn't you say last time you had a tough fight against a younger demon? How are you so easily able to deal with this one? Knowing that Yos was right that she couldn't cut off his head, Jewel put down her sword but didn't sheath it just in case something happened. I'm that good, Yos answered honestly. He had collected many talents over the years, and these talents often complemented other talents, allowing his progress in many fields to be incredibly fast. What Yos could achieve in a few months was more than what others could do after years of training. This included spiritual body cultivation training. Yos had 3 different grade 9 spiritual body cultivation talents that components with each other. Also, due to the fact they conflicted with each other due to colliding in certain areas, Yo's spiritual energy never settled. Instead, due to the collisions, his spiritual energy was always increasing. At the moment, each of his spiritual energies had more spiritual energy on their own than the elephant demon, and just like they did with the elephant demon, his spiritual energies would often work together to deal with external threats. That all compounded to make the current situation for the leopard demon even worse, as it struggled to come to terms that it could be witnessing a creature having multiple spiritual energies. According to what the leopard demon knew, no creature could have multiple spiritual energies, since spiritual energy was unique to each person. It couldn't be changed at all, much less could one have multiple spiritual body cultivations. The best thing that could happen from having multiple spiritual energies was that they would tear each other apart while the creature's body got destroyed, and if lucky they will die quickly so they don't suffer any pain. For Yos to have 3 different types of spiritual energy scared the leopard demon, as it couldn't imagine how powerful a demon had to be to have multiple types of spiritual energy. What made it fear even more was that it couldn't tell which one was Yo's main spiritual energy, but it couldn't find it. All 3 types of spiritual energy seemed to have as much intelligence and control as a regular demon would have with their spiritual energies. It was like the leopard demon was fighting against multiple demons at the same time. It was being overwhelmed. It also feared that there could be a hidden fourth spiritual energy that was waiting to ambush it. He must be using a special technique to have implanted other demons' spiritual energies into his body. But he can only control them as long as his spiritual energy is intact. The leopard demon's mind raced as the thought of Yo's having the ability to turn it into a spiritual puppet terrified it. "Fight me, coward." The leopard demon knew that its chances of surviving were low and the only hope was to kill Yo's main spiritual energy, so it roared, hoping to grab his attention. 39, I'm taking you down with me. The leopard demon's challenge was ignored and it continued to face the attacks and ambushes of Yo's three spiritual energies. After enduring the unfavorable situation of having to defend its life for some time, the leopard demon knew it had to take the initiative. Pop! With a determination of surviving, the leopard demon abandoned the protection that its blood gave it in favor of the increased movement ability that its pure spiritual energy form would allow it. However, the leopard demon wasn't going to abandon its blood without making Yo's pay the price. Once the leopard demon left, it caused the pool of blood to explode inside Yo's body and dealt a heavy blow to Yo's right leg. Even with how heavy his flesh was, the explosion was so strong that it created a hole in his calf. Glad it didn't have enough force to destroy my bones and it wasn't anywhere near my head or heart. Looking at the damage that the leopard demon's sacrifice caused, Yo's couldn't help but be grateful it had done it while it was not near any vital organs. However, the leopard demon's sacrifice had sealed and sped up its death, since the protection from the blood had been giving his spiritual energies a headache. Other than the few times the three-headed fox demon was able to sneak attack the leopard demon and take a small chunk of its spiritual energy, they weren't able to harm it much. However, while its sacrifice did do a great amount of damage to Yo's physical body, it wasn't able to do much to damage the spiritual energies. The elephant demon spiritual model even sealed up the hole using its spiritual energy to make a barrier that the leopard demon couldn't escape from unless it was willing to be ripped to pieces by the serpent demon and three-headed fox demon. With the hole blocked and three spiritual demons lusting to tear it apart, the leopard demon gritted its teeth and searched every inch of Yo's body. After facing several painful attacks and losing a majority of its spiritual energy, the leopard demon came to the painful realization there was no main spiritual energy. At least it couldn't find a trace or even a lick of spiritual energy other than the three spiritual demons attacking it. Damn you, I concede. I'll become your puppet, I just want to live. The leopard demon was wise enough to know that it lost this battle, so it conceded, hoping that Yo's desire to have another demon spiritual puppet was greater than his desire to kill him. Unfortunately, the leopard demon's misunderstanding of the situation and overestimating how much control Yo's had over his spiritual energies during these attacks only allowed the elephant, serpent, and three-headed fox demon to get deep bites into the leopard demon's spiritual energy. The pain of being eaten alive made the leopard demon scream in pain and lash out. The moment the leopard demon lashed out at the three spiritual demons, they dodged the attack before going in for another bite. With the leopard demon's spiritual energy mostly consumed by the ravaging spiritual demons, the leopard demon felt fatigued and weak and could only watch helplessly as it grew weaker and his enemies became stronger. Fine, I'll take you down with me. Understanding that Yo's must not be interested in making it his spiritual puppet, the leopard demon decided to end it all and self-detonate. Gathering the last remaining spiritual energy it had, the leopard demon became a brown spiky ball that radiated death. With the brown spiked ball so close to his heart, Yo's could instinctively feel the danger it posed to his life. Even the elephant, serpent, and three-headed demon seemed to also sense the danger that the spiked ball had to their existence and went berserk. The three demons transformed back into the spiritual energy state and formed a three-layer barrier separating the spiked ball from Yo's internal organs. The armored elephant demon on the bottom layer for its stronger defense capabilities and the heavy pressure it had on the ball. The next layer was the serpent demon, as it helped to increase the pressure on the spike spiritual bomb. Lastly, was the three-headed fox demon, who formed the last layer to prevent any rogue energy from dealing significant damage to Yo's. Just as the three-layered barrier was formed, the spiked ball detonated as the previously neat and orderly brown spiritual energy became chaotic. From the inside out it was ripped apart as it rapidly expanded before slowing down. The external pressure coming from the armored elephant demon and serpent demon greatly slowed down the explosion. However, it wasn't enough to stop it from colliding with the first layer of defense. Due to the armored elephant demons blocking a good chunk of the spiritual energy and allowing the weakened energy through for the serpent demon to deal with. The serpent demon used the oppressive and sharp nature of its spiritual energy to destroy some of the larger waves of explosion before passing the weaker ones to the last barrier. By the time the leopard demon's spiritual energy reached the last layer and the three-headed fox demon had to deal with it, the remaining energy didn't have enough power to escape the last barrier and was completely blocked. With the leopard demon's spiritual energy no longer having the ability to act in a coherent manner, it was easily devoured and absorbed by the elephant, serpent, and three-headed fox demon. After the leopard demon's death, Yo shook his head as he could sense that his spiritual energies were getting ready to fight once more. More powerful than ever, the war in his body was even stronger, and were more unforgiving of each other, trying to rip each other's throats. Knowing that this was temporary, Yo's just waited it out, and by the time it ended, he was covered in his blood, as this war didn't simply make him unable to move but caused flesh wounds to appear on his body.
It's finally over, Yo sighed as he felt his spiritual energies peacefully return to their paths. What do we do now? Jewel asked.
You can stay here while I go find the leopard demon's main body.
Yo's eyes shined as he looked at the leopard demon's panel.
Name, Likatili, age, 5 years old, talents, spiritual sensing, grade 5, spiritual speech, grade 7, swamp diving, grade 7, swamp leopard body cultivation, grade 10, hunting, grade 9, wisdom, grade 3, since he was still able to see the leopard demon's panel meant that even though Yo's killed the leopard demon spiritually, as long as its body was still alive he could copy its talents. Thinking about it more, Yo's felt like he understood why this was the case, since for demons their bodies still contained their spiritual energy.
So in theory, as long as they kept collecting more spiritual energy, they could come back to life.